In 2077, the virtual game apocalypse suddenly becomes reality and invades the human world. The world order, of course, is destroyed. The world is turning into a blazing hell. However, as often happens in such situations, superpowers suddenly awaken in people. In a world of chaos, the richest playboy of an unknown city named Jeff can still very well protect a girl named Ella, who is his longtime lover. Jeff tells her not to worry because he's spending a fortune helping her level up. He does not spare a single penny to buy a divine artifact for his dear girl. He immediately gives her any opportunity or good equipment so that she feels good. Thanks to Jeff, she finally becomes the strongest gold-tier hero in the land of dragons and rises to prominence. Finally, today comes the day when these two great heroes decide to get married in order to strengthen their bond. Watching them, many people feel genuine envy because they look like the perfect couple. Jeff's fans say that if they met such a rich and devoted man, they would be happy. Jeff puts his arm around her to ask her if she would agree to marry him and live together for the rest of their lives. Ella feigns reciprocity, but she herself is already harboring plans that are certainly not pure. At the last moment, she says that she will not do this, and a sly, villainous smile spreads across her face. After this, she hits Jeff in the chest with all her might in order to rip out his heart by the roots. Jeff could never expect such a sudden and unexpected betrayal from his beloved. He asks her why she betrays him, and she replies that money can never buy her feelings. She notes that the fact that she accepts gifts from him does not mean that she will now be attached to him. She states that the only one who accepts her feelings is a guy named Chester, to whom she is always faithful. Chester, meanwhile, kicks Jeff in the face, declaring that he is just trash who is not worthy of his riches. Jeff finds himself in an unknown space, wondering why he spent so much effort only to be betrayed. His heart turns to ashes, and he himself becomes a very sad man who grieves about his fate. After this, he says in despair that now he definitely has no heart and no one can break it. Naturally, he becomes a very serious fighter and says that he does not let it end like this. He begins to shout menacingly into the void that he will make all those responsible pay for what they are doing to him. Suddenly, he realizes that he is returning to the world of the living and even hears the voice of his former lover again. Ella asks him if he really thinks she needs his pennies, adding that she just accepts his gifts. Jeff realizes that this is reincarnation, and he finds himself in the moment a week before the apocalypse game begins. He comes to the realization that he is truly being reborn and is getting a second chance to become better. Immediately after this, he becomes a stern lone wolf and looks at his girlfriend as if she were impudent. He takes a few steps towards her in order to look at her again and make her shut up. He hits her on the hand, saying that now he doesn't need her with this attitude and she can go wherever she wants. Ella is taken aback by her ex-boyfriend's audacity and asks him what it means. Jeff turns away from her and puts his hands in his pockets, saying that he doesn't give her anything anymore. Ella assumes that this is all a joke and says that this time she is still reluctant to accept his money. Jeff sternly advises her to get lost, stating that he won't repeat it twice because she's already boring him. Ella asks him how dare he talk to her like that, promising that he will definitely regret what he says. Jeff snaps about how he remembers that he buys her the shoes she's wearing, so he takes them away. Ella says that he shouldn't think that his pennies make him worth anything, and adds that she remembers these words. Jeff says that he is not going to communicate with her anymore and hopes that they will never see each other again. After this, he mysteriously covers his face with his hand and says that he has more important things to do than waste time. Jeff realizes that he needs to raise enough money before the apocalypse game test begins. He contacts one of his acquaintances, saying that he is ready to give her shares worth $20 billion. The girl is surprised and asks him if he really agrees to this, and Jeff confirms it. Smiling, she says that she is happy to fulfill his demands and take control of his corporation. Jeff happily talks about how he is taking the throne alone in this life and now he just needs to wait for the beta version to come out. After some time, he receives a notification that the test of this version lasts 3 days before the launch of the public build. Jeff says he feels a familiar sense of nostalgia as he finds himself back at the start of Apocalypse. After this, he chooses the mysterious nickname Night Jeff and thinks about what class he should choose. He recalls that in his past life, his guild was once destroyed by a gold-level beast tamer. Jeff chooses the beast tamer class, noting that he has enough time and resources to level up. He feels like his appearance changes a little after choosing a class and says it's great. After this, he proceeds to the most important procedure and decides to top up his account with real money. The system happily informs him that he receives 20 billion gold coins to his balance. Jeff receives a notification that he is the first player to top up his balance by 1 billion and receive a new profession. The system states that it will now activate a special gift for the person who can invest so much. This gift lies in the fact that he discovers a profession associated with wealth and incredible well-being. Jeff is surprised that this game has a secret profession that is unlocked by spending a lot of money. He receives a notification that he is unlocking a secret wealth class, and a funny little frog appears in front of him. Jeff looks at this in surprise and wonders where this cold-blooded creature came from. However, the toad immediately besieges him for such insolence, calling him a pathetic, insolent fellow, unworthy of walking on this earth. He calls himself Ibis, adding that he is his wealth mentor and that Jeff is becoming his ward. Jeff looks at him in surprise and notes that a toad as a mentor looks a lot like some kind of swindler. Ibis says that such behavior does not go unnoticed and decides to demonstrate his strength to him. Jeff receives a huge number of different talents that increase his base stats. Jeff notes that this is a very good class, since all the talents that are given to him turn out to be useful. Jeff finds that his gold balance increases by a certain amount every day, just like when he made a deposit. The protagonist resolutely says that he is now showing the whole world what the true power of money is. He also decides not to waste any extra time leveling up and immediately heads to the newbie village. A few moments later, he arrives at the flower field's location, discovering that the server is just opening and no one is there yet. He understands that starting out as a beast tamer is tens of times more difficult, since in the early stages nothing can be tamed. However, of course, such a weak class has the highest potential and the highest growth rate. His pompous musings about how cool he is are interrupted by the appearance of goblin warriors who attack him. Jeff realizes that the 5th level elite warrior is immediately attacking him, which means he's pretty unlucky. Ibis says that this is a terrible idea, so we need to run away immediately before it's too late. Jeff turns around and tries to run away, realizing that he has no weapons to fight them. They finally reach the main city, and Jeff notes that he almost died at the very beginning of his journey. The other adventurers look at him and say that this is the first time they have seen a beast tamer, because this class is weak. Ibis says that animal eggs are sold at a discount in the city, so you should buy at least one for yourself. Jeff proudly says that he is not going to settle for mere animals, and Ibis asks him what he wants. Jeff asks to follow him, saying that he knows a secret dungeon where a god-level egg is located. Immediately after this, he goes to the High Hall, and Ibis says that mercenaries here are very expensive and he cannot afford it. After some time, he is immediately stopped by a wise wizard who advises him to stop. Jeff says he doesn't have a letter of recommendation, adding that he wants to give him something back. The Archmage asks him if he is trying to trick him, and Jeff suggests that he look down. The old man looks at his feet and is surprised to see many gold coins there, trying to understand where they come from. Jeff says that if he looks behind him, he also finds a considerable amount of gold. The old man looks at his money happily, and Jeff asks him if he really likes these gifts. The Archmage states that the room for honored guests is in the God of War's pavilion, so he needs to move on. He also states that he is ready to see him off, and Jeff smiles and says that he accepts his hospitality. After some time, he finds himself in a gigantic hall, which is furnished with luxurious columns. He looks around and sees many golem knights, each of which has a high level. After some time, a more experienced warrior approaches him and asks him who lets him in here. Jeff talks about needing to hire a god-level guard golem and is told that it's unlikely to be possible. He adds that his stats are not sufficient to hire a level 80 guard. Jeff states that he is willing to pay the bodyguard billions of gold coins for one day's work. For a moment, the giant berserker knight falls silent and begins to carefully count the money. He then states that technically it is possible, but in the end, the rules are made by people. He also recommends that he hire a divine-level spellcaster, and Jeff states that he is willing to sign the contract. The berserker hands him a scroll and tells him that he will summon the caster as soon as the contract is signed. A few moments later, a portal opens behind him, and he sees a wondrous sorceress standing before him. The girl introduces herself as Dolores, adding that according to the contract, she carries out his orders for 24 hours. She also asks him what he needs, assuring him that she can handle any task. Jeff smiles and says he's excited to meet his eldest, then gets down to business. He states that they have quite a difficult task ahead of them, and notes that he has great confidence in her skills. Dolores arrives on the scene quite quickly and begins using her incredible fire magic skills. Jeff watches her combat work and is surprised by the serious damage figures she displays. Ibis states that all these goblins must be destroyed as they are attacking him. The other players are surprised by such amazing damage figures and the fact that a regular player is teaming up with a caster. Jeff receives numerous awards for being the first player to reach level 10. Word begins to spread around the world that a player nicknamed Knight Jeff is setting records. Jeff reflects on how once the apocalypse becomes reality, everyone realizes that he is the god of this world. After such a modest tirade, he finally decides that it is time to get down to real business and sets off ahead. He tells his ally that they are heading to the dragon's lair to find something very important. After some time, one of the warriors continues to hunt goblins, destroying them one by one. This warrior says that he has been hunting elite monsters since the beginning of the game and he is still at level 3. He notes that he hasn't heard of Knight Jeff and decides to find out how he can break through to level 10 so quickly. Meanwhile, the action moves to the depths of the Whispering Valley, where our heroes have been heading for quite some time. Jeff approaches a special stone to activate a seal there, which emits a bright light. After some minor manipulations, a loud roar is heard, signaling that the dungeon is being summoned. The system notifies him that he is entering a hidden area called the Dragon's Lair. Dolores states that she is strong, but she can hardly cope with the dragon alone. But Jeff reassures her. It says that a long time ago, a player of this level accidentally triggers a hidden quest and finds this dungeon. Dolores asks him how he knows this, and Jeff states that he buys a recording of the battle for a large sum of money. Dolores states that if he is going to steal the dragon egg, then he chooses a job not based on rank, because it is even more difficult. Jeff says that it's just a dragon, and if she's a great sorceress, she can take it out in a matter of seconds. The system informs them that in front of them is a 5th-level shining dragon with the ability of Holy Judgment. Dolores is glad that she is taking the teleportation scroll with her and recommends that he go first, while she decides to wait outside. She says that a 3rd-level dragon can destroy an entire guild on its own, and this dragon is even stronger. Jeff asks her to reconsider, but she declares that she is leaving because this is too suicidal a task for such a price. Jeff states that they are not going to fight him and asks to buy her some time, but she refuses. Jeff abruptly says that he is ready to pay her as much as 3 billion gold for this job. Dolores turns around abruptly and says that even if she has to risk her life, she will do it. She proudly says that she will do her best and give him exactly 3 minutes, but she cannot fight longer. Jeff receives a huge amount of buffs and understands that this mage can always be relied upon in the future. She rushes to attack the dragon and says that the buff lasts for 3 minutes, so he must hurry. She states that before she would have been afraid of this monster, but for 3 billion she is ready to make him bow down. She unleashes a massive amount of ice shards on the dragon to slow it down. Meanwhile, Jeff carefully sneaks behind the dragon and gets to the creature's egg. He quietly says that they must not be noticed under any circumstances, otherwise their lives will end quickly and ingloriously. Dolores says that there is only a minute and a half left, so she is running out of strength to continue the fight. Jeff says that the egg is much heavier than he thinks and asks the toad to help him. Ebis takes a few careless steps and drops the giant metal helmet, which makes a loud sound. The dragon, in the midst of battle, hears this sound and immediately turns around to understand who is making the noise behind him. The dragon begins to shout menacingly at the violators, preparing to unleash streams of fire on them. Jeff calls Abyss a useless toad, after which he decides to get out of here as quickly as possible because time is running out. Dolores shields her comrades and uses her ice spells to hope that this will delay the monster. The dragon tries to break through this icy barrier, and the sorceress quickly realizes that she will not hold out for long. This lizard flies into the air and prepares to use the Dragon King's breath skill. Jeff asks her why she suddenly manages to catch up with him, and Dolores reminds him that she is not immortal. Together they manage to quickly close the distance between themselves and the enemy and escape from the dungeon. Jeff states that it was very dangerous and they almost die, but they can still get out with the reward. Dolores says that if a 5th-level dragon hatches from this egg, then their efforts will be worth it. Dolores tells him that he shouldn't forget about paying, but he assures her that he never cheats his friends. After this, he menacingly says that now is the time to make a contract with the beast in the hope that he comes across someone good. He adds that everything depends on this moment, so he does not tolerate this animal disappointing him. Moments after its concentration, the dragon egg begins to crack and split into pieces. Jeff looks at the result of his efforts in surprise and sees a rather small dragon with a menacing appearance. Dolores states that this dragon does not look like a baby radiant, suggesting that something is changing. The system reports that this is a celestial azure dragon, which has amazing parameters. Jeff is pleased that this beast is completely unbalanced and brings him only victories. After petting his dragon, he remarks that he didn't expect it to be so strong and calls it a green baby. Ibis holds a strange icon in his hand, and the protagonist immediately asks him what it is. Ibis begins to complain that he is being treated inappropriately and with complete disrespect. Jeff learns that this badge is being picked up in the dragon's lair, and Dolores assumes it is the Rage badge. Jeff looks at the stats of this badge and realizes that they grant him new abilities of incredible power. Jeff states that he is taking the badge as compensation for Ibis's carelessness. Ibis demands compensation for the robbery, and Jeff reminds him that they are comrades and therefore should share with each other. Having hung the badge on his vest, he realizes that now farming goblins is going like clockwork. Jeff almost immediately receives a powerful hidden quest that forces him to find the Fang of Fury. Dolores says that this is a divine-level assassin's dagger, which is made from the fangs of an abyssal beast. She also suggests that perhaps there is some connection between this dragon and these fangs. Jeff receives a notification that his time is running out and he will soon be forcibly kicked from the game. Dolores says that she is also running out of time and states that next time he should pay her money. Jeff says that the Doomsday game is still in testing mode and is not fully integrated with reality. After some time, he hears on the news that the game Apocalypse is conquering all the news charts. Jeff discovers that several countries are blocking the game and notes that they will deeply regret this decision later. After a while, his phone starts vibrating loudly because he is receiving messages. Jeff receives messages from Ella telling him to do several things to earn forgiveness. Jeff notes that he's already forgotten about this crazy woman and regrets not blocking her earlier. Ella, meanwhile, is next to her friend Chester, who asks her what her plan is. Ella says that Jeff is definitely coming, because he won't dare ignore her requests for help. The doctor comes closer to him and says that it is time to discharge the patient and he must pay the bill. The doctor explains this by saying that they have a lot of patients due to the Apocalypse game who need urgent surgery. Chester says he has no money now, and Ella says she doesn't have a penny either, because Jeff takes everything. Ella immediately declares that this scoundrel thinks that she can be bought with money, but she is sickened by the sight of him. Chester suggests trying to appeal to his pity, and Ella angrily states that she can always manipulate him. Meanwhile, the action moves to the house of our protagonist, where he continues to sleep peacefully and rest after his adventures. His alarm clock is about to wake him up, hinting that it is time to go to the world of the Apocalypse. Jeff realizes that the time is coming, and he needs to dive into the video game world without further ado to gain an advantage. He quickly activates a special system in order to be transported into virtual space. After some time, he finds himself in the newcomer's village, and Ibis accuses him of coming too early. Jeff declares that the early bird always has the best luck and decides to hit the road. He is immediately discovered by other players, who note that he is already leveling up to 10, which means he is a very useful ally. Jeff realizes that this is completely unnecessary attention and tries to run away, but they follow him. Ibis advises him not to stop, as these people are sure to cause him a lot of trouble. The players stop in front of the 10th level zone, realizing that they are simply being destroyed there and they cannot run after it. Ibis is happy that they're finally getting away, and Jeff points out that no fool would venture into that area. After some time, he reaches a large fortress guarded by a single guard. The armored fighter tells him that this place is not suitable for people like him, because he is still too weak. Jeff says he's coming here to start the promotion test, which surprises the guard. He asks him where his team is, and Jeff proudly replies that he plays alone and doesn't need anyone. The guard states that going alone on such a difficult task is suicide, but Jeff declares that he is not afraid. The guard shrugs and activates the pressure plate so that our hero can be transported to another location. Jeff decides it would be cool if he chooses the hardest challenge there is. Immediately after this, he puts his hands in his pockets in order to look as cool as possible in front of the guard. The guard notes that this is a completely idiotic act, since anyone who goes there alone dies. However, there are no serious obstacles for our hero since he already knows this game thoroughly. Jeff says that this time he comes here for revenge on some unknown creature that offends him. Immediately after this, he calls upon his little green one so that he can properly prove himself. Jeff states that there is absolutely nothing to fear with this creature, as it has one of the highest ranks. Quite quickly, he detects strange movements in the bushes and advises to be on guard to avoid falling into a trap. A level 10 wild snow wolf with unknown passive and active abilities appears in front of him. Jeff realizes that even a shadow assassin would be terrified to see such a serious opponent. However, even such a serious opponent is only an ordinary pawn compared to the power of this dragon. The little green one decides to use his normal attack and spits fire at the creature. Almost immediately, this attack deals an insane amount of damage, leaving the wolf without half of its health. The dragon then simply makes several strikes with its claws to finish off the remaining health of this monster. However, when left on its last legs, this wolf suddenly becomes enraged and becomes even stronger. Jeff realizes that this is a very good sign, since enraged mutants can often cause a lot of trouble. The dragon flies upward to avoid damage from the giant claws, using a three-pronged, earth-shaking roar. The roar is so loud that even a giant beast like a mutant wolf is stunned. After this, the dragon decides to deliver a few more blows with its fire breath to finish off the enemy. The system congratulates Jeff on defeating the wild mutant snow wolf and gaining some experience points. On top of everything else, the little green one reaches level 4, and Jeff is happy that he is farming so much. He also decides to level up an incredibly unbalanced skill that allows him to gain more stats. As a reward, several items made from the highest-ranking snow wolf appear in front of him. In the first minutes, Jeff begins to bathe in good loot, which he gets without any difficulties. However, his joy does not last long, because behind them appears some kind of giant shadow belonging to the beast. This shadow belongs to the abyssal demon, who is an even more formidable opponent. Jeff happily orders his pet to attack, as now he is not afraid of any opponents. The dragon immediately carries out his order and strives to destroy the enemy tiger as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, Jeff and Abyss decide to take a rest after such a fruitful battle with monsters. Jeff says that they are moving on because he is coming here to fight the boss. Abyss says it's quite risky, but Jeff notes that his pet can handle the boss now. He also states that they themselves are good warriors and can easily deal with these scoundrels. Jeff moves to unknown catacombs and says that they will soon achieve victory. The system notifies him that he is entering the abyss, and Jeff wonders what that means. Jeff, with a completely serious face, says that he now becomes the messenger of the abyss, carrying the power of the apocalypse. Everyone is impressed by such a powerful statement, while Jeff summons the boss of this location. In front of him appears a giant man, dressed in armor and armed with a strange staff. This boss is a king-level abyssal wanderer who has unknown talents. Jeff realizes that things are not going according to plan, as this boss turns out to be much stronger than he initially thought. After carefully analyzing it, he realizes that this boss relies solely on magic and is weak in physical combat. Jeff tells his pet not to use his abilities thoughtlessly and to follow his commands. He adds that this enemy is very slow and one must keep changing positions and not engage in a long fight. The little dragon pretends to understand everything, then attacks with a powerful splash aiming at the enemy's back. Jeff happily says that this is exactly the strategy to follow and asks the little one to continue. This damage is so powerful that the boss loses concentration and cannot use skills. Jeff proudly declares that he expects nothing less from his pet, and, as always, he shows class. Suddenly, the Abyss Walker turns towards Jeff and begins to look at him without moving. Jeff and Abyss try to figure out what this monster's strategy is if it doesn't intend to attack. However, after a few moments, they realize that this monster is actually preparing to use a spell. Jeff jumps to the side to avoid being destroyed, and a powerful explosion occurs near him. Jeff wonders why he is the monster's target and asks the kid to save him. Desperately trying to get out, he says that he won't be able to hold out this way for long. The Azure Baby comes to the aid of its master and again begins to attack the enemy with powerful streams of flame. This blow turns out to be incredibly powerful, causing the monster to freeze in place again and stop attacking. After a few more moments, he falls to the ground as his health suddenly drops to 0. Ibis says that if they are going to end up in such a dangerous place again, it would be better to turn around and leave. Jeff receives a system notification that his beast has reached level 10 and is receiving a large bonus. Jeff calls his comrade a coward, and Abyss reminds him of how quickly he runs away from danger to avoid death. Jeff doesn't respond to this and says that they need to look at what items they get. The system informs everyone that Player Knight Jeff is the first player to complete the Abyss trial. Other players approach the world ranking table to see what kind of player he is and what his strengths are. They discover that there is only one name in the table and suggest looking for information about that person. Gradually, this person's support group begins to expand as they want to know his secrets. At the same time, Ella is in one of the newcomer villages and enters this game together with Chester. Chester states that they need to contact this player and unite, because then he will definitely help them. Ella says she's not that shameless, but Chester is trying to figure out what's going on with the money from Jeff. Ella says that there is no point in talking about Jeff now, and then asks him to teach her how to play this game. Jeff, meanwhile, says that after such efforts, he expects a much larger reward. He is given the Abyss Stone in fragment form, and Jeff notes that he has never seen anything like it before. After opening the portal, he realizes that he must find a way to discover the value of this artifact later. After a while, the guard looks at him in surprise and says that he does not believe that a loner can survive. Jeff asks him to send him to Central City, and the guard creates a special portal without any problems. He also calls him a respected warrior and congratulates him on successfully passing the test. He also receives a level up in the Abyss, which Jeff notes is a very nice gift. He is given an Epic Valor badge, which further increases all of his attributes. Jeff happily puts on another award and says that it's time to go to a new city. This town is the settlement of Windleaf, which is home to quite a large number of people. Jeff says that in a past life, the area for career change was filled with hundreds of people. The protagonist is emphatic about the need to find the hunter Gutal, stating that he will explain his motives later. He moves calmly through the empty streets, since this city is not yet so densely flooded with players. That is why he quickly finds his target, who has been sitting on a chair all this time and doing nothing. Gutal says that he will not change Jeff's class, but he declares that he wants to become a hidden beast whisperer. Gutal assures that in order to prove his strength, he must bring him 100 eyes of demonic puppies. Jeff says he's not going to waste his time killing hundreds of elite monsters. Gutal states that in this case he can't help him in any way, and Jeff points out that he misunderstands him. After that, he shows him the Epic Valor badge, which immediately makes him very surprised. Gutal says he can't believe someone so young is going through a hell-level ordeal. Jeff starts bragging, saying that he is going through an even harder Abyss-level challenge alone. Gutal says he immediately understands that Jeff is a real dragon among ordinary people. Abyss and Jeff realize that this man changes his mind faster than a normal page can be turned. Gutal says that he would like to know what kind of beast was able to pass the test of the Abyss, and Jeff decides to show him. Chester says he has never seen a god-level beast at such a young age. Immediately after this, he says that this is the beast of his dreams, and Jeff asks him not to worry so much. Gutal says that he will introduce him to the king's chief beast tamer. He hands him a letter of recommendation, saying that this man gives him the answer he is looking for. The system notifies him that he is starting a new quest, which requires him to find a tamer. Jeff notes that the royal beast tamer is in another city and has many other things to do right now. Abyss asks him what he's talking about, and Jeff notes that he has another hidden quest to complete. Abyss becomes suspicious and asks him how he knows about the existence of hidden quests. The action moves to one of the streets, along which a beautiful girl walks, surrounded by two guards. Jeff quickly finds this beautiful girl named Lady Sherelle and carefully approaches her to speak. The guard stops him abruptly and asks him who he is and why he is approaching a royal person. Jeff immediately turns to Lady Sherelle and asks her why she always seems so sad. Lady Sherelle suddenly decides to talk to a stranger and says that she is losing one important thing. Jeff tells her that she doesn't have to worry because he will definitely make sure that her request is fulfilled. Abyss remembers that the flower this lady needs is outside the city, but they walk the streets all the time. Jeff says she doesn't want a regular flower, and Abyss tries to figure out what exactly he's looking for. Jeff goes into a hardware store, and Abyss comments that it's unlikely that you'll find any pretty flowers there. The merchant asks him what he wants, and Jeff states that they have chests of jewels for sale. The merchant claims that his chests contain prehistoric dragon bones and other treasures. Jeff proudly says that he wants to take the most expensive chest in order to try his luck. The merchant shows him a chest priced at 10,000 gold each, but Jeff states that one will not be enough. After this, Jeff throws down a wallet with money and says that he is buying all the chests in this store. The merchant looks at him in surprise, after which the spoiled rich man demands that they open the chests faster. His demands are met almost immediately, and at first he comes across less than ideal artifacts. He also comes across large healing potions that can help him in his future travels. By some lucky chance, he also receives a strange expanding bread that satisfies his hunger. After this, it turns out that out of the 100 remaining chests, only one remains, and Jeff demands to open it immediately. Jeff immediately looks inside, thinking that now he has no chance of losing. The system informs him that he has found a beautiful flower, but its use remains unknown. Jeff looks at this crystal rose with joy and understands that his quest will finally be completed. Meanwhile, Lady Sherelle decides to return to her home to take a bath in the company of her maids. She asks one of them if some brave person can really find this flower for her. The maid tells her that with her charm, she will definitely be lucky, and someone will find what she has been looking for so long. Suddenly, another maid bursts into her room and says that the young man wants to meet her alone. Lady Sherelle learns that someone is indeed finding a flower for her, and her cheeks begin to blush. Jeff is waiting for her nearby, and Lady Sherelle asks him in surprise if he has already found the flower. Jeff hands her the chest and says that the charming lady simply has to look at it. Lady Sherelle opens the chest and says that this is the very beautiful flower she is looking for. Lady Cheryl apologizes and asks him what reward he hopes to receive by offering the artifacts. Jeff states that he is not interested in money, and she states that he leaves her no choice but to go another way. Jeff is surprised by this girl's courage and understands that he will not be able to refuse if he does not show firmness now. He immediately says that she doesn't understand him correctly, and in fact, women are not at all what he dreams about. He states that he at least asks her to help him obtain citizenship so that it will be easier for him to move around the cities. Lady Sherelle says that if all he wants is citizenship, then it will be too easy a task. Jeff also says that he would like to buy a home in the city to settle down nearby. Lady Sherelle says that this is a very correct decision, since wandering in different directions is stupid. She also says that she understands him perfectly, but the area he chooses is not the most lively. Jeff says he is confident in his choice and hopes she can help him connect with the right people. Ibis tells him that this is not a profitable solution, because the area is sparsely populated and there are few useful buildings there. Jeff says that Ibis doesn't understand that strange creatures will soon attack this city and destroy the eastern part. Jeff also adds that the western region, being sparsely populated, does not attract as many monsters. After some time, he acquires 340 residential buildings and 184 commercial properties for only 1 billion gold. Jeff signs it without any problem and then receives a certificate of his citizenship. Lady Cheryl says that he is now a first-class citizen of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Jeff turns around and asks her if she really is a lady of royal birth. Lady Sherelle asks him with a smile whether this is really something impossible for him. Jeff asks her if she knows the royal beast tamer, and she states that she does. Having learned where he is, he says that the only thing he can offer her is a kiss from the heart. Lady Sherelle says that he can now call her Sophia, since they are now quite close. Jeff receives first-class citizenship, which gives him many privileges and also some experience. Other players watching the action can't believe how realistic the game is. Some of them are starting to get annoyed that even here a hierarchy system is being added. Chester also reads this notice and says that Knight Jeff is a very cool player, and Ella begins to suspect something. She adds that if they were led by a top player like him, they would probably already be at level 5 or 4. She says with resentment that now they can hardly cope with just one goblin with the forces of an entire squad. The common people say that she raises her level by simply chilling out while they do all the work. Chester states that it's all a misunderstanding and his girlfriend doesn't mean anything by it and asks for forgiveness. Ella decides to make a scene and leaves, and Chester asks her about what she is doing, noting that it will hurt them in the future. He says that they are left alone and now it will be difficult for them to level up, but Ella accuses him in response. Chester realizes there's no point in arguing and tells her she should contact Jeff. Ella says that she won't write to him first, and Chester says that she should ask him for help. Ella states that since he begs her, she fulfills his request after she leaves the game. After leaving the game, she reflects on how Jeff's habit of throwing money around is rude, but she forgives him. She decides to take the initiative into her own hands and write to him again in order to win him over to her side. She tells him that she is playing a game called Apocalypse and asks him for help with money and equipment. Smiling, she says that she is incredibly generous, so she decides to forgive him this time and give him a chance. However, after 5 minutes, she begins to get indignant that she still hasn't received a response, despite the fact that the message has been sent. When she looks at her phone, she discovers that she is being unfriended, so her message is not being sent. Ella wonders how this scoundrel dares to remove her from his friends list, because she is the best thing that ever happened to him in his life. After this, she angrily says that even if he crawls to her on his knees, begging like a dog, she will not forgive him. Meanwhile, the action moves to the city, where Jeff buys up quite a large amount of real estate. Jeff has been interested in one particular house all this time, and he immediately decides to go there. The salesman tells him that their store only values equipment of silver rank and above. Jeff shows him a piece of dark gold and asks the seller if he can appraise the item. The seller says that this is indeed a dark gold rank item and does not understand where it comes from. He also states that if it is such an item, the shop owner himself will appraise it to guarantee the result. Jeff hands him a large amount of money, saying that he has several more such items that need to be appraised. The shop owner says that this guy has a whole bunch of money and Jeff capriciously urges him to hurry. The merchant understands that such a client cannot be missed and immediately evaluates the knight pendant, learning its characteristics. He declares that the properties are simply incomparable, but Jeff asks him to continue, clearly unimpressed. After some time, he receives all his new items and is surprised at how much his stats increase. Ibis states that his current strength allows him to fight alone, and Jeff decides to head to the valley. From his point of view, you can go to the territory of level 20 monsters and happily farm them. He is surrounded by a huge pack of hyenas, and he calls them disgusting creatures that attack in a crowd. Immediately after this, he summons his beast and sends it forward to fight in his place. The monster unleashes powerful attacks on other creatures, causing them to turn to ash almost instantly. Jeff says that the monsters here attack them without thinking, so he can just sit and do nothing. Smiling, he says that if he remembers his past life, his new one seems much easier to him. Experience points pour out on him like water from a horn of plenty, and he quickly increases his level to 12. He notes that at this pace, reaching level 20 takes only a few days. After some time, he discovers a scroll lying next to the corpse of one of the hyenas. After carefully studying this scroll, he realizes that it is a fireball spell and decides to learn it. Squeezing it, he says that new skills are never redundant, even if they are of a completely different class. After this, he looks at the approaching hyenas and decides to release his newly acquired skill at them. However, the damage from this fireball is not enough, and the hyenas barely feel this scratch. Ebis begins to mock him, saying that his fireball is weaker than the green kid's spit. Jeff says that it's late and it's time to exit the game, as it's been 3 days since the game launched. He declares that soon all inhabitants of the Empire 16 years of age and older will be forcibly immersed in this dangerous game. Gradually, clouds begin to gather over the real world, triggering the terraforming process. Lightning begins to lash over giant mansions, frightening ordinary people on the streets. Everyone gets a notification from the system and wonders where this all comes from, assuming that it is some kind of prank. After some time, people find themselves in a clearing and try to understand why they are being forcibly moved into the game. Chester talks about how he's sitting at home eating special snacks and suddenly he's automatically transported here. He immediately asks her how things are going with establishing diplomatic relations with Jeff. Ella says that she will no longer associate with this scoundrel, even if he crawls to her on his knees. She states that she plans to contact Knight Jeff, assuring him that her extraordinary beauty will bring him to her feet. The system reports that all people in the Empire and over 16 years old are forcibly immersed in the game. The system also states that if a player dies in this game, he will no longer be able to return to the real world. People immediately think of Knight Jeff and his incredible leveling speed, deciding to find him. After some time, some players still cannot find a way to exit the game, and this makes them sad. One of the leaders of the new Alliance of Power says that the situation is escalating and they need to find the #1 player. They tell him that there is no contact with him yet, but it becomes known that he is leaving the newcomer's village. One of the beta testers who knows these people still can't get past level 4 due to the difficulty of the game. The leader says that it is difficult for him to imagine that there is someone as unusual as Knight Jeff in the city. After some time, the system notifies Jeff that he must meet with the Duke to obtain the information he is seeking. Jeff says he doesn't expect information about the royal tamer to be found so quickly, and that worries him. He quickly heads to Sophia's palace to discuss the new information with her. Sophia immediately smiles as soon as she sees him, saying that she misses him very much during this time. Jeff reflects on the fact that his interlocutor is incredibly attractive and no one can resist her. After that, he asks her about the news, and she says that her uncle is going away to travel and is not coming back. Jeff says it's a false alarm, and Sophia tells him that he needs to unlock the hidden class. She also mentions that this hidden classroom is located in a nearby town, and Jeff is glad that he won't have to go far. She states that this could prove quite difficult, as powerful dragons live in the mountains outside the city. Jeff figures out what they're talking about, and Sophia asks him how he knows about this dungeon, and he gets a little confused. Jeff talks about how he hears there's some weird demonized level boss there. Smiling, he says that no matter what, he checks everything on site and goes there alone. Sophia warns him against such recklessness, but he says that he has his own ways. He adds that with the right amount of money, any dragon can be defeated and he knows the right professional. Opening a portal for mercenaries, he says that this work requires only her participation. Dolores emerges from the portal and wonders which handsome man is calling her here this time. Taking a closer look at the main character, she quickly recognizes him and asks if he really misses her. Jeff claims he has work to do, and Dolores hopes this isn't another dragon bust. Jeff smiles and says that she is very perceptive, since it is indeed about fighting a dragon. Dolores immediately turns around and says that she won't waste her time on this, but Jeff offers her $2 billion. Dolores says that she doesn't want to give up the money, but she's not feeling well right now and will be joining in a month. Jeff states that he is sharing the location of the Holy Spirit's source, and Dolores states that this changes everything. Jeff is excited to announce that they have a deal in place and can now move there right now. Dolores asks him where exactly the source of the Holy Spirit is, and Jeff tells her that they need to go to the island. Sophia watches him and says that this boy is truly a very amazing person. She wonders if he will be able to become a god-tier player in the future or if he will rise even higher. Meanwhile, in a location where goblins live, a small group of players loses one of their comrades. It suddenly turns out that the player can be revived after death, but the number of revived ones is limited. Meanwhile, the action moves back to the Dragon Mountains, where Jeff and Dolores set off in search of treasure. Jeff says that the monsters here are level 80, and if it weren't for her buffs, they would be surrounded. She tells him that it is better to avoid the slaughter, and he adds that he agrees with her tactics. After a while, a giant dragon appears above their heads and calmly flies past. Dolores asks him if he knows exactly where the entrance is, because this dragon is even stronger than the previous one. Jeff says that there is no need to worry here, since they are not even noticed, and the entrance to the dungeon is reliably hidden. After some time, they reach the right place, and the main character declares that he is right after all. They approach giant stones with a runic drawing on them that they need to interact with. Dolores says that the teleporter is very well made, and therefore she is unlikely to be able to open this portal. Jeff comes closer and says that he is ready to solve this problem himself, and it will not take much time. After this, he takes a knife to cut his hand through the glove, which, despite everything, is quite durable. Dolores watches him perform the ritual in surprise and asks him how he knows about it. It comes as a great surprise to her that he can actually activate this teleporter. Jeff says that he has his own ways and asks her to follow him, after which he goes downstairs. The system warns him that he is entering extremely dangerous territory and recommends that he move back. Dolores is surprised that they are entering a creepy zone and are given only 3 hours to clear it out. She says that she must warn him that this mission is much more dangerous than fighting 5 dragons. Jeff asks her if she's scared, and Dolores immediately starts to put on a brave face, saying that it's nonsense. Jeff asks her if she is familiar with camouflage magic, which would greatly help them in this task. Dolores says that the cloaking spell is so low level that she didn't even bother learning it. Jeff talks about how they need to hide their presence, then snaps his fingers, hiding them both. Jeff says that there are a lot of monsters in this labyrinth, and 3 of them are level 60 crawlers. Dolores asks him how he knows this, and he replies that he just knows some things. After a while, they come across some crawling creatures and decide to slip past them without attracting attention. Jeff makes a few confident movements, jumping over the traps but without activating their mechanisms. After this, he moves forward, passing the giant creatures that would otherwise tear him to pieces. Dolores is surprised that this man can pass by a level 60 monolithic monster without being detected. After this, she tries to repeat his movement and manages to achieve a similar result. Jeff warns her to be on guard and prepare to fight at any moment. They discover a giant monster, and the protagonist says that this monster is different from the previous one. This monster is called the Keeper of the Labyrinth, and Jeff asks Dolores to prepare for a serious fight. Jeff assures her that he is going to open the treasure chest while she picks up the necessary spells. He decides it's better to be on the safe side and asks the toad not to move thoughtlessly, otherwise the beast will wake up. After a while, Jeff finds himself near the chest guarded by this boss, and is happy that he has reached his goal unnoticed. When he opens the chest, he discovers that even the treasures inside are changing, and this upsets him greatly. He expresses his frustration too strongly, causing the boss nearby to immediately wake up. However, moments later, he is covered in a thick layer of ice due to Dolores' powerful attack. She asks him why he is freezing in place and advises him to save his life as quickly as possible. Jeff rushes forward when suddenly the ice tomb in which the beast is trapped collapses. Dolores uses a pentagonal magic spell to further restrain the beast. She uses a powerful thunderclap to freeze the giant creature in place. Jeff carefully examines the gifts he receives and realizes that he is incredibly lucky again. Jeff is happy that he now has a Skybane item that resets his cooldowns. Dolores asks him what they should do with this boss, offering to either fight or leave. Jeff says that they are going to fight, so they need to give it their all. She takes a few more steps towards the monster and prepares to call down powerful lightning strikes on it. The giant pig begins to scream in unprecedented pain, after which it decides to call on an ally for help. Jeff and Abbas don't immediately understand the meaning of such a shout, because bosses don't do that before. However, after a few moments, the stone ceiling of this cave begins to collapse under the onslaught of blows. Quite quickly, a dragon crawls into the resulting hole and tries to incinerate everyone in its path. Jeff and Dolores realize that fighting is now pointless and they need to run away as quickly as possible. Dolores wonders how this is possible, since bosses usually can't summon dragons. Jeff assumes that they are neighbors and have become friends during the time they spend in this place. Dolores warns Jeff to take good care of himself because the beast is running straight towards him. Jeff says that there is no point in this, because this monster is going to attack them with full force. He decides to attack first, as this is the perfect moment to test his fireball. After a few moments, he commands the creature to die immediately and uses all his power. After a powerful click, a bolt of energy flies out of his hand, dealing 242 damage. Jeff wonders how unlucky he is if this is all the damage he can do after all the buffs. However, after a few seconds, the monster suddenly stops, sensing that something is wrong with its body. His body suddenly begins to explode, as if a giant projectile were flying through it. Jeff is notified that the enemy's health was low, causing the instant death effect to activate. He is bombarded with notifications that he is gaining experience points and leveling up to 20. Dolores can't believe that a level 12 newbie can defeat a demonized boss. Players in this world are amazed that this person can achieve such heights. They continue to praise Knight Jeff, saying that this man is on a completely different level. Even those who follow the world leaderboards understand that it is impossible to compare with this man. However, they still don't understand how a level 12 newbie can kill a level 100 monster so easily. Jeff says that the boss is dead, the dragon is furious, but he hasn't taken his loot yet. Dolores says that she is opening a portal, and if he doesn't run out now, he will never be able to leave this place. A few moments later, everything collapses, leaving behind only a pile of giant stones. Dolores says she hasn't felt such an adrenaline rush in a long time, and Jeff praises her resourcefulness. After this, he realizes that they are not getting out of this place yet, since there is only one enemy left. This enemy is, of course, the divine heavenly dragon that is still pursuing them. A giant creature lands next to them and prepares to breathe its flames on them. Jeff and Dolores try to pretend that they have enough strength to deal with this creature. After some time, the action moves to the central city, where Jeff has already established himself well. Sophia says that he actually manages to get the items from the labyrinth that she asks for. She adds that he's absolutely brilliant, and Jeff notes that it turns out to be an incredibly easy task. Jeff asks her how they can unlock the hidden classes now that they get the scroll. Sophia says that this scroll will unlock Jeff's hidden potential and open a new class designed just for him. Jeff looks at her in surprise, trying to understand what this all means, after which she invites him to follow her. After some time, she activates a special secret room that opens at her command. Jeff reflects on the fact that he didn't know there was a secret room in this building because he didn't see it in his past life. A royal beast tamer named Master Cedric appears before him and greets him. Jeff bows respectfully before him and says that he came here to unlock his hidden class. Cedric takes the scroll and says that it will help him in this transition, after which he asks if he is ready for this. Jeff enthusiastically says he can't wait any longer, and Cedric recommends following his heart. He asks him to relax, not to panic and not to resist, and immediately fulfills all his demands. After a few moments, he feels spheres begin to appear within him, filling with energy. Gradually, each of these spheres becomes filled with blue flame, which causes them to glow brightly. Cedric says that he has never seen all 5 crystal balls activate. Sophia asks him if this is what he meant when he talked about moving up to the top class. Cedric says that when he made the transition, he was only able to activate 3 crystal balls. After this, he begins to express praise to the protagonist, realizing that he has gone beyond the limits of human capabilities. Sophia also emphasizes the exceptional nature of the protagonist, stating that he is more than just an ordinary person. Jeff says that this is exactly what he expected from the new class, because he is filled with incredible strength. Looking at his new stats, he realizes they are simply unbalanced and insane. It's unclear why they created such unfair classes, but Cedric decides not to think about it and congratulates him. Jeff also gets all the gear, but discovers that he'll have to level up himself to get the materials. Cedric and Sophia tell him that he is amazing, and that he has now entered the divine realm with infinite potential. Jeff grins and says that in this life he will reach great heights without putting in any effort. We leave our hero for a moment and move to another place where one of the fighters wants to pass a test. The guard asks him what level of test he plans to take, noting his preparation. The fighter says he wants to go through the test alone to strengthen his strength. The guard says that he has recently met several such daredevils and praises them for their enthusiasm. His comrades say that they will wait for good news, to which he declares that they will not have to wait long. The guard says that such visitors from another world really do have a different temperament. After some time, he comes back and says that it was terrible because the monsters mutated. The girls immediately grab him and try to get the potion so that he can heal his wounds. Thus, we understand that there is no one in this world who could even remotely compare to the main character. Jeff, in turn, looks at the correspondence of his classmates and realizes that they are starting to look for him. He decides not to reveal his identity to them and not to draw attention to himself in order to focus on leveling up. After this, he makes an effort to continue lying in place and command the dragon to attack the enemies. The dragons do all the dirty work for Jeff, destroying giant stone golems that are very dangerous. They are dangerous only for other people, since dragons that have risen to the 20th level crack them like nuts. Jeff gets expensive equipment that drops very rarely, but luck is always on his side. After he picks up the brand new sword, a roar is heard next to him and he feels like a giant monster has approached him. Jeff looks closely at the creature, guessing that it reminds him very much of his boss. The system says that this monster is called the Guardian of the Abyss and is at the king level. Jeff immediately rushes forward, ordering the kid to take the brunt of the blow while he covers him. Meanwhile, two unfortunate girls are faced with the sad fate of their boss, who could not survive the injury. They say that if Knight Jeff managed to pass this test, then he probably took advantage of a loophole. The system says that Knight Jeff became the first player in history to complete the Abyss trial at level 20. Jeff easily defeats his opponent, as his beast could handle it alone. However, unfortunately for himself, he discovers that he has only found one more fragment of the Abyss. But that is all. He notes that the Wanderer dropped piece number 1, and now he was able to get the next piece of the puzzle. Trying to understand what it is, he comes to the conclusion that there is no point in thinking about it now, and he will figure it out later. After this, he opens a portal to exit the testing area and is immediately greeted with congratulations. The knights hold boxes in their hands and say that he has passed the test and therefore should receive a reward. Jeff receives the Valor Stone, which has tremendous power and can enhance his badge. Jeff realizes that there is no point in waiting any longer and decides to renew his powers right now. Now he is very pleased to have the legendary Valor badge, which strengthens him even more. Jeff happily says that he will now be invincible in the level 30 zone, although he was just in the level 20 zone. The system notifies him that exiting the game will be available soon and he should return to reality. Other players also receive this notification and are happy that they can return home to their relatives. After just a few moments, a small portal appears under each of these players. The news is reporting that almost all countries are starting to dive into this game, and this looks alarming. One of the announcers also interviews a high-level player to ask him about what's going on. Jeff looks closely at this player and says that he has never heard of him before. A high-level player says that going into the Abyss trial alone is a bad idea and can lead to death. He also says that even scientists cannot explain the existence of this game, but it is difficult to stay alive there. He also says that Knight Jeff is on a completely different level and no one will ever be able to defeat him. These news are also being followed by other people who are trying to take control of Jeff in order to use this game for themselves. He turns to the butler and says that all means must be used to find out everything about Knight Jeff. Jeff notes that the game's intrusion into the real world is slower than in his past life, and this surprises him. However, now he realizes that he has received the perfect chance to level up quickly. For him, level 30 is a key moment, as he now has the opportunity to get another pet. He goes to the Valley of the Grey Mist to continue farming experience points while no one else is there. His Azure baby charges forward to deafen his opponents with his loud roar. Jeff happily watches his pet's progress, noting that he is becoming stronger and stronger. After he has managed to stun his opponents, the dragon decides that it is time to deliver a fiery strike. Utterly helpless targets have no choice but to take damage and accept their fate of immediate death. Jeff increases his level even more, realizing that he doesn't have much time left to reach the coveted figure. People who have been watching the leaderboard all this time can't believe that someone has leveled up so quickly. A high-level player says that he assumed that leveling would be slower at higher levels. His comrades tell him that there will always be someone better, and second place in the top is not bad either. Meanwhile, we are transported to the dragon's nest, where two lizards are talking about the missing dragon egg. The Heavenly Fire Dragon and the Heavenly Azure Dragon realize that they need to turn to a new legend. The Heavenly Fire Dragon says that it senses the aura of a person who disgusts them. The Azure Dragon declares that the nauseating divinity emanating from this young face is too weak. The Prophet of Dragons says that he is ready to believe this, and that the future of the people depends on this mortal, even if it is reckless. The second dragon tries to stop him, but after that they take off because they don't have much time left. The dragon speaks of darkness transcending space and time, and this man is their last hope for salvation. The Azure Dragon says that entrusting the fate of their people to a mere mortal is not the best idea. Meanwhile, the second highest ranked fighter named Chum and his friends finally reach the city. He says that besides Knight Jeff, they are the first players to get here. A few moments later, he sees several huge dragons flying in the air. They also see Jeff, who loudly asks for help and says that he was kidnapped by the Dragon of Justice. Observers say they have never seen such a large dragon and speculate that it is holding Jeff in its arms. Chum states that even at level 100, there is no chance of possessing such dragons. News spreads around the world that celebrity Jeff the Knight has been captured by dragons. Meanwhile, Jeff finds himself in an unknown place that is teeming with these giant creatures. Ibis reminds him of his exploits and says that he was completely wrong to decide to contact them. Jeff realizes that he is finished, since he stole an egg from one dragon and robbed the house of the second. The dragon asks him if he isn't afraid of their appearance, and Jeff decides not to answer. The other dragon declares that he has nothing to fear, as the egg he took is the last hope of their people. Jeff assumes it's the green baby, and the other dragon accuses him of giving it a bad name. The fire dragon suggests that they have little time, so it is better to get down to business. They fly up into the sky together and begin to loudly call out to the dragon god with unknown intentions. Jeff immediately begins to cowardly beg for mercy, saying that he doesn't know this dragon well and didn't want to steal his egg. However, the dragons turn their gaze to the majestic statue of another dragon that is nearby. Energy that has two colors at once begins to glow in his eyes and is directed towards Jeff. He receives the gift of heaven and the blessing of the Dragon Clan, which no one has ever been able to receive. After this, they try to give him the opportunity to take part of the dragon god's power in order for him to become invincible. Meanwhile, the news is spreading news that a new legend has emerged who is trying to get to Jeff. People speculate that Knight Jeff made some kind of deal with the dragons to level up faster. Jeff, meanwhile, comes to and feels how much his head hurts, but receives a notification that he has become stronger. Abus says that the dragons flew away, and he himself found himself in the 40th level zone completely alone. Jeff looks at his stats and finds the dragon god's blessing there. He discovers a new skill that allows him to convert his money into a shield against any damage. He also discovers that this skill has no recovery time, and realizes that this is an incredible stroke of luck. He smiles, happy that the wealth class has new skills, and checks out another subclass. Now he has no limit on the number of animals he can subjugate. Jeff receives powers comparable to a true deity, and now no difficulties are scary to him. He falls to his knees and says that he will light incense for the dragon gods who gave it to him. After some time, he goes to the testing hall of the 30th level and finds a guard there. He is asked if he wants to take on the Abyss level challenge, and Jeff immediately agrees. The knight asks him to wait a bit, after which he opens a portal that draws air inside. The knight offers him to go further to move to the testing area, and Jeff goes forward. Moments later, he finds himself in a gigantic, icy wasteland full of deadly dangers. Jeff says that if he had known in advance what awaited him, he would have probably dressed warmer. A few moments later, he finds himself with a giant snowball flying towards him, which he needs to dodge. At the last second, he jumps to the side to avoid taking too much damage. Abbas asks him why he doesn't turn on his shield, and Jeff honestly admits that he forgot about it. A few moments later, giant monsters that look like Bigfoot start running towards him. Chester calls his faithful pet forward to show this scoundrel what he is capable of. The dragon immediately flies up and unleashes its fiery abilities on this giant, hoping to quickly destroy it. That's exactly what happens, and it's another fight that ends pretty quickly. Jeff is trying to figure out if every enemy will go down from just one hit now. The system reveals new abilities for the green dragon, making it even more overpowered than before. However, after this, he discovers a gigantic number of monsters have appeared and are heading towards him. Jeff asks the Azure Kid to act seriously and destroy all enemies in the area. The baby flies into the sky and unleashes a gigantic amount of fire bursts on his enemies. As a result, he destroys the boss of this location along with all his subordinates without much difficulty. Jeff smiles and says that all these monsters go down in one hit, so it was too easy. The system once again notifies all other players about how cool a player Knight Jeff is. People who want to get him say that this person really lives up to their expectations. They decide to return to the city to meet this interesting guy in person and lure him to their side. Jeff gets another fragment and wonders how many there are to get. Jeff muses that he can now go to the blacksmith to upgrade his badge and ask for a discount. After this, he says goodbye to the guard and says that they will definitely see each other again when he returns. He heads almost immediately to the main city to complete his business and see Sophia. On his return, he finds that there are many more people in the main city and that he has indeed been absent for a week. The first thing he does is decide to assess the equipment and discovers that there are quite a lot of people here. He walks inside without ceremony, skipping the line, and asks the owner to evaluate his equipment. At first, the blacksmith asks him to get out of here and come only in the general queue, but then he recognizes him. He understands that the god of wealth is in front of him and asks him to go inside and not deny himself anything. Other people can't believe that first-class citizens can go anywhere without waiting in line. Jeff hands the blacksmith a hero badge and demands that he upgrade it as quickly as possible. The blacksmith says that he will begin work immediately and promises to be incredibly careful. After this, he deals several blows to this icon to increase its power several times. The icon begins to glow very brightly, which is why other players do not immediately realize that it is a legendary item. Jeff looks at this relic and realizes that there is nothing special about it, while to everyone else it seems incredible. The players suspect that the legendary Knight Jeff is standing before them and turn to the blacksmith. Jeff realizes that it is no longer possible to remain in the shadows and asks the owner to evaluate the items he has obtained. Other players are finding that there is a large amount of dark gold grade equipment located here. News that Knight Jeff had been spotted in the area spread quickly. Players immediately try to run there to become Jeff's apprentice. Jeff hides from them, glad that he managed to break away from unwanted attention. He notes that now all attention is focused on him, and it is incredibly tiring. Suddenly, he hears a call from an unknown person who asks what he needs here. A young man appears in front of him and says that he has no bad intentions and simply wants to propose a deal. Jeff asks him if he really wants to buy the dark gold gear, and he states that's not exactly the case. Jeff says he's willing to sell this gear for tens of billions of gold, but they tell him he needs to think bigger. Jeff wonders in his mind where this guy he has never seen before came from. Taking a closer look at the fighter next to him, he realizes that this is a top assassin who was a loner in his past life. The person in front of him says that he has noticed great potential in him that can be realized in reality. He states that he does not like empty promises and is ready to provide him with money, status, and any woman if he wants. After this, he invites him to join his alliance so that they can share this world together. Jeff puts his hand on his shoulder and says that he is pleased that he acknowledged his strength. After this, he suddenly says that he doesn't like it when someone shows off, so he will kill him right now. The fighter in front of him says that he will not dare to attack him, because there is no reason to do so. Jeff realizes that he can't tolerate another rich man, because then he won't be exceptional, and kills him. The other fighters try to take up arms, but the assassin stops them, saying that killing is prohibited here. Jeff says the money and equipment he left behind is their severance pay. However, almost immediately after this, they hear an alarm signal from the guards, who are trying to figure out what is going on here. They surround all the players and order them not to move from their place. The captain of the guard asks them who dared to kill in the main city, hinting that it is forbidden. Jeff calmly states that it was he who finished off the villain and is asked how dare he say so calmly. However, the chief of the guard quickly realizes that he is dealing with a first-class citizen and relents. Jeff lies to him, saying that the man had threatened him, so he decided to teach him a little lesson. The guard tells the protagonist that in this case they will sort it out themselves, and the citizen does not need to get his hands dirty. People watching this are surprised by such impudence and audacity and understand that upper-class citizens can do anything. Meanwhile, the chief of the guard tells his partners to retreat as quickly as possible. The guard asks him why they didn't arrest him, to which he states that there is an important detail in this situation. He notes that the first-class citizen is the guy the Duchess is looking for. Meanwhile, we are transported to the Duchess's residence, where Sophia is spending her time with a bored look. She wonders if the heavens are mocking her and still haven't sent her her beloved Jeff. She wonders why there is still no news from this man because she misses him so much. After a while, the maid runs up to her and says that there is news about Knight Jeff. Sophia happily jumps up from her seat and eagerly asks where he is now, hoping to meet him soon. Meanwhile, we arrive at a respawn point where the young man who was recently killed is just being revived. His subordinates tell him that Night Jeff is too powerful, and he notes that this is indeed the case. After this, he asks the assassin to stealthily return to the city and pick up the equipment he dropped. Jeff tells them that they don't have to come back because he didn't take his gear. The gang leader asks him what he's up to since you can't fight in the spawn area. Jeff says that if the grass is not cut down to the roots, it will grow back in the spring, and decides to continue the massacre. He uses his black ball skill almost instantly to drain his target's health as quickly as possible. He orders the rest not to move, otherwise they will be the next to die in this massacre. He also proudly states that for him, killing one person or a whole crowd is absolutely the same, because he doesn't care about people. After some time, his victim is reborn again in almost the same place as before. The young man says that the bloodshed must stop, otherwise there will be serious consequences. Jeff continues to kill the man who offered him cooperation and says that these threats do not matter to him. People look at him in surprise and try to understand why he kills a man at the respawn point. His subordinates realize that things are bad because the young master is no longer reborn. After some time, elite guards arrive here and wonder who dared to kill here. The assassin says that no matter how strong Night Jeff is, it is impossible to escape the court of the Black Inquisitors. Jeff is surprised to discover that killing an innocent person attracts the attention of the guards. After this, he immediately jumps down and surrenders, because these enemies are still too strong for him. The guards immediately take him away in handcuffs, telling him that he will go with them to the courthouse. Meanwhile, we are transported to a rich mansion in which the young gentleman has been staying all this time. One of the butlers, who is constantly near him, says that the young master does not wake up. After some time, an elderly man enters the room and asks what happened to his beloved Brandon. He is told that someone killed his son, and he declares that he will destroy the killer's family for this. After a while, we are transported to the imperial courtroom, where Jeff will now be tried. He is asked why he committed this murder, to which he again replies that he was threatened and was forced to defend himself. The jury says that this is a rather brutal and very senseless display of violence without any reason. The Inquisitor says that taking this story into account, he is banished from the Eastern City for life. Jeff tries to figure out how to get out of this situation, and Sophia comes to his aid and supports him. She says that Jeff only killed a ragamuffin who violated dignity, and therefore he cannot be punished. The Inquisitors greet the respected lady and try to understand why she suddenly sided with the murderer. Sophia says that Jeff is her close friend, and she does not want him to be treated unfairly. The Inquisitor recalls that according to the laws, killing ordinary people if they offend you is considered acceptable. Sophia says that it is now clear that Night Jeff is not guilty of anything and that he was definitely provoked. After this, she recommends that he follow her, and Jeff is glad that she did not delve into the real situation. After this, she tells him that he got off easy, to which he states that it was not difficult. Sophia adds that she heard that he was kidnapped by 2 dragons, and Jeff states that he acquired something very valuable. Sophia says she would love to hear his story, and Jeff says he will go with her. However, before that, he asks her if the Master Tamer is in the estate because he needs to discuss something. Sophia asks him if he has already achieved the necessary conditions to receive another task. Cedric says it's no wonder he can fill up to 5 soul power crystals because he levels up quickly. Jeff says he needs help completing the second task to improve his skill. Cedric says that no one can give a clear answer to this question because the realm of the gods is too mysterious. Jeff guesses that they are probably talking about a lost temple where one can gain the approval of the deities. Cedric asks him how he knows this, and Jeff states that he has only heard about the place. Sophia continues to show incredible sympathy towards him, rejoicing at how smart and handsome their hero is. Abus looks at the system notifications and says that the second task will be more difficult than the first. Sophia asks him to return to her once he has completed all the tasks, and Jeff sets off on a journey. He also says that first we need to take care of another important matter, and the search for the temple should be postponed for now. Nadno adds that the first invasion of creatures in the Apocalypse game will begin tomorrow, and he needs to prepare. He recalls that when this happens, all living creatures in the main city will be destroyed and the buildings will be destroyed. Abbas asks him if he really thinks he can handle this alone, and Jeff states that he won't be alone. Immediately after this, he decides to open a portal that leads him to his longtime comrade-in-arms. Dolores looks at his saccharine face and says that if he came to her, then nothing good should be expected. She asks him if he's discovered the dragon's lair again, and Jeff states that this time it's different. Jeff mentions that he would like her to look after his property in the city for a fee. Dolores asks him if this is some kind of trap, and Jeff states that he never betrays his friends. Dolores agrees to do the job, and Jeff says he is happy to do business with her. After a while, he says that he did not deceive Dolores but simply did not reveal some things. After this, he goes to the Apocalypse Game forum and finds out that some people are trying to find out his identity. While he sleeps, the Apocalypse's invasion gradually begins, and he is quickly transported into the game's space. Other people are wondering what they should do now and how they can get rid of this damn game. Meanwhile, Jeff wakes up, manages to change his clothes, and comes to Dolores, who is standing at her post. Jeff says that all the stores on the west side of town rely entirely on her now. Some more time passes, after which bright purple lightning begins to suddenly appear in the sky. Dolores tries to figure out what this all means, and Jeff says that she needs to quickly buff him. After a while, the lightning transforms into a giant portal, and Dolores realizes that the night will be difficult. Everyone starts shouting loudly about the Abyss invasion, adding that it is very dangerous. The guards quickly give orders to the rest of the fighters to take their positions. A real battle begins, and many people die due to the unpreparedness of the guard garrison. Jeff is happy that he will be able to keep his locations and stores and encourages Dolores. After some time, they discover a giant level 100 boss that has the Lord Power class. Dolores says that every time he calls her to work, it never ends up being easy. After this, she takes a few steps towards this giant opponent and hits him with an energy blast. The blow is enough to knock out her opponent, and Jeff praises her for her incredible strength. However, this enemy is quickly replaced by other, more powerful elite monsters. Dolores says she could use some help because she can stand still and keep her hands in her pockets on her own. Jeff decides it's time to summon his dragon and says it's his turn to join the fight. Along with these words, a giant lizard appears out of nowhere and tries to break down the walls of the fortress. Knights and mages try to resist these creatures, but they do not have enough strength to cope alone. After a few moments, the system notifies the protagonist that he has killed an elite anomalous boss. Jeff asks him to be careful because he might break his expensive stores, and for him this is much more important. After this, he shows him the approaching giants on the floor and orders him to deal with them. The Azure Baby immediately carries out his command and rushes forward, hoping to quickly eliminate his opponents. Jeff is happy that the bosses are dying one after another and understands that this is the best way to level up quickly. After this, he says that he is leaving the western regions to her and she should try to hold on to them. He quickly runs up to the defeated boss to collect all the loot from him, while his pet does the main work. He receives an epic quality Devourer's Ring with an as-yet unknown effect. Meanwhile, we are transported to the outskirts of the main city, where Chum and his comrades find themselves trapped. His group fights heroically, trying to rely on their own strength, but they don't have much time left. Chum says that you need to look for a chance to escape, as these bosses are too strong to deal with. While in the vanguard, the fighter says that he can only hold off this beast for 5 seconds, so they must run. He immediately adds that it is necessary to leave it so that even more people do not die because of this decision. He is immediately thrown aside and loses consciousness for a while, and urgently requires medical attention. Chum looks at the approaching monster in horror and realizes that they no longer have any hope. However, after a few moments, a powerful energy beam flies at this monster, which causes great damage to it. Chum is surprised to find that this boss was killed almost instantly, as if it were a regular enemy. Looking up into the sky, he discovers a small dragon hovering there, which begins to frolic with all its might. He gradually looms over more and more large bosses to deafen them with his roar. He takes aim at each of them and unleashes maximum-powered fire attacks on them. Chum says that the dragon is damn strong, and adds that apparently someone heard their mournful prayer. Jeff turns to his dragon and tells him that there are a few more bosses to defeat. The other players point at him and say that he is the great god of this world, Knight Jeff. Chum turns to the main character and says that he would like to say a few words to him. He also thanks him for saving them and adds that if it weren't for him, they would probably have stayed here forever. Jeff responds and says that his actions do not require gratitude, after which he recommends taking refuge in the Western District. Chum and his team understand that this man is incredibly cool, and they would like to be his good comrades. Jeff turns to his dragon and says that killing regular monsters is too ineffective. He decides that they need to go to the main gates of the city, because that is where the main battle with the anomalous monsters awaits them. While Jeff is showing off in front of other people, the city, which no one managed to defend from the attack, still lies in ruins. Chum and his team are trying to figure out why there are still so many different monsters here. In the heat of battle, they find time to marvel at the fact that the great Knight Jeff has leveled up again. Jeff reaches level 35 and it's starting to drive people crazy because it's happening way too fast. However, just a few moments later, they discover a giant meteorite flying from the direction of the main gate. This meteorite hits part of one of the squares, so the buildings in that area will definitely be in trouble. Jeff watches the destruction of the city and realizes that it is a horrific scene that could not have been prevented. He understands that a very high-level boss lord is appearing before him, and he is unlikely to be able to cope alone. Meanwhile, the guard leaders are talking to each other and saying that their forces are gradually running out. The guard commander says that the first level of defense needs to be built, and the rest should retreat. However, after a few moments, they see a multitude of bright lightning bolts, which signifies the arrival of reinforcements. Realizing that they now have a divine-level expert fighting on their side, they immediately cancel the retreat order. Dolores says that if Jeff called her so urgently, then he probably wanted to destroy this boss. Jeff says she's very smart, but Dolores reminds him that this boss isn't as easy as the others. Jeff says he's incredibly serious, and that's all he needs to win in this situation. Dolores says that she is ready to accompany him and put some buffs on him to make things easier for him. Jeff says it would be great if she paved the way for him so he wouldn't have to waste his energy. Dolores recognizes the incredible toughness of the protagonist and destroys the other monsters. She uses her skills to their full potential to knock down smaller opponents. Jeff runs past them, thanking her for saving him from the tedious menial work. The Guardian approaches Dolores and says that if she entered the battle, then this city is saved. The officer in charge of the security of this city is told that they are ready to carry out the order. Jeff gets even closer to this boss, and Dolores declares that now everything depends only on him. Ibis says that if he dies, he shouldn't involve him in it since he won't take his body. Jeff claims that victory is guaranteed because he has the best stats and the strongest pets. Dolores is attacked by this monster and advises him to act quickly, as she is not interested in cheap chatter. Jeff tells her not to panic and that she should just look closely at his magnificence. After this, he, assuming a majestic appearance, begins to shout loudly and puts forward his badge, showing it to the enemy. After a few moments, a powerful beam of energy emerges from this icon, piercing the monster through and through. Just one hit is enough to break this monster without any problems. Jeff laughs happily and says that he managed to do the impossible without putting in any effort. Ibis wonders how such a high-level boss can be instantly killed by this weak enemy. The other warriors and guards cannot believe that the giant boss was destroyed so quickly. Chum understands that the great god Jeff is unlikely to accept them as his disciples, because they are too weak. After some time, Jeff discovers that he has received several amazing artifacts as a reward. Jeff says with a smile that he least expected this, because they turned out to be stronger than ordinary objects. Meanwhile, Ibis says that he has found an interesting divine-level artifact that could be useful to them. Jeff says that luck is on their side today, and it's a really great thing. Immediately after this, the anomalous monster begins to attack the portal while the rift gradually closes. The players are happy that the invasion of ordinary creatures is over and they were able to win. After some time, the guards come to the mayor of this city and say that an hour has already passed since the invasion. They also inform him that Mr. Jeff and Dolores were able to destroy the monster invasion in just an hour. The mayor says that he didn't expect that besides Ms. Dolores, they would have someone else so strong. After some time, he receives Jeff and Dolores and says that he is very happy to finally meet them. Sophia says that he performed a miracle again, and Jeff claims that it wasn't that difficult. Jeff also says that without Dolores, he would hardly have managed, because her help was very significant. He also suggests that it's best to get down to business, and Dolores states that she will return to the temple to take care of other matters. Sophia asks him why he called her here, and the mayor says that he needs part of the city. Sophia says that this part of town belongs to Jeff, and the mayor asks him if he can give him some buildings. Jeff decides to take advantage of the city's tragedy and says that if he is offered a lot of money for it, he will agree. The mayor agrees to this, and Jeff condescendingly says that he will leave him most of the stores. Sophia says that she has a request and needs his support, noting that this matter is very important. Honora proudly says that she has decided to petition the imperial court to make Jeff a nobleman. Jeff notes that this is very good news, realizing that such privileges will be showered on him all the time. The mayor says that he has no objections to this, and Sophia asks him what he thinks about it. Jeff kisses her on the cheek and says that he wouldn't mind becoming a nobleman because who would refuse that? Ella, meanwhile, continues to sit in her mansion and tries to find out where Chester is. She begins to receive rather important news about the fate of her beloved, who died a heroic death. However, Ella calls him a pathetic loser who couldn't even handle a simple abnormal monster. After this, She realizes that she was wrong about him, and that it was his fault that she turned away from Jeff's true genius. She understands that he loved her so much, and that if she sincerely apologizes to him, she will definitely be able to get everything back. After this, she goes outside in the middle of the night and hopes that Jeff will wait for her and take her into his arms. Meanwhile, some players say that they only bought apartments in the area that Jeff bought for himself. Jeff wonders why so many people are rushing to this city and decides to improve his equipment. He heads towards the blacksmith, who tells him that he can't help him because of the monster invasion. He adds that since these monsters attacked suddenly, no one could have known about their appearance, and his store was destroyed. Jeff says he is willing to provide him with a forge and identification equipment. After some time, he finds himself in a surprising place and wonders what it all means. Jeff shows him the high-end forge, noting that he didn't expect there to be such a forge in the area. Jeff states that if the blacksmith wants, he can become the owner of this shop since he doesn't need it anyway. He also decides to show him the equipment he got from these bosses and asks him to identify it. The blacksmith says that even with his most advanced equipment, he is not sure he will be able to identify it. However, he states that if the trust in him is so high, then he will do everything in his power. After some time, he sadly says that, as expected, nothing worked and his skill did not work. Kuznets adds that no one has yet identified the divine artifacts, which is why it happened this way. After some time, he goes to the city hall and sees guards turning away an ordinary citizen. However, as soon as Jeff approaches them, their expressions immediately change and they say that he can go wherever he wants. The mayor looks happily at his savior and asks him why he decided to visit him. Jeff states that he wants to find the lost race, adding that it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Jeff says that he offers 5 million gold coins and equipment for any information about the vanished race. The mayor says it's quite a generous reward, and says he will immediately post notices throughout the city. The next day, players log back into the game and discover that the great knight Jeff continues to level up. The system notifies everyone that this player is the first in history to complete a high-level abyss trial. Meanwhile, Jeff is fighting new opponents who, however, are not at all dangerous for him. He is attacked by a void conduit, which is a fairly strong dinosaur-like monster. Jeff turns to his money-counting skill to quickly counter any attacks. At the same time, his dragon continues to fly from side to side and deal powerful damage. Ibis says that it's a good thing Jeff has a coin count, otherwise he would have died long ago. He also says that the blessing of the dragon god greatly increases the speed of leveling his pet. He receives another shard and discovers that it is already the 4th shard, wondering how many more there will be. The system notifies him that he needs to return to the city urgently, as information has been received about a missing race. The other players say that they definitely saw this missing race, and now they will be able to get rich. Jeff returns back to the citizens and asks them about any news about the missing race. The knight claims that a group of unusual short people has appeared in the dense forest outside the city. Jeff comments that it looks like a race of gnomes, and the knight states that this is exactly what they saw. Jeff learns the location of this squad of gnomes and immediately rushes forward, saying that he does not need an escort. Meanwhile, the gnomes continue to wander through the forest, carefully looking around in search of danger. The other players say that they definitely understand that they will receive a reward from the great knight Jeff. Their thoughts are heard by one of the dwarves, who has an incredibly keen sense of smell. He throws a hammer at them, which only does 80 damage, and they note that it is a rather weak creature. However, after a few moments, the hammer explodes, instantly incinerating them and turning them into a pile of rubble. People watching this are surprised that these gnomes are doing such crazy amounts of damage. One of the dwarves adds that these people are too treacherous, and he is disgusted by the mere sight of these strange creatures. His comrade says that he needs to be calmer and leave here quickly before it's too late. Meanwhile, the knight catches up with Jeff and tells him that they have almost reached the location of the gnomes. The players, who have been hiding in the bushes all this time, say that the real show is about to begin. The knight says that the dwarves are already in the dense forest, and Jeff declares that he wants to see what they are capable of. The knight advises him to act with caution, as these dwarves have a very hot temper and cause great damage. Jeff says that he will go on alone to avoid unnecessary losses and thanks the guard for his help. After a while, they notice a person approaching and prepare to kill him with one blow. But suddenly the leader looks at the main character and says that this man seems different to him. He notes that he looks incredibly nice, and for some reason he doesn't want to hit him at all, even though he hasn't done anything yet. They sniff and smell the aroma emanating from this man, realizing that he reeks of divine artifacts. One of the dwarves adds that they haven't smelled such a scent for a long time, which means that someone very great is standing before them. The leader of the dwarves says that this is the scent of the great god, which simply intoxicates their simple hearts. Taking a closer look at him, they realize that he is only level 40, but his stats are very high. They come to the conclusion that he has received some kind of blessing from the deity, which means they can talk to him. Players watching this are trying to figure out why there is no fight happening, as that would be logical. Some of them understand that different standards exist not only in the real world, but also in this game. Jeff says that he came here to reach out to them and ask them for help. He notes that he doesn't need forging and just wants to find the lost temple he needs. When asked why he needs this, he states that he has no evil intentions and just needs to complete a quest. He also says that he is ready to prove himself worthy of trust and invites them to evaluate the divine artifact. He adds that the blacksmith told him that no one would be able to identify this artifact, and that the only hope is the dwarves. The dwarves say that they are the best at blacksmithing, so they will definitely be able to appreciate the artifact. Jeff hands them the item he received, and the gnomes say that this item, it seems, was not forged at all. Another dwarf says that this item has no traces of forging, and its original quality is too high. He notes that it is indeed a fragment of the god of destruction that was cut off or fell off naturally. Jeff talks about how he destroyed the bosses of the anomalous invasion, and the gnomes look at him with wide eyes. The dwarves add that they will, of course, be able to identify this object, but the reward will be too high. Jeff frowns at them and tells them that they can name their price, because he is interested in what that amount is. One of the gnomes spreads his hand and says that he will need at least this much. After a short pause, he dramatically says that he will take as much as 500 coins to identify it. Jeff says it's just some kind of joke, to which they reply that they can lower the price a little. Jeff says that if the identification of the artifact is successful, he will pay them 1,000,000 gold. They look at him in shock and say that with that kind of money one could secure the future of entire dwarf nations. Jeff throws them bags of thousands of gold coins as an advance and promises to send them even more. The favor of these gnomes immediately increases, and they say that they have never seen so much gold. A whole hour passes, after which one of the gnomes says that the identification is finally complete. Jeff adds that the characteristics of this artifact are truly divine, and the skill of the dwarves did not fail. Jeff realizes that this is truly an amazing thing, and states that he is not taking back his words about the reward. He also suggests that they go to the human city and have a feast so that they can finally get their fill. The dwarves turn to their comrades and tell them to quickly pack their things, because they are going to the human city. After some time, the players begin to watch in surprise at a strange procession, the likes of which they have never seen. They assume that if Jeff was able to negotiate with the gnomes, then this is a good way to get cool equipment. Meanwhile, the dwarves go to the feast and quickly realize that they have never eaten anything more delicious in their lives. The knight patrols the area and asks everyone to enjoy the treats, as there is enough for everyone. Jeff asks the leader of the dwarves if he can tell him about the lost temple. He claims to have a temple detector, but still advises him to give up searching for the place. Jeff asks him why it needs to be quit, and he states that there is a very important reason. He speaks in a menacing and creepy voice about how an incredibly terrible creature lives in this temple. Jeff asks him what kind of creature it is, and the gnome replies that they have never actually seen one. He notes that long ago his ancestors escaped from this temple, and a terrible creature appeared there. He also states that the ancestors bequeathed throughout all generations to avoid these ruins in which this monster is imprisoned. Jeff says that he will go there anyway, and the dwarf hands him the temple detector and the royal crystal. Jeff notes that this stone has excellent properties, and that it is a truly high-quality item that grants new skills. He asks if he has anything else like it, noting that he is ready to buy it for money. He then hands him the regular fire spirit crystals, adding that this is all they have left. Jeff says that unfortunately this will not be enough, and he declares that he has nothing else. Smiling, he leaves them the crystals, saying that he will think of something himself. Abbas asks him what he plans to do with the fire temple, and Jeff states that he is willing to take the risk to change his profession. Everyone already knows perfectly well what kind of person we are talking about, since any dangerous foray takes place without Dolores's help. Meanwhile, she changes her clothes and says that this magical robe suits her much better. After some time, one of her assistants bursts in to tell her that a long-awaited visitor has arrived. Jeff greets her, and Dolores declares that after his arrival, her quiet life ended. Sitting down, she asks him if he is going to destroy the next boss of the anomalous invasion. Jeff says he doesn't seem like the type to spend all day fighting, but Dolores doubts it. He tells her that he plans to look into the fire temple, and Dolores realizes that now he is going to disturb the gods as well. She immediately says that she does not intend to discuss these conditions with him and simply refuses. Jeff says that he received a dwarven compass that can show the way to this temple. Dolores looks closely at this compass and says that it really is a thing of the gnomes, and asks him why he needs it. Jeff states that he needs to change his profession and that they don't have time to prepare for this trip. He also says that the fire temple is full of treasures, and that if she does not go with him, he will go alone. Dolores reminds him that he will not get into the fire temple without her protection, and immediately goes with him. After 2 long days of continuous travel, they finally reach the fiery wasteland where the temple is located. Dolores says that she is terribly hot, and that the gnomes probably deceived them when they gave her this compass. Jeff says that this is impossible, reminding them that the compass response is increasing, which means they are already close. After some time, they discover a fire shark, which is an elite monster of this level. Jeff immediately delegates the responsibility of killing this monster to Dolores, and she declares that she does not want to eat this shark. After this, she decides to resort to ice magic to cool the creature down and slow down its heartbeat. However, the shark turns out to be not such easy prey and quickly breaks through its icy prison. After this, she calls for help from her many comrades who gather into a giant flock. Dolores looks at the approaching monsters in horror and wonders why there are so many of them here. Meanwhile, Jeff says that the compass's reaction is only getting stronger, which means they are almost there. A few moments later, a giant gate appears in front of them, containing a portal. A large number of fire sharks immediately stop near this gate and do not try to interfere with it. Jeff realizes that this is the main gate of the fire temple, and Dolores admits that she is seeing it for the first time. After some time, the fire sharks become wild again and begin to approach the heroes in order to destroy them. Dolores continues to fight, using her magical potential to the maximum to hold off these creatures. Jeff also contributes to this battle and instantly creates a shield of money to prevent unnecessary damage. After this, he demands that he be given additional reinforcements and covered while he breaks inside. Dolores says that he should not forget about the reward for such a difficult mission. Jeff reflects on how even with the fire spirit crystal, he still takes such high damage. He only has a few steps left to get to the test room. Jeff proudly declares that even the gods cannot stop him, knowing that the gods hear him. After he makes an inhumanly heavy dash several meters long, he finds himself in the temple. Looking around, he quickly notices that it is an abandoned building, just as he was told. Quite quickly, he discovers a statue that demands to know the reason for his visit to these sacred places. Jeff says that he came here to explore the ruins of this temple and find treasures. The statue suggests that the uninvited guest must receive a blessing to activate his potential. Jeff tries to understand what this all means, and the statue orders him to offer his sincerest praises and wishes. Jeff can't believe that some statue wants to force him to kneel because it destroys his self-esteem. The statue, meanwhile, says that falling on one's knees before the great god of fire, Hephaestus, is the highest honor. Her eyes begin to glow red, and she demands that he show his sincerity to her. Jeff says that no living person would allow themselves to be intimidated by some broken statue. He also states that he doesn't care that there is a god in front of him, because he has a divine artifact. But suddenly, the azure dragon jumps out of the pocket dimension on its own, without its owner's knowledge. Immediately after this, he attacks the statue of Hephaestus for some completely incomprehensible reason. He hits her with multiple blows, each one incredibly heavy and powerful. Jeff can't believe that hatred for the gods is so deeply rooted in dragons. The destroyed statue, meanwhile, speaks of the insignificant man who condemned himself to suffering. Jeff receives a notification that he needs to leave this place immediately before it is too late. After a few more moments, the floor above him begins to shake, and bursts of fire constantly appear nearby. Jeff realizes that he is indeed being attacked by the fire god, against whom he has no chance despite his audacity. However, to his good fortune, loud screams are suddenly heard, cursing Hephaestus for what he has done. A few moments later, the floor beneath his feet finally crumbles and he falls into the abyss. Jeff wisely points out that there must have been an earthquake in the fire temple, and that's why the ground decided to open up beneath his feet. He immediately activates a money shield that deprives him of a huge amount of finances in exchange for protection. After some time, he falls to the ground and discovers that his fortune has been halved. After this, he slowly rises and discovers that there is a strange creature next to him. The system reports that an immortal rank divine phoenix was imprisoned in this temple. Jeff tries to figure out if this is the same terrible beast that the demons spoke of. Phoenix asks him if he was the one who broke the statue, and Jeff admits that he did it. Phoenix praises his actions and advises him to leave, as Hephaestus will soon arrive. Jeff can't believe it, and Phoenix declares that after the destruction of the statue, it has awakened and will soon throw off its shackles. Jeff asks her how she even ended up here if she can throw off the shackles imposed by the gods. Phoenix says that the false god Hephaestus is to blame for everything, who meanly took advantage of her and attacked her. Jeff says that he can save her if Phoenix still has the strength to give her a better life. Phoenix states that her bloodline is too noble for a mere human to control her. Jeff states that he is actually a very cool hero who has very strong beasts and shows off a dragon. Phoenix can't believe that an ordinary person can control such high-ranking beasts. She also doesn't understand how the dragon god could make such a choice and grant a blessing. Jeff decides to put pressure on the captive Phoenix and says that she must quickly tell him where her offspring are. The bird gives him its prophecy and says that it will lead him to where the Phoenix egg is. Jeff greedily extends his hand and says that another pet will soon begin to obey him. Abbas says that he rejoiced too soon because he really will have to step into a sea of fire. Jeff looks at the dramatically changed battlefield and realizes that he must make sacrifices to thrive. He proudly declares that he would even jump into a sea of fire for the sake of a mythical pet, because it makes his life even easier. Luckily, the royal fire spirit crystals give him 95% fire resistance. Otherwise, he would have simply died. Our hero's fate is turning out perfectly, because he immediately finds a solution to any problem. After some time, Jeff finds a strange pedestal floating in magma, on which is a phoenix egg. Jeff is glad that it remains safe and secure, and realizes that for some reason the gods did not destroy it. He quickly takes the treasure and asks if there is any way to initiate the process of obtaining it. After some time, he hears a strange scream, as well as bright flashes that appear behind him. Someone makes a powerful attack on his account and destroys it, and this means that the money in his account runs out. Ibis advises him not to wait for his own death and just run as fast as he can. Jeff decides not to tempt fate and cowardly turns away, realizing that the only thing he can do here is run away. After he gets to the arena, Phoenix looks at him lovingly and tells him that he was able to get there. She notes that an ordinary level 40 person was able to break through such a terrible lava. Jeff proudly states that this is not the first egg he has stolen and that he has a great talent for stealing. Meanwhile, Hephaestus says that this man's sin cannot be forgiven and he must be punished. Phoenix advises him to leave here as quickly as possible, otherwise he will not be able to escape when the god comes. Jeff understands that even with a money account, he will not be able to fight with God because he does not have much strength. He states that there is still a way to free her from the seal, but it will not be easy. She points to two seals that are shimmering with black smoke and states that they can be destroyed. The catch, however, is that they can only be destroyed simultaneously, otherwise it won't work. Jeff shows the God of Destruction shard and says that with such a thing, he can definitely handle it. Phoenix states that one item of this level will still not be enough, and he needs another one. Jeff says he has a cooling stone that resets skill cooldowns, and that will help him. Hephaestus, meanwhile, is in no hurry to appear and only throws out threats that he will soon tear him apart. Jeff says he has no choice but to try and risk everything he has. After this, he flies into the air and prepares to use the skill twice at once. After destroying the first seal, he immediately uses the stone to destroy the second one. Jeff also says that he doesn't care what kind of god it is, because he should just break under its pressure. Phoenix watches his incredible actions in amazement and notes that he actually dared to encroach on the gift of the gods. Jeff discovers a giant creature behind him that is slowly approaching him. The fire god Hephaestus demands that he sacrifice his miserable life so that he can continue to prosper. Jeff realizes that his opponent is much bigger than he initially thought, which means things are getting worse. The great god of fire says that they have finally met and must now kneel before him. Suddenly, Phoenix, who had been weakened by the chains all this time, finally breaks them without much trouble. She immediately rushes to attack Hephaestus and says that he came here just in time. She calls him a false god and says that he will pay for the sins they have committed. She proudly notes that only her fiery blood can pay for the humiliation she's been subjected to all this time. After this, she spreads her wings and turns into a powerful sun, shooting rays at everything around her. Jeff says that this is not a fight they can interfere with, so they need to hide as quickly as possible. Hephaestus says that Phoenix was locked away for so many years, so her powers were depleted to the limit. Phoenix, meanwhile, continues to speak furiously about how the pathetic lying god will pay with blood for blood. Each impact causes a powerful tremor in the tectonic plates and new fountains of lava. Jeff is thrown aside along with the stone columns by the force of this incredible power. Jeff immediately activates his money shield in order to survive such a fall. Hephaestus gradually begins to suffer defeat and cannot believe that Phoenix has such powers. Phoenix tries to melt the fire god alive, as she is confident that such a tactic will definitely work. She declares that the traitor dared to challenge the true deity and calls himself the true god. She then delivers a powerful attack with her claws and cuts him into pieces in just a few seconds. Hephaestus falls to the ground and says that this simply cannot be, after which he falls silent forever. Jeff is surprised that the god in this game can actually die, and quite quickly. Phoenix, meanwhile, says that the blood of the god will allow him to be reborn in flames and regain his strength. Ibis proudly says that after such a procedure, no divine being can fail to be healed. Jeff decides that he needs to get out of here, when suddenly Phoenix tells him to come closer. Jeff cowardly says that this is all a misunderstanding and he will return this egg, although just recently he loudly shouted at her. Phoenix nevertheless states that she would like to thank him for what he did. Jeff doesn't quite understand what his help is, although it is obvious that he freed her from this dungeon. However, as a reward, he receives 2 drops of the deity's blood, which will surely be able to strengthen him or his comrades. Jeff says that he even feels a little awkward, but Abbas says that he looks completely different. Phoenix states that this divine blood will greatly assist him in hatching the cub. Jeff says he doesn't know how to hatch eggs like that, but Phoenix says he now has to find a way. She also says that news of Hephaestus's fall will soon spread, so his offspring rely on him. Jeff notes that he hasn't picked up any loot from Hephaestus yet, but she states that it's just trash. Jeff counters this by saying that the loot from the fire god is probably very valuable and gets several items. He gets his hands on the staff of Hephaestus, which even in this state is a powerful weapon. Phoenix says that everything is about to collapse, so it's time to leave, and Jeff still agrees with her. After this, he flies into the air with her and takes cover behind her powerful energy shield. Meanwhile, we are transported to the world of gods, inhabited by a huge number of different entities. In a small clearing, there is a huge number of different statues, above which lightning flashes. Hephaestus says that he lost one of his incarnations, and it hit him very hard. One of his allies says that this is just one incarnation, so there is no point in raising a panic. Hephaestus states that the immortal divine Phoenix is the key to their plan and has just been released. The other gods call Hephaestus a useless fool who could not keep such a valuable object in his hands. The leader of these gods says that they should all remain silent because he has something to say. He states that after so many years of absorbing the essence, it should be enough, and now the problem needs to be found. While these gods are looking for a problem, we are transported to the gates that open the passage into this fire temple. Dolores says that this temple is about to collapse and assumes that this boy died there. A few moments later, she turns around to find him and Phoenix coming from the other side. She looks at him with a smile and says that the little rascal is still alive after all. Immediately after, she discovers a gigantic immortal Phoenix, the likes of which she has never seen before. Dolores asks him if he somehow managed to contact a being of such a level. Meanwhile, Phoenix prepares to unleash an incredibly powerful attack over a large area. This attack only affects fire sharks, causing them to float lifelessly in the air, gradually dissolving. After this, the Phoenix flies away in an unknown direction, ordering the mortal to take care of the offspring. Jeff looks at the bird with confusion and says that he will do everything in his power. Dolores asks him how he was able to carry such a thing out of the fire temple and still survive. She also asks him to show her what else he has of value, and he shows her the blood of a deity. Dolores looks closely at this treasure and says that it is a unique thing. Jeff receives a notification that 2 of his professions have been promoted and he has gained new skills. Ibis also congratulates him, saying that thanks to his advancement in the profession of wealth, he has also become stronger. Jeff happily reads all the endless notifications that fall right in front of his face. All these talents further strengthen his reputation as a dishonest player who receives too many awards. Jeff feels like he's literally becoming the center of the universe, and even Dolores says she envies him. Meanwhile, the fire egg gradually begins to move, freeing Jeff from the need to hatch it. Jeff turns his head in surprise and notes that he wasn't imagining it. It really is moving. He happily asks if his little Phoenix will hatch very soon. When he puts his hand to the shell, he realizes that there are only 72 hours left until he gets a new pet. Dolores asks him if he wants to go for another walk, but Jeff states that he has no desire to be there. After some time, they move to the main city, which has already managed to recover sufficiently during this time. They enter a gigantic forge building filled with noise and loud swearing. Jeff quickly comes inside with questions about what caused such a squabble. He sees the boss in a very strange outfit and tries to understand what it all means. The mayor happily greets the protagonist and is in no hurry to answer questions about what this strange costume is. Jeff asks him what's going on here, and he says it can't be explained that easily. One of his subordinates says that the mayor has his own reasons for behaving so strangely. He notes that all this time he has been trying to persuade the dwarves to help with the restoration of the city, but they ignore him. He also says that when the boss was completely desperate, he decided to meet them halfway and learned that the gnomes love rice. Jeff can't believe the mayor wore a rice costume to win the favor of the gnomes. After this, he asks to tell the mayor to change into a normal suit, since he will deal with the gnomes himself. Having looked into this forge, he says that these creatures are indeed very stubborn. The leader of the gnomes does not immediately understand who is coming to him, and begins to furiously try to drive away the intruder. However, as soon as he sees that one of his patrons has come to see him, he immediately becomes more polite. Jeff informs him that he not only found the fire temple, but even managed to enter it. The dwarves hope that they will now be able to take him back, but he declares that this is no longer possible. He states that the fire temple was destroyed and he only managed to take this staff, which is probably very valuable. The dwarves immediately kneel before him and say that he is now their ruler because he found this staff. Jeff proudly says that they should then follow his instructions and rebuild this city they live in. The dwarves do not ask unnecessary questions and say that they will follow the messenger's instructions until their last breath. Jeff also approaches the leader and states that he has several items that need to be crafted. Meanwhile, the mayor of this city continues his desperate attempts to please the rather grumpy dwarf people. He assumes that if he dresses up as a flatbread, then he will definitely be able to win their favor. After some time, his assistant comes to him and says that Jeff has already dealt with the problem. The manager cannot believe it, but he is told that the gnomes have already gone to help rebuild the city. The manager happily says that his efforts have finally touched the hearts of these stubborn people. Jeff says that all the credit should probably be sought solely in Jeff's actions. The mayor asks him how he managed to do this, to which the assistant states that he does not know such details. After that, he asks where he is going, and the mayor sadly says that he will work in the circus. Meanwhile, Jeff heads to the ducal residence, where many guests have already arrived. The prince's delegation reports that they have come here to present the title to Jeff, but he is still not here. In response to Sophie's suspicions, the messenger says that she probably knows what feelings the prince has for her. Sophie says that they should tell the prince so that he will quickly put these thoughts behind him. The messenger states that he has been put in a difficult position, but Jeff says that then nothing needs to be decided. Sophie immediately beams upon seeing her lover and says that he has finally returned to her. Jeff asks her if he is too late, and she says that he arrived just in time. The messenger says that the man they have been looking for several days has finally deigned to appear here. Sophie immediately orders him to watch his language, as he is the hero who saved this city. Jeff says that today he is in an unexpectedly good mood and he wants to kill someone for fun. The messenger says that these are quite big words, but they should not be thrown around in vain. In order to satisfy his rage, he actually decides to kill a man in cold blood. Afterwards, he smiles and says that he went a little overboard with the force of his overly cool punch. He asks the frightened people if they have any objections, and they say that everything was logical. He asks them who will be able to make a decision about his title, and one of them says that he is the deputy. Jeff smiles as he says that words are unnecessary when you can settle the matter with your fists, and he should have rushed into battle right away. The system notifies all players that the great diplomat Jeff has received the title of Viscount of the Empire. Some players realize that this person is at God level and will now most likely be recruiting a team. Many heroes realize that they need to train more to get noticed by Knight Jeff. Sophie says that he has convinced the dwarves to settle in the city, and now many are offering high prices for his shops. Jeff decides to go to a meeting with businessmen to get good money for his property. They bring him huge bags of money for him to consider as buyers. Jeff says that they don't have to worry because he doesn't mind selling his stores to them. After this, he states that they will have to pay him even more since his thirst for money knows no bounds. The townspeople calmly accept these conditions and ask him how much money he wants to receive. Each of them hands him their money so that he will look at it and accept this generous gift. Jeff activates a special skill that increases any financial inflows and happily accepts them. After some time, he receives many messages that many people have appeared in his city. Jeff realizes that this is all about high-quality gear and is trying to figure out where it comes from. He notes that these announcements have spread throughout the world, and several foreigners have already headed here. He assumes that these people have probably come to gain his favor or get to know him. Jeff's expression makes it clear that they probably don't know that something big is going to happen tonight. Gradually, changes begin to emanate from there, and a threat of unprecedented proportions looms over the world. People who have been in the game all this time suddenly find themselves on the streets because they are thrown out of it. Jeff watches this and says that the time has come when the game absorbs reality and begins to duplicate it. He is asked to choose a skill to extract, and he immediately says that he wants to extract money. Jeff is happy to announce that players above level 10 can now extract skills. He feels that his characteristics from the game have also transferred into real life, and he understands that this happened simultaneously. He quickly jumps out of his house, completely unafraid of damage from falling, because now he is as strong as he was in the game. Looking around, he says that the massacre has officially begun. Ordinary people look around and cannot believe that the apocalypse game has moved into the real world. Some of them say that they don't care, they are tired of living, so they choose skills and start creating chaos. Of course, if you give ordinary people superpowers, they start doing whatever they want and wreaking havoc. Some of them choose invisibility, some choose fire abilities to make their life easier. Meanwhile, we find ourselves at the villa of one of the corporations where Jeff arrives. Realizing that this is exactly what he was looking for, he looks closely at this building and understands that he has scores to settle with these people, about which nothing is known yet. Suddenly, out of nowhere, several people appear in front of him and tell him that they will get rich today. One of them orders him to give up everything valuable he has on him, otherwise they will break his legs. Another man states that his brother has reached level 11 in the apocalypse and it is better not to resist him. Jeff says that there are an incredible number of idiots in this world, and again pathetically puts his hands in his pockets. After this, he grabs the main bandit by the throat and lifts him off the ground to make it look more impressive. One of them says that they cannot forgive such a brutal attempt on their comrade. Jeff immediately starts knocking them down to make them lose consciousness as quickly as possible. Jeff says they are weaklings for going out to rob with such force, even though they don't understand anything. Meanwhile, an active party is going on in the building of this corporation, with many people present. People here are saying that the investment in the apocalypse game has finally paid off. However, the party is interrupted by a loud noise as Jeff decides to kick the door down without taking his hands out of his pockets. He immediately walks inside and everyone else looks at him, trying to figure out who he is. He proudly says that with the exception of a few old people, almost everyone has gathered, and this is good for him. The future head of the corporation named Liam asks what kind of ragamuffin dared to come in here and start causing trouble. Jeff asks him if he doesn't even recognize his voice since they used to communicate well. Everyone else looks at him and wonders if he died in a car accident. Liam asks with a smile if he's tired of hanging out and if he's from a different family. Jeff says he came to find out if Liam was involved in the death of his parents in a car accident 10 years ago. Liam, smiling, calls him a pathetic worm who only now plucked up the courage to ask about it. One of his comrades immediately points out that he is drunk and therefore shouldn't be talking nonsense. Jeff suddenly decides to unceremoniously kill this man, despite the fact that he did nothing to him. He pompously says that when he asks a question, no one should interrupt him, because he is the center of this universe. He orders them to tell him the whole truth without concealment, and then, perhaps, he will spare them the torment of death. The ordinary people at this party are amazed that this man was able to kill someone so quickly with one move. Some of them are starting to assume that this is the same Night Jeff from the Apocalypse game. Jeff says that, apparently, the people here do not yet fully understand what is happening. Liam says that if his brain had completely failed him, then he chose a rather strange way to end his life. After this, he decides to tell him directly that 10 years ago, it was he who caused the accident in which his parents died. He begins to mock him, saying that he is very sorry that he himself did not die in this disaster. Jeff states that Liam is indeed a very bad person and a real villain. Liam laughs evilly and says he doesn't care, and Jeff declares that he will send him to his late parents. Liam says that anyone who finishes off this bastard will receive dark gold grade equipment. However, ordinary employees of the corporation are not eager to participate in this strange scheme. Jeff says that these people don't have the courage because they are too weak to challenge him. Liam realizes that it is time to begin his great and rather sudden arc of revenge. He says that he will not let him die so quickly, because he will break every bone one by one. Without thinking twice, he breaks several fingers on his hand to cause him incredible suffering. Immediately after this, he grabs him by the head and throws him to the ground to stun him. Liam doesn't have time to react to this movement in time, after which Jeff also steps on his hand, breaking the bones. Liam says he can't be killed, but Jeff says that won't be enough for forgiveness. He lifts his leg and says that now he will go down and personally apologize to his parents. Liam is going to hell, and it seems like Jeff's parents are going there too if he's so sure he'll meet them. People watching this realize that it is too cruel a spectacle and decide to turn away. Some of them begin to accuse Liam of acting so low and doing dark deeds behind the backs of others. They claim that no one liked this man, but they simply worked for him because they needed to make a living. However, our formidable hero is not at all concerned about this, and he orders everyone to immediately move forward and attack. He decides to kill absolutely everyone who is here, regardless of whether they have even the slightest connection to the death of his parents. People start running away, trying to save themselves, hoping that the main character will not behave like a rabid maniac. Jeff still decides to satisfy his urge for revenge and kills everyone who gets in his way. After this, he proudly says that the revenge that lasted 10 years and spanned 2 lifetimes has finally ended. He leaves with pathos, ending what was undoubtedly a very emotional chapter of his life. Meanwhile, we are transported to another estate, where Jeff's other competitors live, who have ruined his life. One of the fighters says that his strength is now simply incredible and he loves the game Apocalypse. He adds that with their current characteristics, each of them can easily cope with any squad on their own. They also claim that even Knight Jeff is no obstacle to them, despite the fact that he surpasses them in levels. Jeff immediately decides to tear down the walls of their estate to start a battle with them again. He comes inside and says that there is no point in waiting for him, because he is already here and ready to smear his opponents on the walls. His opponents look at him and try to understand how he found their location so quickly and why he came now. Jeff accuses them of stabbing him in the back, in real life, and then rushes forward. He kills them and tells them that if they have questions, they should ask Liam in the afterlife. None of them can do anything against him because the main character is too strong and too cool. This incredible battle causes the glass in the building to fly out and it begins to catch fire. Jeff walks out into the street with confidence and looks around, realizing that he has taken revenge on his worst enemies. With these incredibly important figures disappearing from history, Jeff must focus on the present moment. Most of the people start to behave immorally, and a whole garrison of soldiers is sent here. These soldiers are armed with the latest technology to confront the awakened people. Jeff asks the soldiers in surprise who they are and who sent them, since it remains a great mystery to him. The governor of this city comes to him and declares that they need to talk privately, as it is very important. Jeff encourages him to speak directly and asks what the matter is and why he decided to contact him. The governor says the city is currently in chaos and there aren't enough people to fix it. He asks him if he can restore order so that it will be easier for people to continue living. Jeff says he's not against it, but he won't help restore order for free. After some time, the news reports that Jeff is helping law enforcement. Ella watches this news in surprise and tries to understand whether this is really her ex-lover. She says that Chester is to blame for everything, and if he hadn't turned him against her, everything would have been fine. She goes to the window and says that she will definitely find him and make him come back to her to fix everything. After some time, we return to the Apocalypse game after all the unrest has been settled. Ordinary residents say they can't imagine the chaos that was going on back then, but Jeff brought order to it. Jeff is back in action and says he is thrilled to be back in this amazing world. He proudly declares that he doesn't want unnecessary attention because fame and honor are not for him. The leader of the dwarves greets him with a warm look, glad that he has finally returned. Jeff approaches him and says that he has important business and shows him a drawing for making a new artifact. When he looks at it, he says that it is the claw of an epic-level divine beastmaster. He notes that if there are enough materials, he will most likely be able to make this artifact. Jeff says he has another blueprint that can be used to make the divine beastmaster's helmet. He asks how long it will take if 2 artifacts are made at once. The gnome says that if you work together with your colleague, it will take about 3 days to do everything. Jeff declares that he will come exactly on time, and he replies that he will not let his comrade down. Meanwhile, he decides to pop into one of the stores to buy himself even more necessary things. The merchant asks him if the great knight Jeff has decided to honor him with his attention. Jeff also comments on how Jeff's tamed beast looks great, much to Abbas's annoyance. Jeff states that he came here to buy high-quality fruits for taming animals. He notes that he needs fruits to decorate the 4th and 5th levels as quickly as possible. The merchant says that he has no idea if these spirit fruits are enough to hatch a phoenix egg. Jeff decides to wait a bit while his azure baby starts eating the spirit fruits. Jeff asks him to slow down a little so that he doesn't choke and take unnecessary damage. A few moments later, a system notification appears stating that his dragon's stats have increased again. Jeff can't believe his dragon is growing exponentially, even though it has happened several times before. He notes that simply waiting for the phoenix to hatch is too boring, and it's time to farm some monsters. He decides to go to the location of the mysterious forest to destroy even more powerful monsters. He sends his dragon forward and demands that it show all the power it can muster. The dragon, meanwhile, flies into the air and sees tree demons that look terrifyingly familiar. Jeff drops to the ground and takes good aim at them before unleashing his fire abilities on them. He defeats all his opponents quite quickly because his stats are too high. Jeff praises his pet and says that he has become one level higher, which means it will be even easier for him. He suggests going deeper and luring more monsters to kill them all at once. Meanwhile, people continue to watch the world rankings and are surprised that Jeff continues to rapidly improve. They can't comprehend how it's even possible to gain experience points so quickly. They start arguing about how fair this person is and how he does it. Meanwhile, Jeff kills the boss of this location, but still does not receive the desired new level. Abbas says that the moment has come for the egg to hatch, and Jeff agrees with him. He summons an egg from his inventory and tells you to inspect it before it hatches. The egg starts shaking again, and Jeff admits it's an incredibly exciting sensation. Gradually, cracks begin to appear in the egg, and this signals that something great is about to happen. A few moments later, the egg shatters into tiny pieces, and a new legend is revealed to the world. Jeff covers his eyes as a beam of light from the sky blinds him. As soon as he opens his eyes, he sees a graceful phoenix begin to fly in the air, sparkling with beauty. Jeff says that this is the same divine beast that has been in the egg for hundreds of years and has never hatched. The sheer number of stats this beast has can be confusing at first, but they are all incredibly good. Jeff realizes that this is a true god of mass attacks, which will only complement his dragon. After that, he tries to figure out what to call this baby and names him Red Phoenix. The Red Phoenix immediately takes this name with joy and begins to scream actively. Jeff gently strokes his neck and tells him that he won't hurt him and that they will definitely get along. Jeff notes his incredible stubbornness and amazing temperament, hoping that a good future awaits him. After this, he turns his attention to the Azure baby and tries to understand what happened. Jeff looks around and realizes that it all looks very much like a strange wall of poison. He assumes that he is being attacked by poisonous rats that spit poison. The Azure baby immediately begins to attack them with fire from afar, so as not to fall under the destructive influence. Jeff turns around and says that there is no point in fighting them and that we just need to get out of here. Meanwhile, the rats sense the scent of easy prey and immediately rush forward to intercept it. Jeff says that there are too many poisonous rats here, so you need to save your life. However, after a few moments they surround him and he realizes that he will have to fight them. He calls upon his phoenix and asks it to show the world what he is truly capable of. The phoenix soars even higher, after which its tail begins to make circular movements, creating a tornado. This fire tornado is so powerful that almost all the rats are instantly reduced to ashes. There's no trace of them left, which is a good thing because the damage doesn't transfer to Jeff. The system rewards him with multiple notifications that his experience has increased, while he admires the fireworks. Meanwhile, Phoenix continues to show off to his master, demonstrating his incredible usefulness. He continues to unleash powerful solar attacks on his opponents, which hit in a large radius. Jeff happily says that it is simply amazing and that he has never seen anything so beautiful. People watching his rise up the ranks are once again surprised that he has reached another level. They are trying to figure out why his experience bar never stops and he gains several levels a day. This starts to make headlines all over the news, as it turns out to be an event worthy of the world press. Jeff happily notes that he has already destroyed all the poisonous rats within a radius of several kilometers and has risen to the 5th level. However, for him this is an average result, and he decides to continue his ascent further. He notes that it is necessary to go further deeper and rise to level 50 as quickly as possible. After some time, rats appear in front of him again, but they no longer pose any danger to him. That is why he once again gives the order to his phoenix to attack and destroy everything in its path. He calmly carries out his command and rises into the air to unleash the power of the incredibly hot sun upon them. The rats don't stand a chance, so they die quite quickly from heat exposure. His pets level up a few more times, and he realizes he's at level 48, with very little left to go. Jeff immediately receives a system message and decides to look at it immediately. The Dwarf Master contacts him and tells him that the Beastmaster set has already been created. Jeff happily says that in this case there is no point in delaying and that we need to return there immediately. He returns to the main city and does not encounter any problems along the way, getting a few hours of peace. He approaches the Dwarf Lord and asks if the Beastmaster's set is ready yet. The Chief Dwarf says that he would like to present this work of art to him and shows the armor. He also says that during the forging process they discovered that this equipment had hidden functions. Jeff realizes that this object can be hidden from outside observers, meaning it is a hidden weapon. Jeff also shows him the Beastmaster's helmet and notes that it has a very original design. Jeff puts on the armor and enjoys how cool he looks in the black helmet and gloves with long claws. He also understands that the bonus of this set is simply incredibly powerful and exceeds all his wildest dreams. He also realizes that this equipment has incredible benefits, as he will be able to hide its appearance. After playing with the new gadgets, he says that he is grateful for the job, but he still has things to do. After some time, he hears ordinary players talking about something terrible happening to the neighboring town. Abbas says that something is wrong here and they need to find out about it. But Jeff says that he has more important things to do. Dolores continues to study her books when suddenly a servant comes to her and tells her that she has a visitor. She doesn't have time to say that she's busy, when suddenly Jeff tells her that it's impossible to ignore guests. She asks him about what happened in the town nearby and states that a gray mist has appeared there. Dolores notes that according to the High Temple, the appearance of this infection is connected to one of the evil gods. Jeff mentions that this is another title he hasn't heard of before, and Dolores states that there are gods like that here too. Jeff asks her in surprise what the name of this evil god is, and she states that this god's name is Sekhmet, and he is quite dangerous. Jeff expresses a desire to go to this city, noting that wealth always hides in danger. Dolores says that she will go with him, because she was assigned to investigate this case, and Jeff is happy about this. After they discuss the terms of cooperation, they decide to meet as soon as possible. After some time, the system notifies him that the fog is spreading faster and faster. Jeff also receives notifications that other cities are also experiencing serious problems. He becomes very interested in what this evil god is actually trying to achieve with his behavior. Jeff and Dolores team up near the main city where the problems are occurring. She opens a portal left by the Supreme Temple to immediately move to the desired point in the area. Jeff says that traveling with her is incredibly convenient, since she has mastered portal magic. After this, he takes the first steps to go there on his own and scout out the situation. Dolores decides to follow him, saying that she will not leave him without her supervision. After exiting the portal, they find themselves in a rather pleasant area that looks like a piece of paradise. After taking a good look around, they come to the conclusion that everything here is covered in greenery and there are no dangerous traces. Dolores immediately pulls the protagonist up and recommends that he look the other way to see everything. She adds that the gray haze is spreading even faster than they thought and will soon take over this place. Jeff turns around and says it's time to head into the city itself, but he does so alone. Smiling, he says that investigating the gray haze is her task and promises that they will see each other soon. Dolores wishes him luck and says that she won't be able to go further with him, even if she really wants to. Jeff heads to the city gates and finds that there are surprisingly not many guards there. He discovers a flow of people heading to the surrounding area rather than stay in the city. All these people say that they are very unhappy because they bought real estate in this city and lost everything. He also learns that this curse appeared after 3 excavations, and now only one girl remains alive. Jeff says that he was sent by the High Temple to investigate the source of the gray mist and arrived here. The guards immediately surround him and say that they have been waiting for a long time for a person who will help them with this misfortune. Jeff asks the vicar if he knows where the girl is now, and he replies that she is in the church. He is also advised to be careful, because if he becomes infected with the gray haze, no one will be able to help him. Jeff thanks for the information, and people once again wish him to be careful and take care of his life. Jeff learns that the girl's name is Aisha and realizes he'll have to go to the church to find out. The priests tell him that it is very dangerous here and it is better to leave, otherwise they will be forced to use force. Jeff says that he is a Viscount of the Empire and has come here to investigate this matter. The clergy say that in such cases they apologize for their rude behavior and let him pass. They approach Madame Sina, saying that the Viscount of the Empire has arrived here to help with the investigation of the fog. Jeff bows to the girl and says that he came to examine Aisha's body, after which she calls him to follow her. Opening the door, she says that the gray haze is very contagious and incurable. Jeff asks her if it's possible to save herself from this with a shield, and Sina states that a high-level shield would be needed. Jeff reflects that in that case there is nothing to worry about, because he has the shield of the god of wealth. He approaches Aisha, but she immediately orders him not to come closer, otherwise an unenviable fate awaits him. She sadly states that he could get infected, and then absolutely no one will be able to help him. Jeff activates a special shield and says that there is nothing to be afraid of. He really cannot get infected. Jeff asks her if he can look at the vial she is holding, and she hands him the artifact. Jeff examines the bottle closely and realizes that there is something cursed inside that is damaging him. He adds that it is indeed a rare item, but it is harmless to Aisha and asks where she found it. The girl briefly immerses herself in memories, after which she says that she got it at the Lake of Griffins. Jeff says that she helped him a lot and notes that he had already encountered this in a past life. Aisha hands him the ball and says that in gratitude for his coming, she wants to give him this. Jeff looks at this glass ball and understands that this thing will certainly be useful to him in the future. Jeff thanks her for such a generous gift and says that as soon as he deals with the fog, he will come to her. Sina asks him if he has any leads, and Jeff notes that he is heading to Griffin Lake. Sina states that the lake has been swallowed by the gray mist, but Jeff notes that he is heading there to deal with it. Sina admires him and says that he is truly an outstanding person for taking such a risk. After some time, Jeff goes deeper into the Griffin Lake and realizes that the damage is getting worse. He remembers that the lake should be directly north, less than 5 kilometers away, and realizes that he will be there soon. After some time, he discovers that there are other people in this darkness who were able to survive. He tries to understand who they are and assumes that they are people from the High Temple who came here. Dolores says it's not worth the risk, but adds that none of them will likely be able to get any further. They come to the conclusion that this mission is probably doomed to failure and they might be better off retreating. Jeff says they were only gone for a couple of hours, but she didn't waste any time and already brought reinforcements. Dolores looks at him and asks how he got here, ignoring her surprised allies. Jeff says that during his investigation he came across a trail and decided to check out the Griffin Lake. Jeff happily says that they can stay here while he moves on. Dolores' comrades ask her if the boy is really that confident, and she declares that he is. They turn to her, saying that she can give them the order to move on because they cannot stand here. Dolores says it's still too risky, as the fog is getting stronger and doing more damage. She says that if they want to go there themselves, they can do whatever they want, and she will only visit them at the funeral. Jeff, meanwhile, continues to walk forward, feeling that it is becoming more difficult for him to breathe and the damage is increasing. This means that he has almost reached his goal, since the fog is strongest near its source. It only takes a few minutes before he reaches the Griffin Lake. Looking around, he discovers a huge number of feathers and griffin corpses. Jeff assumes that he has indeed found the source of the infection that has destroyed the entire area. He also discovers a strange cave entrance that looks very much like some kind of creature's nest. Having gone down, he says that this is exactly the cave that he had been thinking about all the time. He discovers a large number of purple crystal vials that may come in handy. After this, he notices a strange red glow somewhere in the depths and realizes that something is wrong. He discovers an underground room here and realizes that he has never found one in this cave before. His gaze catches the silhouette of a statue of a deity, and he realizes that he has come to the right place and address. He says loudly that it looks rather gloomy, and Ibis notes the dirty air. Jeff turns his attention to the altar and discovers a turquoise glass disc of unknown purpose. Taking it in his hands, he realizes that it is an artifact that needs to be identified and then sold for a lot of money. However, as soon as he takes this turquoise disc for himself, he begins to feel a powerful earthquake. The statue asks whether he has decided to accept the test of the Holy Spirit or not. Jeff looks at the statue in surprise and wonders if this is really a test. A portal opens in front of him and he begins to be pulled inside, but he does not have time to resist. Moments later, he falls into an unknown arena, resembling a massive ancient coliseum. Jeff realizes that this looks a lot like the gladiator arena he once read about in history books. Abbas realizes where this is going and notes that it's best to stay back while Jeff fights. A voice is heard in the air, telling you that this test will only end in death or victory. This voice also loudly announces that the first to enter the arena is a giant fighter named Abacus. Jeff receives a notification that this demon is Lord level and has impressive skills. Jeff still can't believe what's happening, since such powerful enemies are being sent against him. In fact, he has nothing to fear, since he has pets that crack such opponents like nuts. He notes that this test is harder than the rank-up tests and immediately summons a dragon. The dragon immediately begins to pour fire on the enemy, which melts everything in its path. He also begins to maneuver so that the giant creature cannot hit him with its hammer. Jeff happily says that his pet has already learned to use the simplest basic techniques. Thanks to these techniques, he manages to attack from different sides to avoid being hit. After receiving a certain amount of damage, The giant monster becomes enraged and casts a spell. Jeff notes that the creature's defenses have been significantly strengthened, making it harder to penetrate. He then summons the Red Phoenix to complement his comrades on the battlefield. Phoenix immediately begins to circle above its target and also unleashes fiery attacks on it. This attack deals an incredible amount of damage and almost completely depletes Abacus's health bar. Unable to cope with such damage, he falls to the ground and does not move anymore. Jeff receives a system notification that the Red Phoenix has increased its stats. There are also several pieces of good equipment found nearby that can be claimed. The statue congratulates the earthly warrior and says that he managed to defeat the invincible Abak, but it is too early to rejoice. He adds that the true cruelty of the Holy Spirit arena and new opponents await. A voice loudly announces that Alec will now enter the arena and teach this man a lesson. Jeff looks at the new figure, which looks quite peculiar but no less creepy. Jeff realizes that this is another Lord-level opponent he'll have to fight, and that's no good. Alec accuses him of daring to kill her husband, adding that he will pay for it with his life. Taking a few steps towards Abak's body, she uses special magic to awaken him. Jeff understands that such a procedure must be stopped quickly and orders his subordinates to rush forward. The Phoenix and the Azure Dragon unleash their power on the demoness, who is too agile. This blow is enough to destroy a Lord-level opponent in a couple of seconds. Jeff says that he thought he was a tough opponent, but he died from just one blow. He looks bored and says that she didn't even drop any equipment and turns away. Abacus speaks menacingly about the immortal giant's awakening, after which he asks where his hammer went. Jeff realizes that it is really too early to celebrate, because this monster has risen again and needs to be killed again. Abak enters a state of rage and says that he will destroy the one who was able to kill his wife. Jeff loses his patience and says that his pets must destroy these demons and tear them to pieces. Moments later, several fiery strikes rain down on Abak, and he finally falls to the ground. Jeff approaches the enemy's body and discovers that it has dropped good, high-quality loot again. He receives the dagger celerity, which has a physical effect that has yet to be identified. The statue speaks of the earthly warrior's strength and will being recognized by the Holy Spirit, and the path to ascension is open to him. The statue loudly calls for the spirit of the apocalypse to appear in order to perform the necessary ritual. Jeff wonders what this strange mechanism is, when suddenly a strange silhouette appears next to him. Jeff looks at this statue and realizes that on this pedestal there is another artifact that he needs. He discovers that this artifact is very similar to the very disc that he picked up earlier. Jeff is trying to figure out what it's for when suddenly the statue starts moving and looks at him. The unknown creature says that the stranger should not touch this object, since he has no right to do so. Jeff realizes that a gray fog is spreading around, and guesses that all this is the work of an evil god who is plotting his own intrigues. Upon seeing another deity, the Azure baby begins to fall into an indescribable rage and screams loudly. He immediately rushes forward, losing control of himself, which greatly surprises Jeff. Having risen higher, this dragon begins to scream loudly to attract the attention of its opponent. The blow is so powerful that the statue shatters into several pieces, leaving behind a strange silhouette. Jeff looks closely at this silhouette and realizes that all this time there was no one else in front of him. A corrupted Holy Spirit appears before him, taking the form of an Azure baby, distorting it. Jeff also discovers that this dragon's characteristics are exactly the same as the baby's. The dragon says that the insignificant man surprised him, but now he must fall into the darkness of hell. Jeff notes that the creature's damage is increasing and orders the Azure baby to attack. The purpose of this attack is to try to seal your opponent's skill once and for all, but it's not that simple. The thing is that the aspect of magic cannot be superimposed on a deity, because they are too strong and are on a different level. Jeff discovers that the gods have tricked him, and after the baby cast magic on the god, he himself lost his ability. After this, he makes some very funny joke, the meaning of which is not clear, and calls Phoenix. The dark spirit cannot believe that the protagonist also has a second divine pet. Jeff proudly states that his opponent has suddenly regained consciousness and then orders Red Phoenix to attack. The Red Phoenix obeys its master's command and rises into the air, preparing a powerful fiery strike. The evil god is unable to dodge this swift attack and is almost instantly engulfed in flames. The Azure baby is also not far behind and is preparing to complement his comrade on the battlefield. He rushes next to his opponent and delivers powerful blows with his claws, cutting him in half. The deity, who was somehow destroyed in 2 hits, begins to blame Jeff. He breaks down and says that he will definitely come back to take revenge. The Holy Spirit says that brave warriors from another world have driven out Sekhmet and liberated the holy arena. The Holy Spirit also says that if they ever meet, he will come to enter the path of ascension. Jeff gets another divine artifact for his collection and happily announces it. After this, the system reports that he has completed the holy arena test and initiates the teleportation process. Dolores, meanwhile, says that the fog's density has noticeably increased and that it has something to do with Jeff. Her comrade suggests that perhaps he went to his death and poisoned himself, but she expresses doubt about it. After a few moments, the fog begins to thin sharply, and they immediately notice that it has become easier to breathe. Jeff appears nearby and loudly greets his ally, saying that he has returned. Dolores says that she knew he didn't die and was probably incredibly successful in his endeavors. She asks him what happened, and he explains that he destroyed the statue of the deity, after which the fog cleared. Dolores says that if he dared to destroy the statue of a deity, then he would certainly bring the danger of death upon himself. Jeff says that he found the source of power, which means he helped her report to her superiors. Dolores reproaches him for once again trying to profit from someone else's misfortune, but Jeff only laughs. She says that she needs to go now and that she will return to the main city, after which they part. After some time, they are transported to a city that was constantly suffering from gray fog and powerful monsters. Residents come out into the streets and joyfully say that the fog has finally disappeared from all areas, and this is a great joy for everyone. There is another dragon-like creature in the unknown temple, and it senses Jeff's thick divine energy. This dragon is talking about being able to break his shackles, and this makes him feel excited. Gradually, the stone statue begins to move slowly, causing stone chips to fall from it. After a few moments, the dragon completely breaks his shackles and says that it is time to properly stretch. Sekhmet asks if he's going to turn his back on his duties and calls them fools. He adds that the arena of the Holy Spirit has already been cleared, and this time he must appear in his true form and set everything right. This being is told that he must do everything without a single mistake, otherwise he will lose all his divinity. Sekhmet declares that he will certainly strike this unknown man, destroy him, and make him pay. Jeff, meanwhile, returns to Sina, who greets him with joyful words about how he was able to free them. Jeff asks her how Aisha is feeling, and the girl states that thanks to his help, she is now okay. A couple of minutes later, the mayor of the city enters the room and says that he is looking for a valiant hero. Jeff greets the mayor and says that he is very honored to meet him at this moment. The mayor says that it is not for nothing that he is called a great hero and expresses gratitude to him on behalf of the entire city. After some time, Dolores arrives here to tell the whole story from beginning to end. Jeff emphasizes that he hasn't figured out much of this yet, so he can't confirm this for sure. The mayor hands him his personal communications token, hoping that Jeff will contact him. Jeff thanks the mayor, and then says that sometimes he really does need help from other people. He notes that in order to become the city's chief, one must at least be the strongest level 100. After this, they go their separate ways, as each of them has many responsibilities of their own. Dolores says that she also needs to return to the High Temple with a report, after which she creates several portals. Meanwhile, he returns to the main city to address the dwarves. The leader of the gnomes greets him joyfully, and Jeff says that he needs help identifying the item. The gnomes look at this artifact in surprise, and Jeff asks if this thing is useful. He responds by saying that it looks like the plate from which gnomes usually eat their food. Jeff claims it's a divine artifact, but basically adds that he's only seen a plate with a similar aura before. After a while, he takes up his blacksmithing craft and talks about how he will make it shine. Jeff gives him advice on how to work with the divine artifact. The dwarves ignore his advice, as they are busy with blacksmithing and know what they need to do. Jeff suggests that this artifact is probably needed to store other great artifacts. He also realizes that he has never seen the artifacts this dish is intended for before, but he has heard legends about them. He notes that for now, this artifact can be hidden, since there is simply no suitable item for it. Ibis tells him that he is almost level 50 and will soon have a new promotion test that cannot be missed. Jeff turns to his pets and says that this is a great place to improve their skills. He heads into a rocky wasteland that looks like any other high-level location he's been to before. Ibis asks the protagonist if he really came to farm in such a high-level zone. He also says that if he is spotted by scorpions, he will not last even a few seconds. Jeff reminds him that he is the center of this universe and will never lose a single battle. After this, he orders his pet to rush into attack, and it immediately begins to pour fire on the insects. Before the insects have time to react, they are incinerated by powerful fire attacks from the air. Besides everything else, Scorpions are very afraid of fire, and this makes them act paralyzed. Jeff summons Red Phoenix, noting that Azure Baby is somehow slower than usual. The Phoenix decides to show off its full glory and flies into the air, creating fiery comets around it. After this, these comets form into a giant sphere, which is somewhat reminiscent of the real sun. The heat emanating from this sphere spreads for many kilometers and destroys all monsters around. This Phoenix is a true weapon of mass destruction, destroying entire armies with a single flap of its wings. Jeff watches the action with glee and realizes that these mass attacks are simply amazing. He receives numerous system notifications about how much experience he received for this battle. Jeff also gets another skill at level 50 and is happy that he can now analyze enemies for gold. He proudly says that now no control abilities will affect him. Having finished preparing for the next test, he decides that it is time to go to that very zone. He soon returns to the main city to do some business. Jeff says that in the entire empire of dragons and phoenixes, there are only 5 world temples for passing trials. He approaches the city mayor and says that he wants to get to the capital on business. He states that, unfortunately, the portal to the capital was destroyed during the anomalous invasion, and Jeff regrets this. He also adds that the Duchess is rumored to have a secret portal, hinting at Sophie. Jeff says that he actually knows her, so he will certainly be able to enlist her support. To do this, he immediately goes to her residence to talk to her about this matter. Sophie greets him happily and says that if he had disappeared for a few more days, she would have reported him missing. Jeff kisses her hand and says that the wait is over and he really came here to talk to her. He also says that he still urgently needs to get to the capital, hinting at its mysterious portal. Sophie immediately agrees and says that he should follow her and that this portal has not been used for a long time. She claims that the last time she activated it was when she was still a young girl, and it is not a fact that it will work now. After this, she finds a special lever that activates the portal's magical mechanisms. Jeff happily praises her upon discovering that the portal is still working, telling her that she did a great job. Jeff states that he doesn't even know how to thank her and promises to return as soon as he passes the test. Sophie also tells him that he must definitely come back, looking at him with loving eyes. Jeff appears in a huge fortress, and several guards immediately appear in front of him. They look at him in surprise, trying to understand why he suddenly appeared here and what he is doing here. Jeff reports that he arrived here from the main city under the patronage of Lady Sophia. He also mentions that he is a viscount, and the guards immediately apologize for their rudeness and lower their weapons. Jeff also tells them to address him more respectfully and asks where the temple is. After this, one of the guards turns around and says that he will personally escort him to the temple. He asks him if he came here to take the level 50 challenge, and Jeff confirms it. They tell him that usually the path to this temple is not short, but with his title, he will be able to go there directly. Jeff is grateful for the warm welcome and then takes a closer look around. He discovers a gigantic temple and realizes that the scale of this building is indeed appropriate. Behind the temple rises the World Tree, and if you climb to its top, you can receive the blessing of the gods. After some time, several priests appear in front of him and head straight towards him. One of them introduces himself by the name of Abotius, adding that he is the 5th rank of the executive service of the temple. He asks him what test he is about to undergo, and Jeff states that he is going to the abyss. Abotius warns him that the 50th level test is an order of magnitude more difficult than all the previous ones. Jeff states that it doesn't matter to him, since he has already decided everything for himself, and he is escorted to the portal. After some time, an unknown man arrives to one of his patrons and reports that he has news. They ask him why he called like that, and he replies that Jeff has arrived in the capital. The aristocrat says that the damned upstart dared to come to the capital, after which he is informed that he is not alone. This man turns out to be a prince whose representative was recently killed, and he decides to take revenge on Jeff. The guard states that he is currently in the Supreme Temple and has great fame, so an open attack is impossible. Prince Karami says that he must do what he is told, and he will figure out the rest himself. Meanwhile, they are transported to the location of the testing ground, where everyone who wants to pass the test ends up. Jeff notes that this challenge is indeed weird, and there aren't even any small monsters in it. A few moments later, he sees a strange clot of dark energy in the air and tries to understand what kind of creature it is. This clot falls down and creates a powerful explosion, the shockwave of which throws away everything in its path. As soon as the smoke clears, it becomes clear that in front of him stands a black death tiger that can fly. This monster's stats are at an unattainable level, and it is a Lord-level monster. Jeff realizes that the first creature that confronted him was a Lord-level boss, and this is impressive. Immediately after this, he quickly rushes into battle, ordering the Azure Baby to test this boss's strength. The dragon immediately takes to the sky and prepares to unleash powerful streams of fire on the enemy. The damage is significant, and Jeff says that he needs to be fried properly and as quickly as possible. The tiger is irritated by the fact that some annoying creature is causing him so much damage and tries to fight back. He leaps into the air to grab his opponent, but the dragon flies away. Immediately after this, he uses a menacing roar to suppress his enemy and deal even more damage. These abilities are enough to deprive the enemy of the remaining health points. Just a few moments later, another very powerful enemy is destroyed with incredible ease. Jeff comes closer and decides to see what the monster dropped and sees a sword floating in the air. He gets a black darkness sword, as well as a special high-ranking ring, and he decides that this will be useful to him. He adds that one must delve deeper into the depths of this challenge to earn even more rewards. The people from the temple are watching this test closely and see Jeff's incredible progress. They can't believe their eyes that he was able to destroy the abnormal type Lord Boss so quickly. One of them says that we need to continue to watch this calmly because this is a very interesting candidate. He notes that the level 50 challenge is not just another prank. Meanwhile, another creature appears in front of Jeff, but he fearlessly goes to fight it. The elders look at this in surprise and understand that this boy is going through the test at some kind of crazy speed. They take a closer look at the creatures that come out to fight and try to understand what these strange monsters are. After a few more moments, the image from the crystal ball disappears completely, and they lose the ability to observe. They speculate that the force was too strong and their surveillance system simply couldn't handle it and broke down. The screen suddenly goes dark, and the elders are left wondering what to do now. Meanwhile, Jeff says that the Abyss's trial is truly meant for weaklings, and Ibis advises him to retreat. Jeff states that the previous two bosses were at the Monarch level, and the final one will most likely be immortal. Ibis states that in that case it would be better to lock him in his beast space, since he does not want to die. Jeff heads towards the giant castle and says that there is no time to waste, he needs to move on. Upon opening the door, he receives a notification that he has entered a deadly threat zone and must leave it immediately. Jeff looks fearlessly into the darkness to finally find out what kind of creature lives there. As he approaches the giant silhouette, he realizes that it is truly an immortal-level being. This creature looks quite impressive and has a strange mask, which is a reference to the great villain. Before him stands an abyssal invader possessing a monstrous level of physical and spiritual strength. Jeff continues to analyze his enemy and feels his gold disappearing at an incredible speed. However, this allows him to learn about all of his opponent's talents and passive skills. Even though he knows that this opponent's skills are truly impressive, he still believes that he must fall. The monster speaks gloomily that anyone who sets foot on the Forbidden Lands will turn to ashes. Jeff realizes there is no time to waste and orders his pet to rush into battle immediately. He also summons the Red Phoenix, as the level 50 trial can never be failed. However, once the attacks hit their target, they suddenly begin to dissolve without causing damage. Jeff tries to figure out if this was an evasion, although even that seems highly unlikely to him. The monster decides to attack again, using a ranged attack to strike from a distance. Jeff realizes that this blow must be aimed at his beloved pet and asks him to quickly dodge. However, his pet turns out to be not so agile and fast, and receives significant damage in the back. After this, he immediately launches a counterattack, using a loud roar to stun the enemy. Teaming up with the giant Red Phoenix, they combine their attacks, preventing the enemy from moving. This damage is enough to impose a magic ban on the enemy and deprive them of the ability to cast spells. The boss of this trial says that he will turn any pathetic mortal into worthless goo. His mask gradually begins to lift, and a powerful stream of bright energy begins to flow out of it. This energy seems so powerful from the outside that it is capable of breaking through the stone ceiling of the cave. Jeff realizes that the boss is trying to use his ultimate ability, so he needs to act quickly. The problem, however, is that his pets are trapped under a dome that was just created and has locked them in there. Jeff notes that if this bastard uses his ability, he will deal 100% pure damage. He decides to go on the attack and uses the golden money shield in conjunction with the horn of the god of destruction to break through. He rushes forward, hoping that if he breaks the barrier, his pets will be able to escape. However, the armor proves too strong and throws him back, but he still has time to think. Jeff realizes he needs to act quickly or his valuable pets will simply disappear. Meanwhile, the abyssal invader removes the dome and creates a powerful tornado to pull the pets in. He begins to speak loudly and furiously about how he will swallow up the pathetic bugs and send them into oblivion. Jeff decides that he needs to activate the recharge stone's effect and try again. This time, his powerful blow is enough to create a crack in the giant dome. The dome crumbles again, and the creature wastes its energy in vain, constantly creating and removing it. The protagonist's pets are freed and now have a chance to avoid death. All three turn around and start running in the opposite direction at incredible speed. Jeff realizes that this test actually seems more difficult to him than the others. He encounters a problem in another room and simply meets a man, but understands that they won't help him here. Looking at his condition, he realizes that this blow cost him more than 10 million gold. This attack turned out to be a suicide attempt by the boss to take everyone with him, but it was unsuccessful. Jeff comes closer and says that unfortunately, this boss didn't drop anything. However, upon closer inspection, he realizes that there is another fragment of the abyss here. Picking it up in his inventory, he realizes that he already has 5 pieces of this strange puzzle. Judging by the incredibly bright glow emitted by these fragments, he is already close to solving the mystery. The stones begin to move and the fragments finally come together to form a single whole, creating something amazing. After a few moments and a couple of bright flashes, the cracked key of the abyss appears in the protagonist's hands. Jeff wonders what could possibly be discovered with such a curiosity, as he is seeing it for the first time. The system notifies all players that Jeff has passed the test and opens special system battle zones. This system is designed to provide high-level players above level 50 with valuable items. They decide that they need to urgently level up to become stronger and get into these combat zones. Jeff returns to the High Temple and wonders why no one is there when he suddenly hears a strange noise. He hears the test observers trying to fix the surveillance equipment and decides to approach. Temple officials say they always thought there would be a good signal there, but they were wrong. Jeff asks them what they are doing there, and they reply that they are watching Jeff's test. Jeff tells them that, unfortunately, there is nothing left to see here since he has passed the test. Everyone gathered here turns around in surprise towards the stranger, trying to understand who he is. Quite quickly, they recognize the main character, who was able to pass such a difficult test. Jeff states that he still hasn't received his award and demands that it be issued to him as soon as possible. Most people look at Ibis and ask him how he managed to pass the test with that frog. He is also asked what the final boss looks like, and he states that the boss is of immortal level. Observers say it's simply incredible and are in awe of the incredible strength Jeff has shown. The chief minister cautiously addresses the protagonist and asks him to follow him. Jeff reminds him of the reward for the test, but the great elder asks him to forget about it for a while. He says that they will take him to the tree of the world so that he can receive the blessing of this tree. Jeff reaches his destination and looks at the tree in surprise, wondering if it is God. The great elder states that this is not a god at all, but merely the will of the divine tree projected into reality. After this, he advises him not to resist and to accept the blessing of the tree that he is to receive. He notes that during the blessing one only needs to wait and promises that they will not disturb with their presence. Jeff looks closely at the great plant and wonders what is happening to it. After a few moments, reality begins to change, and Jeff feels as if the tree has grown even larger. A bright flash forms in the room, and he immediately closes his eyes to avoid losing his sight. However, when he comes to, he realizes that the tree has broken through the roof of the great temple. He understands that this is the manifestation of the will of the divine tree, which has fully opened up. He discovers that the branches of this tree are sprouting with many sacred seeds that nourish living beings. Long ago, these seeds fell down to give rise to the many different species that now live here. Dwarves and giants, dragons and goblins appeared, and these peoples began to multiply at an incredible rate. Dragons in the skies, dwarves who wield artificial mechanisms, and elves who command the forces of nature coexist here. However, one day aliens appeared on the continent, calling themselves gods and demanding submission. Because of these false gods, many races bowed their heads, but the dragons did not submit. This bloody massacre continued for a long time, until one day the outskirts of the continent were covered by darkness. Jeff realizes that these visions mean that the anomalous invasion is somehow connected to evil gods. The tree addresses him and demands that he search for traces of sacred intelligence in order to stop this onslaught of darkness. Jeff looks at the strange plant in surprise and asks what it all means, after which he receives a gift. The system informs him that he has received a celestial oracle, which will allow him to find the things he needs. The tree then begins to slowly shrink, hinting that its manifestation will soon end. Jeff receives multiple blessings, each of which further increases his stats. Jeff once again says that these boosts seem like real cheating to him, but for him, this is already the standard. And there has not yet been a single enhancement whose characteristics did not exceed all reasonable limits. Jeff notes that he already has a golden shield, and now also the ability to reincarnate in the same place. After he leaves the room, he is asked how it went, and he states that everything was great. The High Elder declares that if the tree has acknowledged him, then he is now a friend of their shrine. He also states that if he ever wants to join them, they will always be happy to, and gives him a reward for completing it. Jeff receives the Divine Stone of Valor to upgrade his badge and gain even more skills. After this, he waves his hand at them and says that if they have no more business with him, then he will go. Meanwhile, they leave the temple for a short time and are transported to the city of the Dragon and Phoenix, where he is located. Several guards, accompanied by 2 warriors, move forward, demanding that the townspeople make way and not interfere with them. The leader of this group of guards is named Lansley, and he has a rather infamous reputation as a cold-blooded killer. Lansley looks at the temple and wonders why this man hasn't come out yet, since he needs to kill someone. They tell him that he needs to control himself, because if they ruin the prince's deal, they won't be able to pay. Lansley states that he must deal with this scoundrel, and everything else will be decided after his capture. He notes that there is nothing to fear here, since this person is only level 50 and does not pose a threat. After some time of careful observation, they finally notice a man who looks very much like Jeff. Lansley talks about moving forward because he can't wait to deal with this guy. Jeff asks them who they are, and Lansley replies that he finds it strange that he doesn't recognize them. After this, he says that he is the executor of the tribunal, and that they found out about Jeff's illegal entry here. The Great Elder says that they demand to leave immediately, despite the fact that they do not have such a right. The High Elder also says that Mr. Jeff has passed the 50th level test and has now become a friend of the shrine. Lansley is stunned, trying to understand how such a boy could have earned such incredible power. The knight also says that they came here on the orders of Prince Karami to convey congratulations to the hero of the empire. The knight says that to pass a test of this level is an incredible power, worthy of admiration. Jeff decides to make fun of his interlocutors and says that they should dance in front of him. Lansley looks at him in shock and says that this is too serious a demand, but the elder supports him. The knight suggests that it would be better to avoid such displays of admiration. Jeff complains to the Great Elder, who begins to put pressure on these people, claiming that this is blasphemy. Lansley realizes that he will get into too much trouble if he refuses to comply with the elder's demands. He quickly approaches the knight and says that he will nevertheless satisfy the request of the hero of the empire and dance. Jeff stops them, and at first these guys think that he is showing them mercy after all. However, they don't know the main character well, since he really likes to torture his victims for a long time. He orders them to go to the main square so that all the people will look at them and laugh. After a while, many onlookers are surprised to notice 2 aristocrats performing a strange dance. They immediately start laughing at Lansley, wondering who could have taught this scoundrel such a lesson. They also add that apparently even the heavens punish the wicked, and note that they dance well. Lansley, meanwhile, is burning with rage at the humiliating punishment he has suffered at the hands of the scoundrel. He vows to himself that he will definitely return this incredible insult to this scoundrel and destroy him. Meanwhile, Jeff decides that he needs to return to the battlefield to continue leveling up. Abbas says that the battlefield is too dangerous a place, but Jeff says that they can definitely handle it. He reminds him that together they have already gone through many obstacles and have never been hurt. He immediately rushes into the portal and looks around to understand what place he has ended up in and what he should do. What appears before him is a veritable wasteland, strewn with traces of a serious battle and lifeless bodies. Jeff finds himself in the City of Limits and realizes that this is exactly the place he needs to improve his skills. A giant knight approaches him and asks if he has decided which corps he will join. Jeff states that he hasn't made a decision yet, and the City Guard Corps is recommended to him because it's safe there. He also points to his armor, saying that it is level 50 gold equipment. Jeff asks him if it's really safe, and he states that he's been able to live here for a year now. Jeff says that overly secure enclosures don't suit him, so he'll make do with one. The guard asks him in surprise if he is going to act as a lone wolf, and he replies that he is. After this, Jeff asks if he knows where the nearest forge is. The knight says that from the city gates you need to go west, and there is an old forge there that works quickly. Jeff thanks him for the information, and one of the guards states that this boy definitely has no head on his shoulders. Another guard says that this guy seems smart and hopes that he will not perish on this battlefield. After some time, the story moves to the forge, where a huge crowd of people has already gathered. Jeff is happy that he found this place, but he is immediately disappointed by the long line of people who have come here. He is nevertheless happy that, thanks to his status, he will be able to skip the line simply by showing his badge. At first, they don't understand him and ask who he is and why he thinks he's going to skip the line. A few moments later, local residents advise everyone to keep quiet, as Jeff has a badge. The blacksmith turns towards the approaching hero and asks if this is really the sign of valor. He guesses that before him is a hero who has passed a hellish level test and therefore deserves respect. Jeff says that this is indeed the case and is surprised that the blind blacksmith was able to recognize the symbol. The blacksmith states that he senses the power of this badge, and Jeff asks him to improve it. The blacksmith states that if he is heading to the battlefield, he has a small request, and Jeff generously listens to him. The blacksmith claims that his son John went into the Lord's forest a few days ago and never returned. He promises a reward for finding his son and the liver rank artifacts, and Jeff is excited about the new hidden quest. Other players claim that even the Holy Legion doesn't venture into this battlefield because it's too dangerous. Jeff says that he will take this task, after which he orders the blacksmith to hurry and he fulfills the request. The rest of the residents look at the glowing icons in surprise and cannot believe their eyes. This icon truly shines brighter than the sun, and so does the small stone created to enhance it. The blacksmith, meanwhile, says that he has completed upgrading the emblem and hands him the upgraded badge. Jeff looks at the badge he received and says that it's cool because the emblem with the divine stone exceeded expectations. After this, he turns around and says that he will look for his son in the Lord's forest, and the blacksmith thanks him. The people watching him ask in surprise if he really will go there alone because it is dangerous. Jeff discovers an unusual clue about an artifact from the Sacred Rift and realizes he needs to move on. A piece of wood tells him that he must go into the forest, and Jeff tries to figure out what the riddle is. After this, he decides to wait a bit, since now he needs to level up properly. After some time, he reaches the entrance to a giant wasteland where the combat zone is located. The guards tell him that he must register to enter, and he gives his name. They tell him that registration is complete and hand him a token, recommending that he keep it with him at all times. Jeff walks on alone, and the guards discuss his reckless act at length. Jeff finds himself in a new area and says that it is indeed very deserted and gloomy. However, after a few moments, a multitude of monsters appear in front of him and head towards him. Jeff understands that this place is definitely not for weaklings, since all these creatures are much higher than level 50. Jeff orders his Phoenix to appear immediately to deal with a large group of enemies at once. Phoenix obeys his master's command and begins to incinerate his opponents one by one. Combat achievements begin to pour out upon our hero like water from a cornucopia, and he quickly increases his strength. Jeff says that the Fire Phoenix did a great job and now everything will only go uphill. He also receives a system notification that he has received more merits, but this does not seem to be enough for him. After this, he sees an elite boss and hopes that he will now be rewarded big for this victory. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, another player is undergoing trials by destroying large monsters. This player's name is Torvin, and he is proud of the fact that he was able to destroy an elite boss in one hit. He's happy that with this kind of farm, he'll definitely break into the top 1,000 players worldwide by gaming achievements today. However, as soon as he opens the list, he finds that he has once again been surpassed by Knight Jeff, who even ended up first here. After a while, his name disappears, and he assumes that there is some kind of malfunction in the system. Jeff wonders if his rivals are also unusual people who know something. Meanwhile, the enraged Phoenix continues to attack his opponents one after another. He focuses all his power on a giant boss that is a hybrid of a spider and a human. After this boss is destroyed, Jeff receives a notification that his level has been increased. He notes that once the damage reaches 100,000, it will mean that he has passed the first stage of warming up. After this, he joyfully orders his beast to continue moving forward and destroy all enemies. All players are informed of how great Jeff is and that he has once again entered the top of the rankings. This should no longer surprise other people, and he does not understand why it is perceived as something unusual. Meanwhile, they also understand what the Warzone points are for and they become eager to get there. Some of them understand that he has just entered the capital and is already breaking out in the rankings of this place. Meanwhile, Jeff reaches an area called the Lord's Forest, where the blacksmith's son has disappeared. Abbas says that he feels very uncomfortable being in this forest, but Jeff reassures him. He states that this forest is supposed to be full of different bosses, so it would be great if they could destroy them. Meanwhile, the story moves to a small camp located somewhere in this forest. The garrison commander receives an urgent message and immediately orders a report of everything that is known. He is informed that intelligence has confirmed that the Lord is moving straight towards the camp and is leading an army behind him. The proud fighter says this is excellent news and orders everyone to prepare for the assault. He notes that the anomalies want to capture their outposts, and they must not allow this to happen, defending the honor of the Third Corps. The soldiers shout loudly that they will never allow their military valor to be desecrated by these vile creatures. Gradually, numerous glowing creatures appear in the forest, and the commander is informed that the boss has launched an offensive. The warrior says the scale of this offensive is simply unimaginable and he cannot believe his eyes. After some time, a multitude of deer run out of the forest, pointing their pointed antlers at the soldiers. The ice deer prove to be quite formidable opponents and take out several soldiers. The strongest warriors immediately try to stand up for their comrades who have been incapacitated. The commander talks about the need to manage human resources more wisely and coordinates his fighters. He orders the archers to move back into range to fire a powerful volley at the ice deer. His comrades obey the order and then decide to open fire on the advancing monsters. Within moments, a good dozen of these creatures are riddled with arrows and fall to the ground. The captain says that this is a good dynamic, but the pace cannot be reduced, because they are already retreating. After some time, they see the Ice Deer King, who is the boss of the anomaly level. The captain says that everyone needs to prepare for battle and go into full combat readiness. The soldiers feel fear permeate their souls and say that they have never seen anything like it. However, after just a few moments, a powerful fire projectile flies at this boss, stunning him. Other creatures are much less lucky and are instantly reduced to a pile of ash under this onslaught. The soldiers look at this sight in surprise and discover that the boss also did not survive the attack and fell to the ground. The captain wonders if the boss is really dead and suggests that they have most likely gone mad. However, a few moments later, the commander is informed that a young man is nearby who killed him with one blow. The captain orders that they find out about this man, and the soldiers declare that he himself is interested in meeting him. Along with him, many other warriors also come out, trying to find out more about this mysterious hero. Jeff looks up in surprise to find himself surrounded by a crowd of people. They immediately tell him not to worry and ask what he is doing here. After this, he turns away and decides to leave, thinking that he needs to do some pumping. When asked who he is, he decides not to answer in order to appear more mysterious. However, the garrison commander continues to ask him to stop despite the lack of results. He is asked what needs to be done next, after which he is told that he should stay and watch what happens. He tries to understand who this strange warrior is and what insane powers he possesses if he was able to kill everyone with one blow. Jeff, meanwhile, tries to compensate for his lack of social skills by quickly leveling up. Phoenix continues to destroy opponents, leveling up at an incredible rate. No monster can offer him any reasonable resistance due to his incredible power. Jeff happily watches his pet's adventures and says that he will soon reach level 50. Looking at his new talents, he realizes that they are simply insanely powerful and must be used to the fullest. He continues to hurry his pet, saying that he can't slow down and needs to go deeper. Meanwhile, the other players watch his adventures and say that he is an incredible player. Each of them says that absolutely no one could cope with such speed. One of the players claims that killing monsters of level 150 to 160 is not a problem for him, but he would not be able to cope with this speed. They suggest that perhaps if this person develops even more, he will decide to do something mentally unattainable. He is asked whether they are talking about ancient elders from the depths of the Empire, and he declares that this is exactly the case. He comes to the conclusion that the anomaly is advancing faster and faster, and if it continues like this, the world will end in 10 years. After some time, the story moves to the Forest of the Lord, which continues to be cleared by Jeff. The soldiers of the 3rd Garrison are wondering what is happening in this forest and what kind of massacre is taking place there. The garrison commander says that someone very powerful is currently clearing the forest of anomalies and that further action is needed. They assume that these fires are the work of the same great warrior who saved them from the invasion of anomalies. The garrison commander orders the explosions to be monitored and assumes that they are fighting the Overlord boss there. They realize that this is not the first Overlord boss that has been destroyed, and they are trying to figure out who it is. The commander says that we need to go into the forest and hold back the advancing monsters in order to support this man. The remaining fighters come to the conclusion that the battle near the forest is their only chance to save the situation. After a while, the garrison leader turns around, hearing another loud explosion and a flash of fire. He assumes that this rumble means the awakening of the most dangerous monster in this forest. Meanwhile, a real massacre begins in the forest. in which fiery flashes destroy one monster after another. Jeff looks happily at his experience indicators and realizes that he has gained a few more levels. Ibis says that he was in a pocket space, but now he has been pulled out into real hell. After some time, he discovers a strange fog and tries to understand what it is, rushing forward. Giant clouds of black smoke rise above the forest, and in them you can see the giant silhouette of a dragon. Jeff takes a closer look at this dragon and realizes that it is a monarch-class boss with amazing stats. Jeff immediately calls his pet, saying that they need to get to work and destroy it. The little dragon immediately goes into a furious rage upon seeing his new opponent. After this, he quickly closes the distance between himself and the dragon and delivers a powerful attack. This blow is so powerful that the dragon falls to the ground and receives colossal damage. After this, the Azure Dragon immediately decides to finish off its opponent with a powerful fire attack. The dragon doesn't have time to dodge and takes even more damage before he can get up. However, after he recovers from this attack, he attacks back with shadow energy. This shadow energy spreads in different directions to finish off its opponent. Jeff says that we must not let our guard down because the field monarch is really strong. He says that he can't be given the opportunity to use this skill again and summons another pet. After this, he turns around and sees a giant shadow looming over him. This shadow belongs to an abnormal class ghostly wolf demon that possesses incredible power. Jeff takes a few steps back in horror, realizing that a monarch-level boss monster has appeared in front of him. Players watching the leaderboard are saying that Knight Jeff has risen up the rankings again. They find that his combat merit level is over 10 million, which is incredible. And pretty quickly they realize that this great man is simply destroying monarch-class bosses left and right. City leaders are also wondering how quickly this guy can rise to the top. They are very surprised that this man was able to break through level 50 monsters with such ease. The ruler declares that apparently, from today on, they need not worry about this battlefield. Jeff at this point looks around to find his next target to fight. He looks proudly at the approaching boss and says that it has been a long time since he fought the third monarch. This boss is a dark flying beast of anomalous origin and has enormous stats. However, Jeff greets this monster with a smile, since for him it is just another prey. The dragon takes aim at this monster and prepares to unleash the power of its fiery blows on it. Almost no boss has a chance to survive this attack, and the bat falls to the ground. After this, she suddenly rises into the air and uses a loud sonar to stun enemies. Jeff, Abyss, and the Azure Dragon try to cover their ears, realizing that otherwise they will simply burst. After this, he assumes a pompous pose and orders the Phoenix to get to work and destroy the enemy. The next moment, the Phoenix instantly flies into the air and unleashes a scorching beam on the enemy. This scorching beam hits the monster directly in the mouth, causing its belly to swell and turn red. Jeff watches this with joy and says that this is a brilliant display of incredible power. However, after a few more moments, the monster begins to swell, and this does not bode well. Ibis says that if they stay here, they will certainly be caught in the shockwave. The monster, meanwhile, explodes like an inflated balloon and sprays its insides for several tens of meters. Jeff says he's not surprised that monarch-class monsters are destroyed so easily. However, he quickly begins to regret his words as he sees swarms of servers approaching. Jeff discovers that this monster can split itself into many smaller creatures. He also quite accurately determines that these small creatures are highly poisonous. Turning to his dragon baby, he tells him not to count the crows and to stop them. The dragon, meanwhile, realizes what he needs to do and decides to attack these creatures with his roar. All of these monsters immediately become dizzy and lose significant mobility. Jeff orders the Bright Phoenix to fry these creatures to a crisp as quickly as possible. Phoenix also decides to quickly carry out his master's command and attacks entire crowds of enemies with his area attacks. Everything around turns into pure chaos as the flying monsters begin to burn like embers. Jeff receives a lot of notifications that he is gaining a lot of experience and leveling up. Jeff sadly says that he doesn't get any interesting artifacts, and this makes him very sad. After this, he comes to the conclusion that he has cleared the place out quite quickly, having dealt with the 4 monarch bosses. After some time, a whole garrison of soldiers appears on his path, and he looks at them in surprise, trying to understand who they are. The leader of these soldiers stops abruptly and calls him by name to get his attention. He looks at him carefully, then asks if it is really Knight Jeff in front of him. Jeff asks him who he is, and the young man introduces himself as the commander of the 5th Sacred Legion, Agreus. Jeff asks him if this is really the case, and the knight states that the entire legion obeys his orders. Jeff says that he needs them to pull all the abnormal creatures in the forest to one point. Upon hearing this request, The knight falls into a stupor for a while, since this is a rather complex order. He adds that if they try to do something like that, the entire army will die in a couple of minutes. Jeff says that there is no need to worry about this, since he has prepared gold and dark equipment for them. He notes that once all these anomalous creatures are destroyed, they will be able to take all equipment below epic for themselves. The knight understands that this is an incredibly profitable deal, which it would be very foolish to refuse. Jeff declares that the entire Lord's Forest and even the entire swamp must be pulled here so that the monsters can be quickly destroyed. The knight understands that in such a case, it is necessary to go all in and use the fastest fighters. Jeff asks him if he has any doubts, and the knight states that they don't have enough men to hold them all. Jeff realizes that this is indeed his fault, and then asks to collect as many monsters as possible. The knight makes a military salute and declares that he guarantees the completion of the task. Jeff lands on the ground so he can finally rest and catch his breath. After some time, the story moves to a small camp that the 5th Legion had created. The knight captain outlines the situation, saying that they were given a rather good job. His colleagues say that his legion would be better off going and farming these monsters themselves, because it's too dangerous. The knight states that there is really nothing to be afraid of, since it was Mr. Knight Jeff himself who gave them the job. They don't believe him at first, but he says that later they won't be able to complain that he didn't share his resources with them. He is asked if they should lure the monsters, and he states that it is not even up for discussion. He orders the order to be transmitted to the entire legion, so that they go out and lure the monsters strictly to the marked points. He says that this time he will make everyone who looked down on him pay dearly for it. His fighters move forward to use archers to provoke powerful monsters. These monsters get very annoyed if they take minor damage and immediately rush forward. The same tactics are used by mounted fighters, who are distinguished by increased mobility and speed. One of the fighters transmits to all squads that they should control the aggression of the anomalous creatures. Meanwhile, colleagues contact the knight and demand that he give them the coordinates of this place. He tells them that he has been inviting them here for a long time, but it is their own fault that they refused, not believing him. They reply that there is no point in sorting things out, since a large number of people increases the chances of success. Gray states that this is indeed the case, and then sends them the necessary coordinates so that they can move out immediately. Agreus demands that they give him a portion of the loot for such a service, but they almost immediately cut off the communication session. Agreus calls them nimble scoundrels who waste no time and constantly try to get everything out of him. 4 hours later, almost all the commanders who were in contact with him arrive at this point to help the common cause. Observing the battlefield, they realize that real chaos reigns here due to the large number of monsters. Some of them realize that they have never seen anomalous creatures of such a high rank in their entire lives. Agreus says that he didn't expect such a large horde of monsters, but they tell him that everyone wants loot. Agray is also asked about the whereabouts of Mr. Knight Jeff, since he should have arrived by now. They add to him that there are so many abnormal animals here that it is unlikely that even such a person could cope with them. After this, they begin to retreat rapidly and finally see the man for whom all this was started. Jeff sits on a rock and thinks about how hard it is for him to command his pets during this farm. However, after a while he hears a rumble and is surprised at how many animals they have brought here. Agreus claims that he carried out his orders, but ended up attracting far more monsters than planned. Jeff flexes his fingers as if he's actually going to fight and declares it's a mountain of free experience. Immediately after this, he heroically orders his pets to do all the work for him and calls them. The Red Phoenix instantly gains the necessary altitude to bombard monsters from a great height. The ordinary soldiers watching this cannot believe that they are seeing a real fiery meteorite in front of them. As soon as this meteorite hits the anomalous beasts, it creates a powerful explosion, throwing them aside. The most unlucky creatures that found themselves in the center of the explosion were blown to pieces. Despite this, the Phoenix does not plan to stop there and continues to destroy enemies. He flies over them again like a bomber, and each time significantly reduces their numbers. The commander of the 3rd platoon is informed that it is quite unsafe here, so it is better to change position. Taking a closer look at the explosions that appeared out of nowhere, they discover whole hordes of slain creatures. Jeff stands proudly in place and receives a notification that his pets have brought him a lot of experience. After a few minutes of this terrible carnage, a real earthquake begins, which frightens the others. People are wondering what it is and remarking that they haven't seen anything like it for a long time. Players watching the leaderboards are noting that Knight Jeff's point gain rate is simply terrifyingly fast. Some of them claim that it is unscientific and that it is impossible to destroy heaven and earth at level 50. However, after the next rating update, they realize that Jeff has already reached level 60, which is simply unthinkable. After some time, they get the feeling that the aura of the anomaly on the battlefield has suddenly changed, and this is a bad sign. The fact is that the earthquake that appeared on this battlefield did not just happen. Jeff himself feels powerful tremors and wonders what it all means and where he should go. The 3rd platoon commander quickly jumps off the tower to avoid being buried under the rubble and looks around. He senses the approaching aura of an incredible anomaly that he will have to deal with himself. Suddenly, the ground begins to explode, as if something large is being ripped out from underneath it, and the earth is heaped upward. The creature that appeared was truly gigantic, and from a distance looked like a large ogre dressed in armor. This creature looks around and lets out a loud roar to announce its appearance to the whole world. The 3rd platoon commander realizes that this is an immortal-level boss and that it is impossible to fight him. The soldiers wonder how this is even possible and how such a colossus got into these lands unnoticed. They turn sharply to Jeff, stating that they urgently need to retreat, but Jeff says that he is not as strong as he looks. He reflects on the fact that he has destroyed similar creatures in droves, so he will kill this boss too. A few moments later, he summons the Azure Dragon again and orders it to deal with this problem. He advises him to vent all his anger, and the Azure Baby, who has already grown considerably, rushes into battle. Charged with fiery energy, he quickly breaks the distance between himself and the enemy. Jeff, meanwhile, decides it's time to turn things up a notch and tries to observe his enemy's behavior. The Azure Baby delivers a powerful claw attack, which has no noticeable effect due to its armor. A monster called the Beast of Rage tries to attack him by creating an energy sphere of its scream. However, the dragon responds to this with a powerful roar, which should stun the enemy and create a protective barrier. Jeff realizes that in order to turn the tide of the battle, he urgently needs to call upon his Phoenix for help. After a few moments, the dragon turns away so as not to disturb his comrade. Phoenix flies closer to the enemy and releases a giant fire meteorite at them to stun and damage them. Immediately after this, the Azure Baby comes into action, delivering a powerful blow with its claws. The fighters watching this cannot believe that 2 small pets can fight the big boss so effectively. Meanwhile, this boss begins to mutate, and tentacles randomly grow from its body. Jeff comments that it looks incredibly disgusting and orders his pets to fry it. The Red Phoenix fires several fireballs towards the behemoth in hopes of preventing the mutation. The Beast of Fury is hit by a powerful bombardment and is unable to move due to a strong stun. Azure Baby also decides to combine his fire breath with his Red Phoenix skills. Gradually, they find his weak spot, which is not protected by armor, and attack exactly there to inflict more damage. Jeff watches as a huge number of tentacles fall to the ground, charred. He covers his sensitive sense of smell with his hand and says that the smell of burnt flesh is simply unbearable. The system reports that he was able to destroy the level 60 anomalous boss, setting another record. The system also reports that the great country's combat zone points have reached the standard, and new privileges are unlocked. Everyone else begins to honor him as a great hero who was able to help them become even stronger. Meanwhile, Jeff heads to the body of the defeated enemy to take the loot for himself. He receives a legendary Fang of Fury with an unknown effect and realizes that he will need to identify it. He also discovers a crystal and decides that he needs to return home to properly identify it. The 3rd platoon commander tells him that there are trophies everywhere and asks if they can collect them. Jeff replies that he will remain true to his word and they can take all the remaining loot for themselves. The commander of the 3rd platoon happily says that in this case they will send people to clear the area. Jeff was about to leave when he suddenly felt an even stronger earthquake that almost knocked him off his feet. This earthquake is so powerful that it creates cracks in the ground into which one can fall and die. Abyss turns to the others and says that they must leave here before they become victims of a disaster. Almost everyone decides to retreat to save their lives and find out what is behind this. Jeff looks around carefully and encourages people to follow him as he has found a safe place. The commander of the 3rd platoon immediately declares that it is necessary to unconditionally obey the orders of Mr. Knight Jeff. Luckily, they all manage to reach the safety island, which allows them to save their lives. The soldiers watching this say that they do not believe what is happening here and wonder how such horrific events are possible. The cause of this strange earthquake is the emergence of dark energy forces of unknown origin. Jeff declares that it is too dangerous here, so everyone needs to return to the city through the portal he will create. The commander says that the power of these phenomena is truly monstrous, so remaining behind the walls is too risky. Jeff muses that this collapse seems strange and is probably related to the deaths of the anomalies. He suggests that perhaps some force that keeps the dimension in balance has disappeared. After some time, they all head to the city of Reach, which is a local outpost. People who watch him say that this is the same man who single-handedly brought down the entire battlefield. After some time, he stumbles upon a blacksmith, whose son he promised to find for a substantial reward. The blacksmith thanks him for saving his son, even though they never met in person. But in this case, it doesn't matter. As a token of gratitude for his hard work, he hands him a book containing a wealth of knowledge. Jeff looks at this book and says that this thing can really help him in the future. Looking at the patterns on the book and the badge, he realizes that the Fang of Rage was not the only piece of this puzzle. Gradually, these two objects begin to merge with each other, and the hero watches this process in amazement. The system informs him that the two objects have merged into one, and now this icon gives more characteristics. Jeff asks where he found this page, and the blacksmith states that he found it in the cave of the anomalous creature. After this, he turns around and says that he accepts his gift as a token of gratitude for the work done. After some time, he reaches the Battle Merit Exchange Hall to spend his funds. The guard asks him what he would like to purchase, and he orders sets of level 50 epic gear. Jeff asks if they sell pet eggs, and the guard invites him to follow him. After some time, the girl asks him how many pet eggs he is interested in. Knight Jeff says he's going to buy absolutely everything there is. The girl looks at him in surprise and asks if he really means all the eggs. Jeff says he wants to buy absolutely everything that is here, of any quality and in any quantity. Noticing doubt in the girl's gaze, he asks her if she really thinks he doesn't have enough money. The girl states that they have limits on buying eggs, and Jeff says that he will buy everything that is possible given the limits. The girl tells him about the purchase restrictions, and he angrily orders her to call the manager. The manager says that there is no need to call anyone since he has already arrived. Jeff turns his head towards the man who has appeared and asks if he is really the manager. A man named Harlan says that he is the one who decides everything here, emphasizing that he is ready to compromise. Jeff states that he would like to buy some pet eggs, and Harlan asks if he has enough money. Jeff says he is willing to show the rest of his gold coins, wondering what kind of wealth it would take. Harlan looks at the incredible gold reserves in amazement and says that a real magnate has come to visit them. After this, he turns to the employee and says that she should bring all the pets from the warehouse here. She asks if he needs to bring a supernatural ranked egg, and he states that he needs to bring everything. Jeff is happy that with a lot of money you can get around any restrictions if you really want to. The girl brings out a chest and says that it contains absolutely everything you asked for, as well as several more sets of equipment. Jeff talks about how he has a spacious pocket dimension so he can carry everything at once. Without thinking twice, he opens a small portal to a bottomless spatial storage and pulls the chest in. After this, he transfers money to them and says that he is grateful for their incredible service. After some time, he heads to the city of the Dragon and Phoenix to inspect this settlement. Teleporting to one of the streets, he says that it is quite nice here and the houses are of very high quality. He chuckled and declared that the imperial capital was indeed in constant prosperity. He immediately attracts the attention of people who recognize him as the great warrior Knight Jeff. After some time, he reaches the World Sanctuary, since he has unfinished business here. The guards standing near the entrance ask him what brought him here. One of the guards introduces himself as Lucas, and Jeff states that he wants to complete the level 60 challenge. Lucas looks at Jeff's level in surprise and remembers that just a couple of days ago he was 50. Jeff asks if there is any problem with that, and he immediately states that there is no problem. He turns around and says in a frightened voice that the procedure for Mr. Jeff needs to be started immediately. A few moments later, he runs up to the Elder and declares that another important event has occurred. The Elder says that this is a sacred place, so fuss here is extremely inappropriate. Lucas reports that the great Mr. Knight Jeff has entered here to take the level 60 challenge. The Elder says that this is incredible, because in just a couple of days this man leveled up 10 levels. He immediately turns to the other elders, stating that it is necessary to display the image of the level 60 trial. Jeff goes further into the hall, after which he decides to use the portal, moving to an unknown place. He sees a strange monster in front of him with an expression on his face as if he is wondering what such weaklings are doing here. He summons his dragon and tries to figure out where the boss he has to deal with is hiding. After some time, he becomes alert, hearing strange sounds of another giant approaching. A new Void Defiler appears before him, looking even more sinister than the previous one. Jeff declares that he has finally found himself another punching bag and sends his dragon forward. This battle doesn't take long, as Jeff and his pets are too strong to be challenged in any way. All the opponents quickly fall to the ground, and Jeff rubs his hands together in glee, hoping to get some equipment. However, the bosses only drop one shard as a reward, which is part of another puzzle. This time, the stone is called the Stone of Annihilation, and Jeff decides he'll deal with it a little later. He calls his pets, saying that they have finished the test and they need to leave here. Players are once again receiving another notification about how strong Jeff is and how he passed the latest test. The elders watch the results of the test in horror and realize that the man has passed it. Jeff wonders where so many people came from since it was deserted just recently. The elders surround him and say that he is apparently heading to the battlefields of collapse. The great elder says that he has obtained for him the shining stone of valor and found the best blacksmith. Jeff wonders if the service is really that good and heads to a better blacksmith. He receives all the necessary resources and says that he will begin making the badge immediately. Jeff gets his reward pretty quickly and notes that this blacksmith does a really good job. Looking at the characteristics of this item, he realizes that they are really quite good and worth it. The elder immediately grabs his hand and says that he will personally lead him to the battlefield. Jeff tries to break free and says that if others see him like this, it will damage his public image. Realizing that he won't look cool enough if he's accompanied, he decides to go to the battlefield on his own. People watching him say that these are great rich people who have now reached level 60. His support group states that they are expecting good news from the great god knight Jeff, and he thanks them. After some time, he passes through the portal and looks in surprise at what opens before his eyes. He sees a real crowd of people who have been waiting for him all this time and have finally begun to approach him. These people introduce themselves as the Legion of Slaughter and say that they are ready to help him in any tasks. Jeff snaps his fingers and says that since everyone has decided to come here, it is necessary to take action. People immediately run away and say that they will bring all the monsters that are here. The enthusiasm of these people deserves respect, as they are willing to risk their lives for Jeff. Jeff lazily sprawls on the ground and talks about needing a little rest after the ordeal. After some time, one of the fighters approaches him and says that they have serious problems. After a short pause, he sadly says that perhaps the goal they were given is unattainable. Jeff asks him if top players can't accomplish such a simple task. The fighter tells him that the behavior of the anomalous monsters has changed greatly and they no longer pursue anyone. Jeff realizes that the rules of the game have apparently changed, and in that case, he will have to see for himself. Stepping aside his followers, he decides to explore the area alone for changes. He says that while he was exploring this area, he really did not encounter a single group of monsters. After some time, he discovers another lonely monster, which looks like a huge eagle. Jeff immediately orders his laser baby to destroy this creature, and it does as he orders. A powerful explosion and a fiery flash are heard in the air, knocking the flying creature to the ground. Jeff realizes that the monsters are not only disparate, but they are not anomalous bosses either. Jeff comes to the conclusion that there is nothing to be gained on this battlefield, and he will have to come up with another way. After this, he opens a portal and says that first they need to return to the city and discuss some things. He is immediately met by a large crowd of people who ask him about news from the battlefield. Jeff tells them that the monsters have decided to hide and that it is quite difficult to find them, which is surprising. He tells them that they can go their separate ways because he is tired and will figure out how to deal with it later. Meanwhile, the prince says that in a couple of days he rose to level 60, meaning Jeff. He is told that, fortunately, the anomalies on the battlefield have changed their behavior and his growth rate has slowed. Because if he had reached level 100 now, he would have been feared. But now there is definitely nothing to fear. He orders that the route of this man who dared to leave the imperial capital be found out and that he must be killed. Meanwhile, Jeff returns to the Duchess's residence to meet his beloved Sophie. She, of course, becomes genuinely delighted when she sees a person she likes so much. Jeff bows down to her again and tells her that they really haven't seen each other for a very long time. He states that he is genuinely surprised that she waited for him here all this time and apologizes for the trouble he caused her. Sophie says that wherever he goes, he raises a storm, hinting that news from the Empire has already reached her. She asks him why he came back here this time, and Jeff states that he needs a favor from her. He notes that he would like her to help him contact pet dealers to purchase materials for development. He states that he needs materials for 3 supernatural rank pets and over 1,000 for lords. Sophie asks him in surprise if he really needs that much and adds that she will arrange it all. Jeff waves goodbye to her and tells her that she helped him out a lot, but he has to go. After some time, he decides to visit the gnomes, who have been working on their projects for a long time. The leader of the gnomes greets him joyfully, and Jeff declares from the doorway that he has personal business with him. Without thinking twice, he dumps several powerful artifacts in front of him, which belong to the epic set. Jeff adds that these artifacts need to be strengthened and asks if he can handle it. The gnome says it won't take him long, and Jeff shows him the gem. He tries to analyze it and says that it is a material for writing scrolls of forbidden spells. Jeff asks him what it is, and he explains that forbidden spells are ultimate skills. He also says that if his eyes do not deceive him, this stone is a source of great magic. He also says that in addition to the ink used to make the scroll, there are requirements for the strength of the paper itself. In his opinion, the skin of a rare creature is needed, and the one who will write the scroll must have the power of a great magician. Jeff notes that in this case he needs to turn to someone who is well versed in magic. Of course he means Dolores, who chooses a new robe for herself, changing the color of her outfit. Jeff opens a portal and says that he is glad to see her after such a long separation. Dolores says that if this boy came to her, then trouble should be expected. Jeff says he came to her for advice, and she encourages him to quickly state what he needs. Jeff asks her if she has heard about the source of magic, and Dolores states that she knows all about it. Jeff hands her the magical artifact, and her eyes immediately widen in surprise. She asks him where he got the thing from, and Jeff states that he got it from the Immortal's boss. He also suggests that she hasn't left the house lately, and Dolores admits that she has been very busy. She explains that not every divine-level mage is capable of writing a forbidden spell. She smiles and says that she has enough skills. After this, she states that to create the scroll she needs the skin of the Spirit King, and adds that she knows where to get it. Jeff asks her to tell him the location of this boss quickly. Dolores declares that on the entire continent, she is the only one who can find the skin of the Spirit King, but she has conditions. She explains that this source of magic should be enough for not just one scroll, but several, which she will take for herself. Jeff states that he is happy with the terms of the deal, and she creates a portal to bring him the good news. Jeff decides it's time to check on the pet eggs he bought to raise better animals. Meanwhile, Ibis asks the others to act as carefully as possible and not to break the shell. Numerous maids dressed in market costumes say that they will try not to scratch a single egg. Jeff says that Ibis is doing a good job, and Ibis immediately complains that he was forced to work. Jeff says he had no experience with pets, so the task was handed over to him. He notes that everything is more or less settled, and it is time to go to the island of Divine Grace. After some time, he heads to the port where you can rent floating equipment. He says that this island is located on the edge of the Sea of Despair, so the best way to get there is by ship. A few moments later, he sees a giant ship called Poseidon in front of him and is impressed by it. The manager wishes him a pleasant journey and he climbs on board. After some time, the captain says that it is necessary to raise the sails and give the command to sail. Jeff looks at the people here and realizes that most of them are wearing level 80 gear. Suddenly, one of the fighters comes closer to him and asks if he came here alone. He immediately offers to join their team, saying that they are in fact lacking an experienced magician. Jeff asks them if they are mercenaries, and the fighter admits that they are collecting tree spirit crystals. Jeff tells them that he's not interested, so they should look for someone else. They ask him if he has joined any other groups, to which he states that he is a lone wolf. The mercenaries are very surprised by his incredible coolness and loneliness, realizing that this is real madness. They ask him if he boarded this ship right after reaching level 60, and Jeff states that he did. The mercenary advises him to be very careful and not to leave the ship after arrival. He adds that the island is very unsettled, and Jeff asks them what happened there. Mercenaries claim that in recent days, unrest has been breaking out on the island of Divine Grace. Jeff suggests that if these are normal monster riots, then that's just great, because that's exactly what he needs. He notes that apparently, some new mutation has occurred among the creatures on the island. He asks the mercenary how long ago this started, and he replies that it happened a couple of weeks ago. Jeff remembers that it was during this period of time that he fought a gray clone that appeared out of nowhere. The mercenary still advises him to go back because he only has one life, and Jeff thanks him. After this, he says goodbye to him and says that they will see each other again if fate brings them together, after which the mercenary asks his name. Jeff turns around, puts his hands in his pockets for a more confident stance, and announces that his name is Knight Jeff. The mercenary is immediately surprised, realizing that in front of him stands the legendary Viscount from numerous rumors. They try to stay close to him and say that they feel much calmer around him. After some time, one of the captains says that the ship has entered the waters of the Sea of Despair. Jeff looks out of his cabin to see what's going on and how big the sea is. Looking around, he realizes that the Sea of Despair really does look quite threatening. The soldiers on this ship begin to pray, hoping that a cruel fate will not befall them. However, the prayers are in vain, as the silhouette of a giant monster appears from afar. They realize that they have failed to escape the real Leviathan that inhabits these parts. The system reports that this is a deep-sea demon whale, which is a monarch-level boss. Jeff, realizing that a creature of this level is definitely at the top of the food chain, decides that he is not to be trifled with. The soldiers understand that this is a real revelation, because such creatures are extremely rare in human history. Meanwhile, the creature continues to circle around the ship, preparing to pierce it through. The ship's captain claims that they are strong enough to deal with this monster. The mercenary says that if a divine-level expert enters the battle, then they are definitely saved. The mage creates a powerful protective magical barrier that should hold back the boss's attack. Keith tries to attack this magical bubble, but he can't break through it, only damaging its surface. The magician says that we need to prepare to launch the weapon of the apocalypse in order to fight back against this creature. Jeff watches this process closely, trying to understand what this weapon is and how it works. The ship's crew cannot believe that they are activating the apocalypse weapon, which is guaranteed to destroy its target. They add that it was thanks to this weapon that they had already managed to injure a deep-sea whale twice. However, suddenly the whale, having learned about the ship's crew's plans, decides to use echolocation. Echolocation is so powerful that it can spread over many kilometers. This sound deafens all the ship's members, severely affecting their hearing. The captain says that the weapon of the apocalypse needs to be prepared and approaches the cannon. He uses his magic staff to charge the weapon with additional power. Jeff, meanwhile, realizes that he can't let the whale complete the spell that should stun everyone. He quickly sends his dragon forward, ordering it to stop casting that spell. The soldiers watching the scene see the summoned creature and try to figure out what it is. The dragon, meanwhile, quickly reaches its target, since it is too gigantic. Immediately after this, he takes in as much air as possible and prepares to use the skill. His strategy proves effective, and he manages to stun the giant monster within a second. The ship's captain cannot believe that the deep-sea whale's forbidden spell has actually been broken. After this, the dragon begins to attack the whale, causing it even more damage. The ship's captain says in shock that this dragon is clearly someone's tamed beast. Jeff praises his pet and says that he did an absolutely amazing job. The mercenaries who observe him say that this tamed beast causes real terror. Meanwhile, the ship's captain loads the apocalypse cannon and orders it to open fire. There is a loud roar, and the projectile flies along a parabolic trajectory towards the whale. After some time, it hits him right in the head, causing a powerful explosion. The whale turns over on its belly and becomes immobile for a while, as if it had died. The mercenaries sailing on the ship wonder if this whale was really dealt with so easily. For a long time, they still can't believe that they were able to survive this crisis without significant losses. The mercenaries run up to the main character and say that they must kneel before him. They start praising him and talking about how brave and cool he is for being able to save them. Everyone understands that taming animals is an amazing profession, and thanks to the fact that he was on the ship, they were able to survive. The ship's captain also turns his attention to the main character, closely watching his movements. He states that heroes are truly born among the youth, and perhaps he can change the world by solving this crisis. Meanwhile, the giant whale carcass gradually begins to sink to the bottom and finally loses mobility. The ship continues its smooth journey, encountering no further problems along the way. After some time, observers say that they have arrived on the island of Divine Grace. However, despite the island's life-affirming appearance, there is a gloomy atmosphere surrounding it. Jeff ignores such things and says that they have finally reached their goal. He is asked what he thinks of the local scenery, and he declares that it is really nice. He is told that this island was once a rotten place, filled with evil and decay. The mercenary also states that after some time a miracle happened, and the weather here became much better than before. Jeff says it sounds a lot like a divine blessing and adds that that's exactly what they say about it. The mercenary also takes him to a special house, stating that any information can be bought here for a high price. Jeff realizes that price doesn't matter to him because he needs to get as much information as possible. The building turns out to be a not-so-poorly furnished bar where you can find interesting informants. Looking around, he says that the atmosphere here is indeed quite exotic. A mercenary approaches an employee of the establishment and says that he needs 1 glass of strong drink. He is asked how strong the drink should be and is informed that an honored guest has arrived today. Jeff says he's just buying information, so there was no need to use that code. The mercenary states that the master may not be aware, but it is important to maintain secrecy since there are many spies here. The thing is that this island has many resources that are being laid claim to, including by local authorities. After some time, a plump man enters the tavern and asks who ordered the strong drink. Jeff replies that it is him, and is informed that apparently he already knows the rules. The young man introduces himself as Joffrey and says that he is the king of underground information, but sells it at a high price. Jeff waves his arms casually, releasing a huge stream of coins. He asks if this money is enough for him, and Joffrey replies that he has never seen such a large sum. After this, he adds that he is ready to tell absolutely all the information that is required of him. Jeff says he needs to find out where the darkest forest is on this island, adding that he needs a map. Joffrey says that's too vague, as the description could apply to any forest of any size. After some thought, Joffrey suggests that he is probably looking for a specific item, and Jeff asks how he knows that. Joffrey says people have come here before and asked him the same question. Jeff is trying to figure out if someone else, like him, has received instructions from the divine tree. Joffrey turns and walks into another room, stating that he must wait here. After some time, he brings the chest and says that this thing was left by his grandfather and that there is a map in it. He also states that there are rumors that some kind of monster is guarding the area, which is why the search failed. Jeff looks at this map and realizes that we are talking about a special forest that is known to everyone here. Joffrey says that according to the scouts, the source is most likely located in this forest. Jeff thanks him for the information and says that he will probably cross paths with him again. Joffrey asks if the master is really going to go to that very forest from which no one has ever emerged. The mercenary states that he himself wanted to go there, but now, apparently, he is not destined to be there. Joffrey asks why he abandoned this idea, to which he replies that he wants to live a little longer. Jeff quickly takes the map and heads straight there so as not to waste time. He says that he has already reached the marked area and notes that he did not meet a single living soul along the way, and this is not normal. Gradually, the atmosphere becomes more and more eerie, and the hero even feels as if he is being watched. After some time, a giant shadow appears out of nowhere and rapidly approaches the main character. This shadow belongs to a bloodthirsty beast, which is a giant walking anomaly. Jeff claims that it is just a pathetic pawn, as he has much more serious reasons to worry. He summons his pet to attack the enemy with a powerful fire whirlwind. Several blows fall on the monster at once, and it loses its balance, receiving fatal damage. Jeff gains a lot of experience, and this is enough to level up. Jeff says that there are still not enough anomalies here, and if there were more of them, he would level up faster. However, after a while, he hears a strange sound, similar to the playing of bagpipes. He wonders who would dare to play music in such a dangerous place and moves on. He sees that there is a giant well nearby from which this sound is coming. He decides that he needs to jump down, since he has a shield worth hundreds of millions and he has nothing to fear. Immediately after this, he dives down, realizing that being immortal, he can do whatever he wants. However, after landing, he suddenly finds himself in a forest, as if there was a whole world hidden inside the well. Jeff tries to figure out if it was a portal or some pocket dimension that he didn't notice the entrance to. He realizes that it is quite nice here and immediately hears the melody of a stunning flute. He then discovers a hapless girl who plays the flute to freeze monsters. Looking at it, he realizes that this is an interesting method of protection, but it will not last long. Jeff summons a small dragon to help the unfortunate elf. The giant dragon unleashes powerful fire attacks on the monsters that decided to attack the girl. The elf thanks him for defeating this anomaly and saving her life, realizing that she could not have done it on her own. Jeff asks her if she belongs to the elf race, and the girl becomes frightened, realizing that she is a human. She tells him that the elder said that all humans are villains, and Jeff adds that humans supposedly love to eat elves. The girl actually believes these harmful words and asks if he cannot eat her. Jeff says that he will not do this, but in exchange, she must take him to her village. The girl agrees to this proposal, and Jeff mentally wonders if all elves are so naive. After some time, he finds himself in a small village that belongs to these elves. The girl asks where she disappeared to again and admits that she encountered an anomaly. The elf says that she would not be able to cope with the anomaly, but the girl says that Jeff saved her. The elf looks at the approaching man with fear and says that the girl has brought trouble upon them. She immediately starts screaming loudly, announcing that a human has invaded their property, and everyone immediately comes running. They grab improvised weapons and declare that the man has no place here and must leave. An elder also comes out to him and recommends that he go back to where he came from. Jeff says that this elf has at least 80-level magic, which is very impressive. He immediately asks them to calm down a little and says that he has no bad intentions and that he is looking for an item. They don't really believe him, But Jeff states that he saved one of them and that the elves shouldn't treat their savior that way. The girl confirms that this is indeed true, and doubts appear in the elder's eyes. Jeff says that he really doesn't intend to attack them because he doesn't need the elves. The elder states that even given his current merits, he cannot accept him into this village. Jeff asks him what he must do to be accepted, and is told that he must show purity of soul. Jeff says he has a suitable item that can demonstrate his intentions. He shows him Aisha's glass ball and asks if it is really suitable evidence. Jeff says he's never seen anything so clean and asks where he got it. Jeff claims that he cleared the gray fog in one town and a little girl gave him the ball. Jeff is asked if he can actually dispel the gray fog, and he states that he can. The elder says that he invites him to the elven settlement and asks him to follow him. Jeff reflects on how celebrity is still very useful and opens up new places. After some time, he becomes acquainted with a fountain, which is a unique source of elves. Jeff asks if he can take some water from the fountain after learning that it removes debuffs. The elder states that he is not against this, but would like to ask him for one favor, to which Jeff agrees. He says that apparently Jeff came here for a lead on the Holy Break item. He states that this clue is located in a space that is covered in a high-level gray fog. Jeff asks if they want him to dispel it, and the elder states that only he can do that. Jeff says that it won't be easy, because the concentration of fog is very high, and the elder promises to help him. Jeff says that if they can confirm that the item is there, he's willing to try. The elder declares that there can be no mistake, and Jeff decides that in that case it is time to move on. He collects a small portion of this water to use it in the future to remove debuffs. Besides, he decides to try a little now to test the drink in advance. The system notifies him that the speed of experience gain has now increased by as much as 5%. The elder offers him the best warriors of the clan, saying that they are ready to move forward with him. Jeff says he would enjoy traveling in such company and recommends not wasting time. After some time, they reach the foot of the great mountain, which looks rather deserted. The elder says that one must be careful, as many anomalous monsters live here. One of them appears on their way, and Jeff notes that it was very timely because he was already getting bored. He immediately summons his dragon, which has grown in size by several more meters. The dragon takes off and uses standard attacks to destroy the creature as quickly as possible. The elves are very impressed by the protagonist's unprecedented strength and cannot believe that such a legend is before them. Meanwhile, another monster falls to the ground and goes limp under the force of the dragon's blows. After some time, they reach a ruined cave, furnished with peculiar columns. The elder says that they have reached the right place, and Jeff notes that he will go first. He asks everyone to stay close to him and focus on protecting him in case of any unexpected danger. However, after some time, they step on a strange trap that collapses the floor under their feet. Landing down, he advises everyone to activate their defenses as a gray mist spreads around. One of the elves decides to use the spring water, and Jeff learns that it counteracts the gray fog. The elder asks him if he plans to use the water himself, to which he states that he does not need it. He moves forward, saying that it is pitch dark here, so it is better to beware of serious ambushes. He advises them to keep their eyes open, as otherwise they might run into some nasty creatures. Noticing the flying eyes above them, the elves immediately become combat ready and begin to attack them. Jeff notes that these elven warriors are quite good and can stand up for themselves even in such a situation. He turns to the elder, saying that the gray fog is getting thicker and that there is definitely something ahead. After some time, they discover a large silhouette in the darkness approaching them. Jeff realizes that this is a level 100 Lord rank boss that needs to be destroyed quickly to prevent it from killing anyone. Along with this boss, terrifying monsters that resemble human-animal hybrids also join the battle. Jeff warns his comrades to be careful, as these creatures are definitely not to be trifled with. The elves retreat and create powerful magical barriers to protect themselves from the attacks of these creatures. One of these monsters attacks the barrier, but it fails to even scratch it. Jeff reflects on the fact that elves are indeed a superior race. Their fighting power is clearly an order of magnitude higher than that of the dwarves. He is already thinking about how profitable it would be to lure them to his city, while the elves tie up the monster. This tactic is needed to weaken his powers. However, one of the anomalous bosses does not respond to weakening. The boss runs away, and Jeff states that there is no point in pursuing him. It is noted that if this boss suddenly fled, then he probably went to pass on information to his allies. Jeff claims that there is a much more terrifying creature living there, which is most likely on the level of a monarch. The warriors near him begin to exchange fearful glances, realizing that it will be difficult to deal with such a creature. After some time, another creature breaks free from its shackles, but instead of attacking, it also retreats into the darkness. Elf wonders what this all means, and Jeff says that things really do seem to be fishy. The Elder says that we will have to use high-level intelligence magic to find out everything. He creates a powerful mirror, and Jeff looks at it carefully, realizing that this is an unexpected way of reconnaissance. A few moments later, a scout snake emerges from this mirror, capable of moving undetected. She is given the command to take up the trail, while the mirror is used as a hidden camera. Jeff watches the image from a first-person perspective and realizes that this is amazing magic that will be useful. After some time, he discovers that the boss died in an instant, as if someone had destroyed him. A moment later, the magic mirror breaks, and they lose the ability to observe the snake. Jeff says that this is definitely a monarch rank boss who has evolved to the sacred level and acquired new skills. The elders say that they have no chance of defeating a monster of this level and they need to retreat. However, quite quickly they hear the eerie sounds of an approaching monster which will not let them leave. This monster is a dragon that has been imprisoned here for a long time and has now broken free. The system reports that this is a dragon of darkness, doomed to immortality unless killed with one's own hands. The elves talk about leaving here, and the elder is preparing to delay him with the help of his tricks. The dragon sees new prey and decides to destroy it, despite the fact that it is only a bite for him. The elves and Jeff ask the elder if he can handle it, but he states that he definitely can. Jeff turns around with the elves and decides to get to the exit of this cave as quickly as possible. The elder charges his staff and says that they should run and not think about him at all. The dragon, meanwhile, tries to use its withering breath to destroy the target as quickly as possible. However, the elder uses the defensive barrier skill to prevent the harmful miasma from affecting him. The force of this breath is still strong enough to destroy the protective barrier in a few seconds. The elder jumps back from the shockwave and realizes that this boss is too strong. The dragon, meanwhile, tries to finish him off in close combat, swinging its giant paw. However, the elder still has a few techniques that can be used at the last moment. One such technique is a teleportation skill that allows him to disappear a second before his death. He appears right in front of our fugitives, who have almost reached the exit of the cave. Meanwhile, the dragon takes off and tries to catch up with its victim as quickly as possible, but the elder is not ready to give up yet. He takes out a small rock and takes careful aim to throw it straight at the giant creature. After a short pause, he throws the stone, leaving the dragon no chance of escape. When in contact with the dragon scale, this stone explodes, leaving behind a giant cloud of strange vapors. Jeff realizes that it is a forbidden spell crystal and asks what material it is made of. The elder advises him not to think about such things, because he would not have become the head of the tribe just like that. After a while, they reach the end of the cave, and Jeff declares that he no longer has to worry about them. He tells them that he can now deal with this dragon himself, and the elves look at him as if he were crazy. However, they really have no choice, since the protective spell was destroyed too quickly. The elder offers to let him run away with him, but Jeff ignores him and calls on his pet. He orders the Azure Baby to step forward to deal with the creature. The dragons attack their kin, and their breath turns out to be equal in killing power. However, the Azure Baby decides to use his second attack to weaken the enemy. This turns out to be enough, as even Monarch-level great bosses are unable to avoid this skill. Jeff realizes that using his sonic skills in the cave wasn't the best idea, as it caused a cave-in. He quickly turns around and decides to run away from here to fight the boss in a more advantageous arena. The elves greet him, saying that he has finally escaped, and ask where the boss has gone. They claim that this boss is truly too terrible, and it seems that the gray fog is not destined to dissipate. Jeff says there's no need to be so pessimistic because he has another way. The elder says that he has little faith in such a prospect, but Jeff asks him not to doubt him. The elder says that if he can dispel this fog, he will become a benefactor for the elves. Jeff says he's not 100% sure about it, so he needs time to plan everything properly. After this, they decide to return to the village for a while to catch their breath. The elder declares that deep within the gray mist there is a creature that cannot be resisted. The elves wonder if they will have to move again, hinting that they are just getting used to life here. The elder states that a being of a high rank with a high level of power has settled in the depths of the gray fog. The elf understands that this is indeed a very serious opponent, who is unlikely to be defeated. Jeff calls his pets to show them a very important show. Looking at these elves, he tells his pets that this is a rather sad sight and they need help. The pets respond with delighted cries, and he understands that if they agree, they can figure out a way. He addresses the Red Phoenix, saying that all hope rests on his shoulders and he must figure out what to do. He also uses a special feather that should point the way to solving this rather complex riddle. The elder of the elves looks in surprise at the object that is rushing into the sky with the speed of a comet and tries to understand what it is. Jeff says you just have to wait a little while to see the true effect. In just a few moments, the creature finds itself in a distant land full of volcanoes. The mother of the red phoenix settled in these parts and decided to find temporary shelter here. However, after she receives the call of the main character, she realizes that she needs to spread her wings. She's been spending quite a bit of time in this place for a while now, so this call is a good excuse to stretch her legs. Flying up, she says that this matter needs to be resolved, and then go and settle the score with Hephaestus once and for all. Her flight is accompanied by a large fiery aura, which makes the air incredibly hot. Jeff wonders why this immortal divine phoenix is so slow. After some time, the elves felt that it had become very hot and the sun had become incredibly bright. However, one of the elves is surprised to realize that the approaching bright star is a creature. At first they think that it is some hostile boss who decided to take revenge on them for disturbing the peace. However, they quickly realize that this creature looks like a phoenix and not some kind of anomaly. The ship's captain says that this is another powerful monster and orders everyone to take up combat positions. They try to take the right places, but they don't have time because the phoenix flies too fast. In just a few moments, he flies over their ship without even paying attention to it. The ship's captain is trying to figure out what all this means when he suddenly hears a terrible vibration appearing on the water. The thing is that the demonic whale sensed an intruder into its territory and decided to emerge from the shadows again. It emerges from the water to fire a powerful energy projectile at the phoenix. The ship's captain suggests that the whale sensed a threat to its territory and decided to attack the phoenix. For an underwater creature, this whale has a fairly good sense of direction and is a very accurate shooter. This shot hits the phoenix, but its energy shield easily dispels it within seconds. The ship's captain, who is watching this fight with incredible attention, cannot believe that it was so easy. Phoenix, meanwhile, calls the demonic whale an insignificant creature that doesn't know its place. To calm her opponent, she sends a small portion of her power towards him. This is enough to cause a monstrous explosion that throws the whale aside. After this, it becomes clear that the deep-sea demonic creature decides to retreat. The ship's captain realizes that such a terrible creature is heading straight for the island of divine grace. Meanwhile, Phoenix obeys her instincts and realizes that she doesn't have much time left to fly. Observers on the ship try to figure out what the creature's specific purpose is, but quickly lose sight of it. The elder of the elves, meanwhile, suggests that apparently the death of his people is inevitable. They watch the giant aura of the approaching flame and realize that they cannot avoid disaster. Jeff asks them not to panic and says that these are the reinforcements he called and they will not harm the elves. A majestic phoenix lands next to the protagonist to listen to his request. She asks him why he called her this time, since she already had a lot of worries. Jeff says he has a problem that only a professional like her can handle. After this, he carefully and in a whisper tells her the whole situation so that the elves do not find out. Phoenix says that the pathetic dragon does not pose a serious threat to her and she will quickly deal with him. After this, she suggests moving forward, adding that it needs to be sorted out quickly since her time is priceless. Jeff is surprised that she decided to rush into battle so suddenly without any preparation. Jeff asks her to slow down, but she ignores his request and flies off in the direction of the enemy. He says that he will go with them, but they need to stay here just in case, so as not to risk their lives. After some time, they, along with others, move to the very place where the dragon used to live. Jeff asks the headman why he followed him, and he replies that it concerns the safety of the people. Then they suddenly hear the sounds of an intense battle and realize that something terrible is happening there. He recommends speeding up and says that the immortal divine phoenix has already entered into battle with this boss. Entering inside, they see a terrifying picture of a battle between two creatures that seem to be equal in strength. The elder says that he has never seen such a brutal battle between divine beings. Jeff says that there is no time to admire him, and that he needs to help the phoenix as quickly as possible. Jeff states that they need to take advantage of the moment and go around them to find the source of the gray fog. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of this cave, a statue of an unknown deity indicates that the goal has finally been achieved. He notes that the immortal divine phoenix and the man carrying multiple essences have gathered here. The statue begins to crumble, and a deity named Sekhmet decides that now is the time to strike. He begins to spread a murderous aura and says that he will absorb every single one of them. The island of divine grace becomes an even darker place as this darkness begins to spread. The elves realize they need to run before they are caught in the fog and killed. Sekhmet, meanwhile, concentrates most of his power to incarnate in this world. The statue gradually transforms from stone into a real deity, who is preparing to carry out his evil plans. Sekhmet menacingly declares that he will now strike down everyone who stands in his way without the slightest mercy. He rushes forward to step in front of the divine phoenix and punish her for her insolence. The firebird asks him if he really dared to come here as a false god. Sekhmet claims that the phoenix is just a pitiful bird that was locked in the fire temple for hundreds of years, but already dared to resist. Phoenix continues to accuse him of hurting her when they plotted, and now they will pay for it. She creates multiple meteorites and attempts to hurl them at her opponents, hoping to destroy them in one hit. The dragon understands that this blow can really be serious, so he needs to defend himself somehow. However, Sekhmet remains calm, despite the fact that he is indeed facing a serious enemy. He gradually dissolves into thin air and says that he is very interested in looking at something. He creates a giant hand and asks how she plans to resist the deity in such a form. However, the phoenix does not lose his composure and says that he is just a pathetic madman who does not know what he is doing. After this, she creates even more warm energy around herself and says that they will now test how strong he is. The phoenix's power proves too much for Sekhmet to withstand so easily, and his attack is parried. Sekhmet is surprised that even after hundreds of years, this creature has not lost its powers, despite the fact that they sealed it. Phoenix says she is familiar with this picture and suggests attacking her opponents. The elder says that he has never seen such a sight in his long life, and it is truly amazing. He asks him if it's too dangerous to be here, but Jeff states that he hasn't found what he came here for yet. After this, he continues to wander around this cave to find the treasures he needs for the quest. After a few moments, he finds a small piece that is the key to the mystery. He looks closely at the piece and realizes that it is a dragon scale belonging to a dark dragon. He adds that this den needs to be cleared out to find even more of the treasures he needs. The elder follows him, and they find themselves in the lair where the dragon has been living all this time. It turns out to be quite empty here, and Jeff wonders where all the treasures that dragons love so much are. The elder tells him that he should look at one very important thing that has caught his attention. He shows him strange writing depicted on a large bas-relief nearby. Jeff states that there were similar patterns in the elven arena, and this text likely contains information. He immediately takes out an emerald glass disc and assumes that this object is somehow connected with these spirits. Looking at the symbols on this disc, he realizes that they exactly match those that were on the obelisk. After this, he discovers a recess of the appropriate shape and realizes that this object is the key to the mystery. As he gets closer, he decides to place this disc on the right spot to activate the mechanism. There is a strange sound, and Jeff takes a couple of steps back in fear, trying to figure out what he did. A nearby bas-relief begins to glow brightly, attracting the attention of the evil deity. Sekhmet looks at the protagonist and calls him a pathetic nobody who doesn't know what he's doing. Jeff looks at him in shock and says that it looks like he angered the evil god. Sekhmet attacks him with powerful dark magic and orders this pathetic nothing to finally leave this world. Jeff jumps to the side, activating his money shield, which had been dormant the entire time. Jeff says that this one attack cost him over 30 million and he became significantly poorer. However, after a few moments, he feels energy begin to flow through his body. He wonders what this strange energy is and where it came from in this world. Sekhmet says that this is impossible because a pathetic little man of level 61 has revealed the secret of this island. The elder looks at Jeff in surprise and asks what this all means. A few moments later, Jeff simply vanishes into thin air, leaving the unfortunate elder alone with Sekhmet. Sekhmet, meanwhile, says that this is simply unthinkable, and these pathetic creatures are testing his patience more and more. He angrily intensifies his attacks, saying that he will grind into dust anyone who tries to interfere with him. Phoenix immediately continues the fight to get another chance at revenge. She calls him a despicable false god and asks how he dared to defile this place with a vile anomaly. Sekhmet and the Phoenix continue to fight, while the elder realizes that they cannot stay here. Meanwhile, the elves who manage to escape the effects of the filth decide to save themselves as an earthquake begins. They all head to the ship to set sail, since earthquakes are much less dangerous at sea. The earthquake turns out to be incredibly powerful, but then the story shifts to an unknown location where Jeff was teleported. He slowly comes to his senses and tries to understand what happened to his head, because it is splitting terribly. Rising to his feet, he does not recognize this place and tries to understand where this altar teleported him. However, after some time, he discovers that next to him there is an amazing statue of a familiar deity. He tries to understand where this mythical entity came from, because it doesn't fit into the architecture at all. As soon as he comes closer and places his hand on the statue, it opens its eyes, which begin to glow. She menacingly asks how a pathetic man dared to disturb her 1,000-year-old peace. After this, she immediately tells him that he must leave here, since he does not belong here. Jeff states that he was brought here by the will of the divine tree and is looking for the holy break items. The statue says that it has no connection and suddenly decides to take a closer look at it. She claims that divine essences are intertwined within him, which means he is truly worthy of becoming the bearer of the power of Holy Spirits. After this, she opens a small portal and tells him that he should follow it as quickly as possible. The statue says that he can enter this path, and if he wins, he will receive the desired breakthrough item. She also states that if he fails, he will face eternal oblivion, so he better prepare well. Jeff says he came all this way for this subject, so it would be foolish to give up now. The statue says that this is a commendable enthusiasm, after which it recommends that he accept the trials of the Holy Spirits. Jeff goes inside and notices that this incredible light is having a very strong effect on his eyes. After some time, he again finds himself in the familiar arena of Holy Spirits, where he had already been. He is told that he must choose his weapon and class to fight against monsters. Jeff finds that only the basic classes are available here, and he can't take advantage of their benefits. He decides to choose the Knight class because this class suits him very well. The system informs him that the choice has been confirmed and materializes several items of starting equipment in front of him. Jeff realizes that this is a wooden sword and the same shield, which means he has returned to the starting location. Looking at his stats, he realizes that they have dropped to beginner levels, meaning things won't be easy. After a while, the gate slowly opens and Jeff sees the silhouette of a short creature. This creature turns out to be a 5th-level goblin warrior, possessing the qualities of an elite fighter. Jeff realizes that this opponent seems familiar to him and tries to figure out if he will actually fight him. The goblin quickly closes the distance to reach the protagonist and destroy him. Jeff realizes he has no choice but to fight and orders the monster to attack. After this, he waits for the right moment to deliver sharp and sweeping blows with his wooden sword. He deals very ridiculous damage and understands that at this rate it will take a very long time to kill this monster. The goblin, meanwhile, quickly recovers from the blow he received and immediately jumps up. Jeff is not afraid of the fact that his numbers are too low because this can no longer stop him. For the first time in a very long time, our hero needs more than one hit to defeat an enemy. However, his equipment is enough to completely block the attacks of a superior enemy. Jeff asks him if that's all he can do, then lunges at him again with the wooden sword. After a few moments, he puts all his strength into piercing the plate armor with his wooden sword. The goblin falls to the ground as his health points run out and he finally dies. Jeff looks closely at the award for this fight and realizes that something has clearly changed here. He receives a notification that he has been awarded 100 attribute points that can be distributed. He decides that dexterity is now much more important than strength and puts a full 70 points into dexterity. After this, another enemy appears in front of him, which looks like a giant wolf of anomalous origin. Jeff carefully analyzes this enemy and realizes that this is another familiar face that he has already killed. A few moments later, the wolf rushes at him, attacking him with its jaws. Jeff immediately dodges the blow and counters with his wooden sword. However, he discovers that he has done almost no damage because this wolf's skin is much thicker. After this, he continues to dodge the enraged wolf, hoping that one day he will get tired. He will periodically hit him to reduce his health a little, but this can take a long time. Jeff wonders to his opponent if he didn't expect such an amazing bite and punch combo. After this, he deals him several more powerful blows with a wooden sword and reduces his health to 0. The system notifies him that he has completed another duel and was able to defeat his opponent. Jeff gets 200 stat points and decides to improve his constitution a little so he doesn't fall from one hit. A few moments later, another enemy appears in front of him, this one looking much more serious than the previous ones. This enemy is a dark abyssal tiger, and Jeff realizes that this monster is under the effect of possession. He is glad that he has pumped up his physique, because otherwise he would not have been able to survive against this enemy for even a second. This monster switches to area attacks almost immediately in order to kill Jeff as quickly as possible. Jeff realizes that he won't be able to dodge such attacks and is thrown aside by the shockwave. For some reason, he doesn't take any damage because his wealth shield is triggered. Jeff can't understand why the wealth shield works on him if he changed his class, and thinks it's only to his advantage. The statue, watching what is happening, tries to understand whether Jeff has completely lost his mind. After a while, it occurs to her that he simply decided to surrender and not resist the enemy. Meanwhile, Jeff provokes his opponent to attack him and check which of them is stronger. The tiger falls for this provocation and immediately rushes forward to deliver a powerful blow. Jeff puts out his hand to check if his shield is working this time too. Contrary to all the rules of this world and the laws of the game system, the shield actually works, despite the fact that Jeff changed classes. Jeff says it's his turn to strike hard now because he rules this world. He orders him to come back again and swings his sword to provoke the enemy. The tiger is provoked again and attacks the protagonist, trying to swing its powerful paw. Jeff quickly dodges and lands a powerful punch that now actually means something. Jeff, with a stony face, says that he hasn't had this much fun in a long time and asks the monster to be more active. The statue watches what is happening in amazement and tries to understand how this boy was able to defeat this giant monster. Meanwhile, Jeff is enjoying his triumph thanks to his newly acquired immortality, which came out of nowhere. There is no chance against an immortal creature, even if the opponent is superior in strength, so the tiger soon dies. Jeff gains even more free stat points to spend as he wishes. However, at that very moment, another monster appears in front of him, and Jeff realizes that he will not have peace. In fact, even the king of armored rhinos of such rank cannot do anything to Jeff, because he has a shield. Jeff says that this boss is incredibly difficult and will take a long time to kill. However, thanks to his immortality, he has absolutely nothing to fear, and he calls the enemy closer to him. After this, he tries to deliver several blows to the skin of this opponent, but does not penetrate his integument. Jeff realizes that in order to deal with this monster, he will have to invest some points in strength. Rhino, meanwhile, tries to use his signature attack and accelerates towards Jeff. Jeff doesn't think it's necessary to dodge such a blow and is thrown aside without taking any damage. Smiling, he looks at his enemy and says that he turned out to be stronger than some rhinoceros king. Immediately after this, he launches a counterattack to hit his opponent with sharp blows. He shouts loudly that he will grind him into dust with his unquenchable rage. The statue watches over these impressive displays of uncontrollability and theatricality. She notes that if this continues, there is no point in continuing the test, and suddenly disappears. Meanwhile, Jeff defeats the Rhino King using his complete immortality thanks to his money account. A few moments later, he hears strange sounds and turns around, noticing a stone giant behind him. He asks the statue if it has decided to personally come down here to fight him. Jeff states that if this is the final boss of this trial, then it is unfair because he does not have a good weapon. The statue states that in order to pass the test, he must earn its recognition, and he could not defeat it. Jeff says he would like to know how to earn this recognition because he needs to pass a test. The statue tells him that he will find out now, and then imbues him with incredible energy that lifts him into the air. Jeff starts to act up, saying he's not ready yet, and then gets thrown into another portal. The statue claims that divine power flows within it, but even it has no power over the arena. Finally, she tells him that his task is that the vessel is in the spiritual realm and needs to be pulled out. Jeff quickly lands in an unknown location and tries to figure out where he needs to go next. Looking at his body, he realizes that the restriction has been lifted and his body and class have returned to their standard state. After this, he turns around sharply and, hearing a rustling sound from the side, tries to understand what it means. After passing through some bushes, he discovers that there is a small statue there, similar to the big one. Jeff speculates that this thing is a descendant of a large statue that must be removed from this location. Jeff tries to catch up with him, but discovers that this small killin is actually very fast. After some time, this creature approaches a strange body of water, which is constantly seething with strange energy. Jeff approaches him and asks if they can talk, but the creature is in no hurry to make contact. Seeing that the Qilin is trying to escape from him again, he asks it not to do this and to stay at least for a little while. After this, he announces that he has some fruits left for his pets and shows him an incredible treat. Throwing a special spiritual pear at the feet of the Qilin, he realizes that this is an effective luring strategy. Looking at this poor creature, he realizes that after so many years locked up, it probably hasn't eaten anything tasty. After this, he decides to share his supplies with him and gives the little animal some horamides. He decides to pet him and asks if he agrees to follow him in the future. However, the animal suddenly turns around and runs away, which irritates the impatient Jeff. Jeff states that if he doesn't want to go along with him the good way, then he'll resort to the help of his cubs. He orders them to follow this little creature and under no circumstances let him escape from here. Jeff continues to chase him, saying that this monster ran so far that there was no trace of it. He discovers his pets, who have found nothing better to do than attack the Keelan. Jeff looks at the protective barrier that this creature has created and realizes that it is quite strong. He orders his pets to beat the little animal without much haste and wait until it surrenders. Hearing this command, the phoenix and the dragon continue to unleash fiery attacks on the defenseless animal. After some time, the cub's strength is exhausted, and its barrier is quickly destroyed by powerful blows. Jeff is glad that they finally exhausted the little animal and made him lose consciousness. Jeff says that the job is done and it's time to go back because he has completed the test. After some time, he finds a way to open the portal and returns back to the statue. He asks if the mission is considered accomplished after he brought this little animal here relatively safe. The statue states that she didn't want to admit it, but he still completed the task. After this, she powerfully hits the ground with her stone paw to create a large crack. Jeff watches in amazement as these cracks instantly approach him and threaten to break everything around him. After a few more moments, the ground cracks and a small crown appears from it, which freezes in the air. Jeff reaches out to the crown, takes it, and asks if this is the holy break item. He also says that the stats of this artifact are simply incredible, in addition to 3 hidden skills. The statue states that after that battle, the holy break was damaged, and Jeff asks if it can be repaired. The statue states that in order to restore the first level of power, it must be filled with incredibly powerful life energy. Jeff also understands that he will need to obtain the blood of a god, and this will be a rather difficult test. Jeff asks the statue if the test they are setting before him is too difficult, because the false gods are very powerful. He states that now the evil god Sekhmet, having revealed his true form, is fighting to the death with the phoenix. The statue understands that in order to revive the little Keelan that Jeff almost killed, it will have to intervene. She declares that for the sake of the little Keelan, she is ready to help him this time, even though he himself is to blame for what happened.